He's done so much for this team. He has been one of the glue guys, and it's center field. It's all over the field.
Yeah, I mean, he played first the other day in a pinch for the first time in his career. We were just talking to Luke Sloan. He did the updates. He was at that game, and the ending where he pinch runs and steals a base and comes home at the end of the inning to tie it up. Look, I don't think it was some grave injustice that he didn't make the initial roster. It wasn't a guy that I was going to sit and pound the table for. I thought he belonged in the conversation. And naturally, when three different dudes end up dropping out, or two dudes drop out, he's going to make his way in.
Yeah. I mean, it was just really cool that he's in, and now the fact that the Tigers are having this great season, and you've got Javi in there. You've got, all of the guys that made it. Gleyber Torres, what a great story. Javi's an even better story, and now we're just waiting to see who's going to be the starting pitcher. But to have another guy in there as well, it's just a lot of fun. And they should have a lot of all-stars. They should have as many as anyone else because they are the best team in baseball.
Dodgers have 5. Tigers now have 5. A little foreshadowing for later in the show. You said who starts the All-Star game? I mean, it's got to be Skubal, right? But when we asked AJ Hinch yesterday, he said, well, Booney already kind of prepped me for it. Might be Fried. It's his guy, and he mentioned the career he had in Atlanta, the All-Star games in Atlanta. It should be Skubal, John.
It should be Skubal. And if it's going to be Fried, like, at least he's having a great year. But if the reason is, well, he spent a lot of time in Atlanta, so he should be able to start the All-Star game in Atlanta, that's BS to me.
Right. Like, I mean, Skubal, go take a tour of the Coca-Cola factory. Get more familiar with Atlanta, and then you can start the game, too. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. So yesterday we pointed out that Skubal was going to pitch Saturday. He's pitching Friday.
They bumped him up.
Yeah, and so they kept him on his normal rest. I think AJ did that to maybe open up the possibility of him starting, because I think if he pitches Saturday, I don't know if he would have pitched on Tuesday.
Well, AJ also said that. He goes, if he doesn't start, he might not pitch.
Yeah. You look at this, and it's a double-edged sword because you don't want to take away an opportunity from a guy who deserves it more than anybody. But if he doesn't pitch in the All-Star game, he can pitch the Friday after the break. You get more Skubal starts.
Yeah, I just think it would be lousy that he won the Triple Crown last year in the Cy Young, didn't start the All-Star game. This year is having a better year, won't start the All-Star game potentially.
Yeah.
The best pitcher on planet Earth for 2 calendar years doesn't start the All-Star game.
I agree with you.
It just seems wrong. You want to talk injustice? That's a bigger injustice than whether McKinstry gets in or not.
It's bizarre to me that after these 2 years or a year and a half that he's had, because we don't know how this season ends, we think we kind of project what he'll be this year, that he wouldn't have a start in either of those. That to me is absolutely bizarre. But that's kind of I don't want to say silliness of the All-Star game, but there is some silliness in the All-Star game.
Where did you go last week or this week?
I went on the most non-John Jansen vacation ever, and we went to Vegas. My wife grew up in Southern California. I've told this story a bunch of times. Okay, that's where she grew up. And going to Vegas from there is like us going up north. Right? They talk about going to Vegas like we talk about going up north. And so she's been there a bunch of times. Her family goes there a bunch of times. Her parents were going to be there. And so we ended up, it was just me, Lisa, and Teddy. We went out to see Gammy and Papa. And Lisa went out to see the slot machines.
She a gambler?
She is not a wild gambler, but she does enjoy.
She enjoys it.
She enjoys the casino, and she's. I've said this before. She's the most logical, patient person I've ever been around. So you put that into a casino, and she can walk away. Like if she sits down and hits on the slots, she has no problem walking away. And she, good,
because otherwise they're going to get it all back.
Right. And so, yeah, she did fine. She enjoyed it. The weird thing to me is I am 100% out of my element. And I've always told my wife, especially, you want to meet people in your life, and especially your partner, whoever that ends up being, that challenges you to do new things. And I've told her this since I met her. I don't want to be the old guy that always does the same thing. I eat the same thing almost at every single meal. Like, there's a lot of my life that is routine, and I love it, and I know what I like, and that's always going to be my go-to. But she has challenged me to try new things. And going to Vegas on a vacation is certainly a new thing. And here is the one thing that I learned about myself. You can drop me in the middle of nowhere if I'm outside, and I can survive, I can find my way back. You drop me into the middle of a casino, and I have no idea how to get back to my room, how to find the restroom, how to find an ATM, a restaurant. And they talk about it like I would talk about, go east on this road, go north. They're like, well, yeah, just go down to the, this restaurant, and then, you could go down this hallway to get to this casino. And I'm like, it all looks the same to me. I have no idea where I am. I was completely lost. I had to ask security or somebody walking around all the time. Me and Teddy, like, where do I go? What do I do?
They're designed so you don't leave, right? They put all the amenities.
Yeah, they trap you in there. You can't even find the exit.
Exactly. You're just supposed to stay. Now, this was on the Strip, which you hadn't done before.
No. This is my first time on the Strip. So we ended up we stayed at the Wynn.
Okay.
And ended up taking a car down to Mandalay Bay, which is basically at the other end of the Strip, because we wanted to see the shark exhibit that they have there. Teddy's big into sharks. And so I had a chance to go down the Strip and see it all and feel the 110-degree heat.
Well, that's the other thing. You're going to Vegas at the hottest time of year.
Oh, yeah. It was hot. And actually, not only did I try a new thing going to Vegas, I tried a new thing in golfing with my wife's father, obviously my father-in-law, and we went at about, I don't know, I think we teed off at like 7:02. So it was already 88 degrees. By the time we were done, it was 105. And I always called BS on the, it's 105, but it's a dry heat. It is different because you come back here and it's 85, not even close to the same heat, but it's 95% humidity. Man, it's sticky. So you don't get that stickiness out there. But it was a great trip. Had a lot of fun.
Did you win the round of golf?
Of course. Yeah. My father-in-law is in his 70s.
Yeah. So just beating up on an old man.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Making him walk in the heat.
Yeah. Now, it wasn't quite like the hockey player that we saw.
Oh, man.
I didn't beat on him that bad.
Oh, God.
But I did watch that with him, and I couldn't stop laughing. It was amazing. So yeah, it was a fun vacation. It was fun to be away, a little bit of a recharge. It's that summertime where it's a couple, for me it was a couple days there. Next week it's a couple of days because of baseball, softball. The kids are traveling, and then the beautiful thing about being in the month of July, we've got live football on the horizon. I cannot wait. Lions training camp, I believe it's July 20?
21, I think.
21 that they report, and
right around there. You might be right.
And college football at the end, I think Michigan's right around the 30th. We got Big Ten Media Days coming up.
I was going to say, conference media days have already started with the Big 12.
Yeah.
Like, this is why you get your vacation in now, because I know what football season's like for both of us.
Yeah.
6 days a week. You got the Michigan stuff. I'm doing the Sunday stuff with the Lions.
Yeah.
Get your vacation in now, rest up, recharge. And you're right, it's coming up at the end of this month. I was just talking to Dan Miller about something the other day, and he goes, we'll see you out of camp.
Yeah.
We're going to be out there before you know it.
In a couple of weeks.
Yeah, it's a matter of time here. Yeah. Now, you also shared something off air, and I wonder if people can relate. The end of your vacation. You get done, and it's like, okay, let me get back into my routine, and you screwed up.
Getting off the plane. I always try and stay in touch. So I tell you what, I did something getting off of the airplane. I got back to my truck, and it was an oh crap moment. And I want to know if you've had one of those moments in traveling. You finally make it home, and then you put your hands on your face, you shake your head, and you're like, oh no, I just did this.
We'll hear that next. It's 97.1.
Hey, Planet Fitness, they want to let you know that they are a place where they welcome everyone. It doesn't matter your fitness level. It doesn't matter your experience. They want to make it welcoming. And I tell you, every time I go in there, they do. And it's a clean gym. They want to help you with your goals. My goal is to always be able to play with my kids, eventually grandkids. Hopefully that's ways down the road. But they've got as much strength equipment as you could ever dream of. They've got cardio equipment. They got anything you ever need. And they've got the Black Card spa. So if you want access to everything, Great deal going on right now. $1 down, $24.99 a month. It gets you access to Black Card Spa. It gets you access to every single location, over 2,500 locations nationwide. And yep, they were out there in Las Vegas as well. So you can go. You can also take a guest with you. Unlimited guest privileges. So it's a great value. Get to Planet Fitness, and you're going to be able to do and work on all of your fitness goals. Find your nearest club and join today, in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
Yeah, it was tough night for Chase Lee. Tigers didn't complete the sweep, but still won the series. Ho-hum, here they go. They win 2 of every 3. You realize they haven't lost more than 3 in a row at any point this season. They also haven't won more than 5 in a row at any point this season. They're just a machine, methodically taking 2 or 3. Here we go, chugging along.
Yeah, and every time you feel like they're starting to be a little sluggish, well, there's a Scoobel start, and they're right back on track.
He'll be pitching Friday night. John, you're back from Vegas. The
Yes.
least John Jansen summer vacation possible,
Yes.
Trapped in a casino, lost in the maze.
I did finally find my way out.
But it sounds like you weren't all right when you got back.
No, I was a mess when we finally got to the airport. Well, plane lands in Detroit, and Teddy he was a handful on the plane. He was not. It's a good thing there was no Costas around us, both the way out, the way back. No one was sitting in the seat in front of him. It wasn't a full flight, so that was great, but he just was restless. 4 hours on a plane, right?
Fussy.
And I get restless. 4 hours on a plane. I got to get up, walk around. And so he's trying to push to get out. We got the stroller, we got the bags, all this stuff. And I always check the seat back pockets. And in fact, I remember distinctly checking the seat back pockets. However, I had put my iPad, it looks just like a laptop, in the pouch that's in the pouch.
Oh, no.
Right? And so, for whatever reason, I left without grabbing my iPad.
So you left the plane.
I left the plane. I left the airport.
You were in your car.
I was in my truck. And so the way that Lisa and I do it, we go down to the baggage claim, and it takes Detroit forever to get your bags out.
Oh,
so I take Teddy and all the carry-ons in the stroller, go to the truck. I get the truck. She gets the bags. I meet her at the baggage claim. I pick her up. Boom, we're out. It's a well-oiled machine.
You've done this before.
Until you forget something on the plane.
How did you realize you forgot it?
I got a notification on my phone that said, hey, your iPad is no longer with you. And I thought, well, it's just because I had it on Wi-Fi and I turned it on airplane mode, and all of a sudden there's no Wi-Fi. So it's just, and I thought,
how far did you get?
I was in my truck, and Teddy, I just put him in his seat, and I thought, you know what? I'm just going to look in my bag just to make sure I got it, because it is my lifeblood for everything that I do. And my backpack, no iPad. I thought, wait, was I just a moron? I put it in a different part of my backpack? Like, it won't fit anywhere, but I went through the whole thing. It's not here.
You left it on the plane.
Son of a gun. And so I call Lisa, and I'm like, hey, I'm going to come pick you up, but I left my iPad on the plane. And the one thing that has remained consistent through every time that Lisa and I travel, especially with Teddy, we are, you fly Delta, right? And you're either gate A8, which is at one end, or gate A74, which is at the other end. You're never somewhere in the middle. Like I'm never at gate 44 or 33.
Never. Were you on the far end?
Oh, we were on, one of the far ends. So it was gate A8. And the only reason I remember it, because I asked Lisa, I'm like, hey, what gate are we at? And she said A8. And I'm like, wait, say that again? She said A8, slowly, with disdain. Because then, and they've actually made this a little bit easier.
So how does it work? You show up and say, I left something on the plane?
Yeah, I asked one of the security guards, I'm like, hey, I left something on the plane. What do I need to do? And it used to be, because Lisa's done this before, and I gave her a real hard time about it. Ate a little bit of crow on when we came back. But you used to have somebody go to the gate, bring it back to you, which would take forever because they're not going to go at the same pace or urgency that you are.
They're not going to be in a hurry.
But they have these gate passes now. So you go to one of these kiosks, you put your driver's license face down, face up, and then it notices that, hey, you just flew. And it prints you a gate pass, but then you got to go through security. And security at that time was backed up. So as soon as I get through security, because Lisa and Teddy are sitting in the truck at baggage claim, I'm running all the way to the end of the terminal. And I get there, and I notice that they've got my iPad, like right there next to the gate agent.
Yeah.
Instant relief.
That's
right?
great. Someone didn't steal it.
I love people with a good sense of humor. And so the gate agent, as I'm, because I ran the whole way, I'm huffing and puffing. I'm starting to sweat a little bit. And I say, hey, that's my iPad, can I have it, please? And she said, I knew she was going to make me, do something to prove it was mine. she says, okay, I'm going to have you unlock the iPad because it's got a passcode on it. And so she opens it up and she notices the picture that I have. And she says, oh, better yet, please describe the picture that you have as your, screensaver.
John, what is your screensaver?
So
is it something embarrassing?
Oh, no, it's not. No, it's not that embarrassing. In fact, it's the greatest day of fishing I've ever had.
Oh, okay.
I was at the place I was talking about up in Northwest Ontario. Lots of mosquitoes, didn't care. And we were having such a great fishing day. And the guy that we had gone with, the guy that had organized the trip, had given us all cameras. The old, click and spin cameras is how long ago this was, 10 years ago. And he said, I want you guys to take pictures. So I'm with Uncle Rick, and we are having such a great time. We are taking pictures. We were catching so many walleye that I had taken one walleye and I had put it like up my sweatshirt and it was sticking out the top of my sweatshirt.
Is that the photo on the iPad?
No, there was another one where I had taken one where it was down. It looked like I was, pooping out a walleye. We were making all of these funny pictures. And so the one that I had as my screensaver is actually me having a stare down with a walleye. So I tell her, and she starts laughing. I said, hey, it's me having a stare down with a walleye. And she goes, And she just started laughing. She gave me my iPad. I went about my day, but it was such a pain in the butt.
Well, that's what we were saying pre-show. Like, Tom, you're like, I couldn't imagine just the dread of having to go back and get something you left on a plane.
Like, I would find this extremely miserable. I can't imagine getting to the car and you just went through the whole thing and you have that relief going home.
Yeah.
And then I got to go back in, and I got to go all the way back through security and everything, and you don't have a boarding pass, so you got to start asking everybody questions.
You're that guy.
You know, it just seems
At least I didn't have to take my shoes off.
Oh, yeah. Did that start?
Yeah, it started. Yeah, and it's wonderful. It is wonderful. It does make security go a lot faster, but I had to go through, what's the hotel at the back of the Railroad Terminal? I just forget off the top of my head. Anyway, that's the security I had to go through. There's only one there. Only one security line. So I'm standing there, and I don't know, maybe 30 deep at that point, and it's going to take you 20, 25 minutes. And
because you screwed up.
Because I was a dumbass.
So you left your shirt on the plane, right?
I did leave a shirt there, too, because...
So you had to go into the bathroom on the plane to get it?
No. Yeah, no. No, I did not remove my shirt.
Waiting to say that.
Well done.
No, I had taken, so I always carry.
Which means you pooped on the plane.
Right, yeah, no, but trying to get Teddy in the restroom along with me so that he could go to the bathroom, that's a tight fit. No, Lisa's armrest wouldn't stay up. And so we wanted to, hopefully Teddy would take a nap on her lap, and he's got his own seat in the middle. I had used my shirt, one of my shirts, because I always travel with an extra shirt because I'm coming from Vegas. It's a freaking hot.
Well, we got to take a text. How many shirts did John Jansen go through in this heat?
I went through about 4 shirts a day. It's unbelievable. And so I had used my extra shirt to hold up the armrest. And so we're actually back in the truck. And I asked Lisa, I'm like, hey, did you by chance grab my shirt, did you? Mm-hmm. And she says, no. I'm like, I'm not going back to that one.
Not worth it.
Yeah. Not at all. But no. So I'm curious. Has anyone ever gone through that? What did you leave on the plane? Because for me, I think I would actually rather leave my phone on the plane than my iPad.
Really?
Yeah, because my iPad is everything I do for work. Like my phone is, and I know,
your phone is, you get more use out of your phone.
But I can live without my phone. My phone's such a pain in the ass. I hate phones. I hate my phone.
See, I'm addicted to my phone, so it'd be like I lost an appendage on the plane.
No, and so it's my lifeblood is my iPad. It's really is how I communicate the best with most people, and it's how I do all my work. So yeah, that was the worst thing I could have possibly left. And I'm just curious to everybody else. Have you ever left anything on the plane? What was it? And for me, luckily I was at my home airport, so at least I know my way around.
Right.
Yeah, this is now a reminder to me to never do this. Like I'm going to quadruple check.
Oh, I thought I did that. I checked the seat back. I didn't make fun of Lisa, but I gave her a hard time about leaving her phone. This was a couple of years ago. And I told myself at that time, I'm like, I never want to do this. And then I did it.
It feels like such an annoyance. There's some things you just wouldn't go back for. Like clearly like a phone or a tablet you're going to go back for. Like a nice jacket you're going to go back for. A T-shirt, I'm not going back.
I don't even know if I'd go back for a nice jacket. Like
really?
That. Yeah, I'm not. It just
that big a hassle.
Oh yeah, it was so. I was so mad at myself.
People have thoughts on your background photo.
Oh yeah, I showed it to you.
You did. It says,
Tom, have you ever seen this one?
It says the really embarrassing part about that photo is the walleye won the staring contest, John and Lake Orion. And
I broke.
Apparently John takes photos like Jim McElwain. People saying
with the shark.
Yeah, the naked shark. Now, John, you were clothed in this photo.
I was clothed, yes, and the walleye's not as big as the shark, but yes, it literally was. I have never laughed as much and had it that great of a day. It was the single greatest day of my life.
The walleye fishing.
The walleye fishing, yes.
John, you have
wonderful
wife.
I have a wonderful wife. Yes,
children.
It was a great wedding. I've won a national championship. I have 5 beautiful children. But yes, that was the greatest day of my life.
Okay, I just want to make sure everybody heard that loud and clear. 248-539-9797. I don't think they're up yet, but
I don't know. Uncle Rick's got a lot of family in this area. I'm sure they're going to talk to him and let him know. He's probably listening right now. But yeah, it was by far the greatest day.
Stuff you've left on the plane. We've got phone calls and ticket text to get to coming up next. Late in the hour, the Tigers versus the Dodgers. The conversation on everybody's mind. It's 97.1.
2-0, shot, base hit into center field. Perez in to score. Rounding second, heading to third is Torkelson. Into second, McKinstry slides, save. Tigers have tied it up. McKinstry does it again.
Zach McKinstry, all-star. Tigers
Take it.
dropped the game 7-3 to the Rays. Back at it against the Mariners Friday night. Scooble on the mound. John is back from vacation. We're excited to have you back. Rested and recharged. It sounded like a little absent-minded, though. You left your tablet on the airplane. Now, on the way back, at least.
I hate being the liability, and on this trip, pretty much for the whole time, I was the liability.
You are not alone, John.
Oh.
Others have experienced
I can't imagine that I'm the only one that's ever left something on the plane.
No. Chris and Monroe. Chris, what'd you leave?
My car keys, house keys.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
And so you probably noticed when you got back to your car and tried to get in?
Well, what it is, when I go to Vegas, I don't carry my keys around, so I put them in my backpack. Didn't think anything of it. Well, check the backpack. Then, okay, no big deal. Get to the airport, get the baggage claim, wait around like you did. Finally, it comes, and the one zipper on the side pocket was open. Everything else was in there, but my keys were gone.
So you lost. They were somehow lost. You didn't leave them. They were lost.
They were lost, yeah. So I had my buddy, we had to take an Uber from the airport to his place. I had to get I took the red eye back. Of course, it's early in the morning. Get to his place, borrow his car, drive from Inkster to Monroe, give my extra keys, come back, pick him up so we can go get my car.
That's a whole day event.
Yeah, it ruined everything.
Yeah, and then I had to get a new house key and a new car key, and I had work key on it, and it was just
money and time. And that might be the worst thing to leave. Is that the worst thing to lose?
Yeah. Your keys?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah, especially when it would be worse if you had gone all the way. Like I always put my keys, same thing that he does. I put them in my backpack, but I carry my backpack with me.
Yeah.
But if you had gotten back to your car, you open the pocket for your keys and keys are gone, or if you had left them somewhere, and then that's where you notice, you're like, oh crap.
I don't mean this to come across as paranoid, but I'd want to keep my keys in my pocket. Like someone could unzip a bag, you set a bag down, I keep my keys in my pocket. And
if I'm traveling, I always put my keys in my bag because I don't need them.
I suppose, but I'm just used to the phone wallet keys check every time you leave the house, every time I would just get off a plane, just boop, 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 I've got everything.
Yeah, but when I'm traveling, even if I'm just going to a game, with Michigan, as soon as I get to the airport, I take out all the unnecessary stuff out of my pocket and the keys first thing.
I just keep it familiar because I know that's my routine. Boom, boom, boom. My phone, wallet, keys.
Yeah, but it's just one last thing you have to take out of your pocket.
I know.
When
I
you
feel
get to
stupid.
Security.
I feel stupid, like
walking around Vegas with your car keys in your pocket.
Yeah, like what am I gonna? Or my home keys. Like there's nothing to do with them, but I'm just used to the routine. Let's get to Matt and Canton. Matt, good morning.
Good morning. So this is a combo of being forgetful like that and also folding in the obsession with certain food. So this is where I fell down. I had to go out to Spokane, Washington for a case, which is, by the way, kind of like Toledo with a bunch of pine trees. But anyway, so I was coming back, and the connecting flight was through Minneapolis, and I had stopped there earlier on an earlier same trip to eat at a restaurant that I really love and like the best sandwich ever. And I had a connection that was really brief. So I had it all planned out. I was going to call as soon as I landed in Minneapolis to order the sandwich and run and get it and be able to eat it in between the flights. But I'd left my work laptop in the seat pocket, of course, and it had everything I needed on it. And I ended up sitting down at the restaurant and realizing that I didn't have the laptop, and I knew that I could just drop the food option and run and get my laptop and make the connection. And I just sat there and ate the sandwich, and it was better than had I tried to go through that exercise. So sometimes a great food item is worth doing that.
I would agree with you. I had a Five Guys burger waiting on me. But the laptop,
it's your lifeblood.
I wonder if did they send it to him? Like, how did he get it? If he just left it on the plane, like that might be the worst. Is a connecting flight,
right?
and you
they're not
forget it
waiting.
on the first leg of the journey.
Yeah, they probably have to ship it to you if they can track it down.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I love how he's just like, you know what? I'm resigned to this.
I'm just going to have, you know what? I love how calm he was. Yeah, my whole life was on there, but man, this is a damn good sandwich.
Nothing I can do to change it.
I can agree. I get that.
There's one thing I can do to make my life good right now, and it's eat this sandwich.
Yep.
Ticket Texter says, my wife made me get tiles for keys and wallets. The same thing as AirTags.
Yeah.
I have those.
Yeah.
Phone and wallet. That might be why losing the phone would be the worst, because if I lose the other ones, at least I can use the phone to find them.
Yeah, but if you have, so all my devices are connected, the whole Find My app. And so that's how I knew I had left my iPad there.
Right, but I'm saying I can put the AirTag on my keys. So
Right.
My keys aren't an Apple device, but now they are. So if I ever leave them somewhere or lose them, I know where they are. And Tile's the other brand that does it. Texter says losing the wallet is by far the worst.
Yeah, you
New
lose your
ID cards. Well, I'll tell you.
Credit card, that's a lot. And then you got to go through everything that you thought you had in your wallet.
That part I get, but of the three, I actually would rather lose the wallet. It's easy to replace those cards. They'll mail them within 48 hours, and you can freeze all your credit cards instantly on an app. I know you're.
Yeah. You could. Yeah.
Okay.
I would think losing your keys on when you get back, that's got to be the worst.
Right, because you can't leave.
That's 1A. 1B would be your wallet, because ID, all of the credit cards, all of your forms of payment. Now, if you have all of that stuff on your phone,
I was going to say your phone. To me, phone is number one, then keys, then wallet.
Oh no, I would say keys. Keys by far. My like I said, my phone. If I could give it to you and just walk away, I would.
I lost my keys on a ride at Cedar Point, and it went all the way to where I had to get a locksmith to come out and meet me in the parking lot, and below $250. Ruined part of the day. Super hot. It was miserable. I mean, when you're out of
all the fun,
family looking at you going, Dad.
Just Connor was with me on this one. We survived.
Yeah, but he's like, oh, Dad's
got some ice cream.
Blow a gasket.
There you go.
There you see food.
Great idea for your son, not so much for you.
Will in Detroit. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning. So I was on my way to a cruise. This was back when they were making you dress for captain, and I went and bought a suit right before heading to the airport. And so got to the airport and decided that would be my carry-on. One of the flight attendants was nice enough to see it and say, we'll put this in the captain's locker for you so you don't have to ball it up and try to put it overhead. Got to Miami, and the flight attendant nor myself remembered that they had put it in the captain's locker. Got all the way outside to the Uber to go to the port before I realized that the suit was still hanging up in the captain's locker.
Oh, no.
Brand new suit. I'd never wore it before. One more quick one that was even worse than that. The same thing. Got to the DR. My wife we put our license and the card that you have to use to board the ship in what they call one of the plastic lanyards. We rent a golf cart and we're riding around the DR. Somehow her lanyard pack opens up. Her license fly out. So we go back to get on the ship to board.
Oh, no.
She has no license.
Oh.
We tell the people on the cruise, they say, oh, you guys are already aboard. All you got to do is show us your birth certificate and you can get back on the ship. And we have to tell them, no, you don't understand. We're not from here. If she doesn't have her license, when she gets back to Miami, we can't board the plane to go back home.
So what'd you end up telling her? That's your problem. I'm getting on the boat.
Oh no.
No, I didn't. We were very fortunate. We ran. When I say I ran all the way back to where we dropped the golf cart off at, and asked the guy if we could look in the golf cart. Not really expecting it to be there because we're doing, on the golf cart, you get up pretty good speed. There is a little wind. But fortunately for us, it had fell out, and it fell right into this little existing cubby that they have on the golf cart. And I went and looked at the golf cart, and the license were actually there laying on the floor.
That's good living right there. That's lucky.
It's incredibly lucky because that was about to be the worst day ever.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. We got more people with stories, John.
Yeah. There's a couple on here. Very
Caller 1?
interesting, yes.
See caller 1?
Yes.
I see caller 1. We want to talk to caller 1 coming up next, 97.1.
Hey, we're in the middle of summer. Don't wait. If you need your AC fixed, if you got a plumbing issue, whatever it is, you need to call the team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They take care of my house. They'll do the same thing for yours. Upgrade your system now, and you could save $1,000. Call for details, or you could schedule a free in-home estimate. They offer same-day service. Only catches, you got to call before noon. Plenty of time to do it right now. Don't want to get to the weekend, not have any AC. You can look up more information on the web at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
We're going to push the Tiger conversation to 7 o'clock. Tom had an observation in listening to the station and the way we talk about this team and the ultimate goal. We'll do that when we wrap up this conversation. John is back from vacation, the least John Jansen trip ever, out to Vegas. 4th of July weekend in Vegas. And on the way back, you left your tablet on the plane. Mm-hmm. Now, you went back and got it, but people have stories about stuff they've left while traveling.
Mm-hmm. We've had some good ones already.
And I said we needed to get the caller one.
Yeah, Todd.
Todd,
tell me what happened.
What's up, guys?
Good
Great
morning.
Show.
Thank you.
I heard this topic, and I just had to call in. Let's get a backstory here. So my wife, she was pregnant. Her wedding ring didn't fit real well, so she was upset. So I bought her like a nice little, band to wear for a while till she has the kid, and made her happy. So anyways, we're flying into Orlando, and she always puts her jewelry in, and we just had the kid. So we have a newborn, and we're getting ready, and she always packs her jewelry in her carry-on when we go on a trip.
Sure.
So she has a small band on, and her original wedding ring is in the carry-on. So we get to the plane. We're flying to Orlando. We get in, and we never put anything in the overhead bin. But for some reason, I don't know why, we put it in her carry-on in the overhead bin this time. So we get to Orlando, and then when we land, we're going to drive to Tampa Bay for a few days because for some reason we're staying there for a few days. It's about an hour and a half drive. So we get in, we land. We're in a rush. We like to get up, get off, and get off the plane as quick as possible. So once we got our stuff, we got our daughter. We took off, got our car, drove to Tampa. My wife's like, "Where's my ring?" I go,
"Oh no,
it's in the overhead bin." So
did you get it back?
When we get there, we say, "Yeah." So we call. They're like, "Oh, what happens is, they take the bags and they send them out to a lost and found in a different location." I'm like, "We're never getting this ring back. No way." So I go, "Let's get up early in the morning. We'll drive there first thing in the morning and see what happens." So we get up, drive back the hour and a half to Orlando.
Oh no!
My wife runs the baggage claim, and she goes in there, and the guy's like, "Yeah, you can look at this. This is going to lost and found, later today, so you can look and see if you see anything." And luckily, it was sitting right there, and she got it. She opened it up, and the ring was still in there. I was shocked.
Nice. So
that's a relief.
Yeah. Happy ending.
Yeah, I thought, no way we're getting this ring back. No way.
Yeah, when we look over at the screener, we see guy lost his wife's wedding ring. We're thinking, oh boy, she is not going to be happy.
Yeah, a lot of questions there. Yeah,
Why'd
she take it off?
He had a
She had a good reason. Yeah.
Dennis in Metamora. We're checking in Metamora this morning. You're on 97.1.
Gentlemen, nice to be talking to you this morning.
Good morning.
On a humbling topic.
Mm-hmm.
I was up tubing with my family up at the Platte River, and a couple hours tubing with all my kids. Great day. Get to the end of the picnic area, and I had stuck my key in the bathing suit pocket, which you never should do. It's just really for show, not really functional. And I went to pull the key out once they took us back up to the top, and the key was not in there. So we went back down to where we left, got dropped, and finished that, and walked. My sons and I were teenagers. They were teenagers. Walked with me for about an hour and a half up the river trying to find this key in the water. Okay, so
no chance,
upstream,
right? Yeah,
no chance. And so we found somebody to take us back to the picnic area, and my wife's maybe 15, 20 yards from me, asking if we found it. And I'm dejected, thinking I got to do the same thing Gov did and get a locksmith. And a guy happens to be walking towards us just on the side of us, hearing my conversation. He says, "Looking for this?" And he's got my key. He says, "Yeah, it was gleaming in the water. We found it and picked it up." That's good living. I have no idea. He had to be walking at the right time that I was talking to my wife even. I mean, it was enough for him to find it, but then for him to be passing by us while we're having that conversation, I was just like, "Thank you, please. There is a higher power."
The stars had to align for you.
A lot of things.
Totally, because I totally didn't deserve that. Yeah, and it worked out great. So, yeah.
Okay. Appreciate it, Dennis. John, you want to talk about unique things people have left behind?
Yeah.
Ticket Texture says, we accidentally left sex toys in a B&B. Too embarrassed to say anything to the host. Just left them.
Please call. We need more detail. How many?
They cut their losses.
What were they?
No. Oh, no. You want shape, sizes?
Were they all used?
Oh, no. Vibration patterns. Let's get to Stacy in Commerce.
Oh, my goodness.
Stacy, good morning. Sorry you have to follow that up. What happened to you?
Well, good morning. Caller ahead of me was spot on about a higher power. It's all out there. Hey, first off, go Blue, John.
Go Blue.
I was traveling from St. Louis through Chicago to Milwaukee, and I believe 100% that you can lose your wallet, but don't lose your phone. I threw all my materials into the gray bucket and got on. I had my boarding pass in my pocket in Chicago and found out I left my wallet. By the time I got to Milwaukee, I had already used my cell phone to call TSA. They found it. On my cell phone, I had my FedEx number, so they put it in the FedEx box. I told them where my hotel was because I had it on my phone. They sent it, they shipped it out. I got to Milwaukee, called my wife, please order me a pizza. They had the pizza delivered. She paid for it. Hung out in the lobby, drank beer with the guys. By the time I woke up, my wallet's in the front lobby. I stayed. Everything was hunky-dory. Wow. Switch that around, lose your phone, and you hand it with your wallet, you're not going to get on a pay phone. You're not going to find anything.
You're right.
So 100%, don't lose your phone. And I had my picture of my driver's license on my phone.
See, I do too, Stacy. See, that's the key. Like a ticket texture confirms that. The phone is the worst thing to lose. I've lost it in 2 different times in Mexico in the last 6 months. It's miserable. Because your phone now...
Wait. They lost it 2 different times
in Mexico.
Yeah,
in another country.
Learn a lesson.
Well, yeah, shouldn't happen once. Happens twice. Maybe look in the mirror. But John, think about it. Your phone now.
I did it again.
Not again. Lo siento. Your phone.
Well done. Going bilingual on us.
That's right. I only know a few words. You're not getting much more than that.
Yeah. You know any bad words?
Just enough to be dangerous. But your phone can unlock your car in a lot of cases now with these smart cars and all that stuff. Your phone can get you the Uber to where you need to go if you don't have your keys. Your phone can, people are swearing by these AirTags, your phone can find your wallet and keys if you lost them. I know you loathe how attached we are to our phones, but that's why it's the worst thing to lose.
Yeah. Yeah, I just...
Okay.
I don't. I would love to lose my phone.
We did get a response to what the toys were. I can't
say them on the radio.
I can't say them, but I'm laughing over here so bad.
We have some lines in the sand. You know?
You want the abbreviations?
Yeah. Did they leave their the tile on those as well so they could find them?
No. One was double-sided. 248-539-9797. All right, we are going to move on. Well, think about it. If you're the people who host it, you're going to find it and you're going to have to dispose of it.
Or wash it.
Oh, John, used.
We had a story one time where there's actually like an online website for selling used toys.
No, there's not. Is there really?
Well, we had it when Stoney was here. I guarantee you that we had that one.
Hey, people looking to save a buck, I guess.
I guess.
Man.
I don't know. Yeah, no, thank you.
Nope. Oh, all right. How did we get off the rails? All right.
So glad to be back.
We're an hour in. I love that we got you laughing. We have Dear John at 7:35. We have the 2 Grand Slam at 7:25, so a chance to win some cash this morning. Coming up next, a conversation about the Tigers and the way they're discussed. It's 97.1.
The Tigers dropped their series finale with the Rays 7-3 at Comerica Park last night. Reese Olson had to battle in this one, a long first inning, finishing with 5 innings and 2 earned runs. Utility man Zach McKinstry, though, a standing ovation for him during the game last night after being named the Tigers' 5th All-Star. Cole Keith stayed hot with a pair of hits. The Tigers took a 3-2 lead in the 4th, but then they gave up 4 in the 6th and didn't get as close as Riley Green with the bases loaded in the 7th when he struck out looking. The Major League Best Tigers off today before starting a weekend series with the Mariners at Comerica Park tomorrow night. The Pistons begin Summer League play against the Knicks tomorrow night in Vegas. The Summer League roster features second-year forward Ron Holland, second-round pick Chaz Lanier, and also his Tennessee teammate Zakai Ziegler. Novak Djokovic has reached the Wimbledon semifinals for a men's record 14th time. This breaks a tie with Roger Federer. It sets up a showdown with number 1 seed Jannik Sinner tomorrow. The other semifinal, 2-time defending champion Carlos Alcaraz versus American Taylor Fritz. The player rankings are out for EA Sports College Football 26. Michigan's top-ranked player is safety Rod Moore, then defensive end Derek Moore. Freshman quarterback Bryce Underwood got an 81 overall rating. The Spartans' top-ranked players, tight end Jack Velling, and wide receivers Krishan McCray and Omari Kelly. And USA Today has ranked the Lions uniforms as the 19th best in the NFL. That's one spot lower than a ranking of 18th 1 year ago. The Chargers took the top spot, then the Raiders and the Steelers. The Browns uniforms ranking the lowest. At the Corbo Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Gov, and Greg working behind the scenes with us, and Luke Sloan on the updates.
Yeah, Greg's super behind the scenes.
Yeah, we can't even see him. He's off like a voice in the distance.
A lot of updates in the studio.
Yes.
We just had our sports update, but no, yes.
So you got more updates planned?
No.
We have Dear John later this hour, and the topics are Halloween plans, cooking dinner.
I love cooking.
She said no.
Ooh, it's never a good one.
And playing football. I think you know a little bit about the last one.
I do.
Okay, so we'll get some advice from you at 7:35. 2 Grand Slam at 7:25. Tom, you had this observation just in listening to our show, but all the shows on the station, and the Tigers have the best record in baseball. What are you hearing?
All right, so I've just been feeling like people think this is great. They're a good team. They're great. They're a borderline great team, but you can't get away from talking about the deadline and the fact that they need more things. And every contender should try to improve. That happens in all sports. But I just feel like people kind of feel like this is a little cute still, like last year, that they're overachieving. And they got the best record in baseball. So I started thinking, I'm just like, man, I don't think anybody around here at this station, if I had a little meeting, hey, host, let's all gather here in the bullpen. And I asked a question, do you think the Tigers are going to win the World Series? They would say no.
All hosts.
And that everybody would say the Dodgers. They're a super team. They've got a loaded lineup. They swept the Tigers at the beginning of the year. And part of me doesn't think there's anything wrong with that necessarily.
What do you mean? Nothing wrong with it? With the no host
that nobody would pick them. It doesn't mean that people don't believe.
Right.
I think the weird thing with what's going on right now with baseball this season is because of what the Dodgers did last year in the World Series, they destroyed the Yankees. Mm-hmm. And Freddie Freeman went bonkers. And the Tigers don't have a player that can do something like that in a series. They don't believe that.
Well, they have several of those guys in L.A. It's not just Freddie Freeman. That's the problem. It's Shohei, it's Will Smith, it's Mookie Betts.
Yeah, right. You go down the lineup, and it's
damn near the whole
and
team.
You guys made my point. One of those guys is capable of just doing that in a 7-game series, and the Tigers won't hold up. I mean, I would even question whether Skubal would completely hold up against them. At least the dominant Skubal that we know.
Yeah, look, I mean, he can go 6 strong. I don't doubt it. But
now the Dodgers have pitching problems, but the Dodgers can out-hit their pitching problems.
And they're going to get healthy.
Right.
I mean, they're only 3 games back of the Tigers, and they play in a much tougher division, in a much tougher league. And if you look at the odds, they are such a heavy World Series favorite right now. They're plus 220 to win it all. The Tigers are second at plus 700, and then it's a bunch of teams all boxed in there.
Right, that says it all.
But the gap from 1 to 2 is the same as the gap from 2 to 6. Like, the Dodgers are viewed as head and shoulders better than everybody in baseball, including our great story, the Detroit Tigers. And I agree with your assessment. I don't know that there's a host on the station that right now picks Detroit to win a 7-game series against the Dodgers.
But I asked one of the most bullish people at the ticket yesterday about this question, and it's Doug Karsh. And Doug, coming into the season, thought this thing was going to continue to roll from last year. He believed it like more than me. I went 86 wins. Doug thought they'd win the division. Doug thought they would win 90 games.
It's his favorite team.
He doesn't think they'll beat the Dodgers. So the question is, right now, if they played today, if the Tigers played the Dodgers today, would you pick them to win a 7-game series against the Dodgers?
Right now, yes. The World Series, I don't know, because I don't know who's going to be healthy at that time. You look at the pitching that the Dodgers have, and you look at what today, the Dodgers are on a 6-game losing streak. And when you look at what they've done over those 6 games, and I'm not going to sit there and tell you that, okay, they have struggled because they have a terrible team ERA. Right now, they're 23rd in Major League Baseball in ERA because they have so many guys on their pitching staff that are hurt. Even Shohei right now, he's going an inning, 2 innings. Like, he's the start of a bullpen day for them. And it doesn't mean that that's not a great 1 or 2 innings. He's got the fireball back. But right now, they have really struggled in terms of team ERA. They're 23rd right now. And, yeah, they could probably out-hit in a 7-game series some terrible pitching, but they haven't been able to do it recently. They lost in the first game of this 6-game losing streak, 18-1.
Yeah, that was going into 4th of July
to the
weekend.
Houston Astros, and everybody thought, oh, well, okay, they'll bounce back. Till they lost 6-4, then they lost 5-1, 9-1, 3-1. Like, they were only scoring an average of 1.3 runs in 5 games.
So semantically, right now they would beat the Dodgers today on July 10th because the Dodgers aren't 100%.
Right.
And they're struggling right now. But Shohei's going to work up to a much more robust workload in the postseason. Blake Snell should be pitching. Sasaki should be pitching. Yamamoto's been good. You don't need 5 starters in the postseason. They've got a bullpen full of swing and miss guys. Like, they are still the favorites for the World Series.
Sure,
and
that's why I say for a World Series, yeah.
You would pick the Dodgers in a 7-game World Series.
World Series.
I would too. Doug would. I'm going to assume Gator would. I've heard Chapman on the weekend say it. Mike Enrico would take the Dodgers. I think you're right. I think everybody would take the Dodgers.
If their pitching staff is healthy, but we don't know that it will be.
Yeah, I think they'll be healthier. I mean, somebody might not be, but somebody will. To me, Shohei's going to be pitching 5-6 innings by then. That's kind of my feeling on this.
This is how I kind of view him right now. Having said everything I just said, it feels to me like they are a team that they could probably have some of those arms back, but they're like, we don't really need them right now. We want to make sure they're healthy in September and October. It's kind of like they're just playing with their food a little bit.
Yeah, they know they're going to be in the playoffs.
Yeah, we're good. We're just that good that we don't need our pitching right now.
Okay, so you guys, let me ask
a 2-part question. The first one is, would you take the Tigers to beat the Dodgers in a 7-game series?
In the World Series in October.
And if the answer is no, like that is the prevailing thought, no, they wouldn't. Well, you have a chance to add between now and the end of this month. Can they do something at the end of the month that would change your opinion?
When you ask this question, you then have to do what you just said. What do you got to add? I think the priority list changes on the ad. To me, it's a power bat. You have to hit them. Because at some point, if you get a Aroldis Chapman, that means you're planning on being ahead in games late, but you play the Dodgers, you might not get to even use him hardly. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
His role may not even be that important for them against them. The Tigers, at some point, it doesn't almost matter who your bullpen arms are, as long as you got your guys that you have now and they're healthy. Now, look, to me, they should add a bullpen. They need at least one there.
And they will. I mean, A.J. Hinch yesterday said he's never been a part of a deadline discussion where teams don't try to add bullpen arms, regardless. And the Tigers are no different. I think you need bullpen arms to help get you through the American League playoffs just because the bullpens are more important in postseason baseball. But to win it, like bullpens can get you there. To win it, they do need a bat.
Okay, so let's use yesterday's game, for example. I think it's perfect. So it was 7-3, and the Tigers threatened in, the 7th or 8th? Mm-hmm. You need somebody that can bring them home and get back in a game like that.
Yeah.
Like I think this stresses the importance of adding a really good bat. Because if you're going up against the Dodgers, you're going to have to score runs.
Look,
and we're already talking about the Tigers lineup will probably get pinched a little bit in the postseason simply because of how much they strike out.
Well, every Tigers team that I've ever seen in the playoffs goes cold at some point. I mean, there's just better pitching in the postseason. Swing and miss becomes a problem, then you can't go first to third. You can never have enough weapons. Like, I don't think there's such a thing as we're too good to get better. So they should add at the deadline. I'll be candid, though. I don't know that they could make a move at the end of this month that has me thinking they're better than the Dodgers. They can close the gap, and that's what they should do because you never know if you get into a 7-game series. But I think the Dodgers are going to remain the favorite almost regardless of what the Tigers do.
Well, I'm not going to poo-poo on your guy because he's the better player, but this even maybe makes Suarez a more attractive candidate because he knows their staff. He knows their bullpen.
In the division.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I would love to add Suarez. There's no question about it. I think because Boston is right now in the playoffs because they're right at the cut line of the wild card, they're not selling.
No.
I think a lot of the bats that we've talked about are not, I mean, the Blue Jays, Bo Bichette. Like, they're not selling.
Nope.
They're one of the hottest teams that you can. I mean, that's and coming out of the All-Star break, we'll talk about that when it happens, but they're going to get a chance to host the Blue Jays. It's going to be a great test to see what they are going to be in the second half of the season moving towards the postseason. But for me, it's still relief pitching. I don't know that if they're going to get to 5 or 6 innings with the Reese Olson, or not that they're going to use Cater Montero in the postseason, but the like. Casey Mize gets to 5 innings. Jack Flaherty gets to 4 or 5 innings. How are they getting from inning 5 to inning 7 or 8 to get to Vest or Canely?
Well, you're probably in the postseason. You're chopping off an inning almost every starter.
Off of every starter.
Yeah.
So you need a 6th inning guy to get to the 7th inning guy.
Well, I don't even know that you need a 6th inning guy, a 7th inning guy, 8th inning guy. I think you need that middle reliever that can get you from the 6th to the 8th.
Potentially, yeah. I mean,
2 or 3 innings. Get you through one rotation of the lineup.
Well, and the challenge here, of course, is like you're going to have to use more than 3 guys in the bullpen.
Right.
You're going to need 6 or 7 guys to get through a real meaty series in an ALCS and a World Series.
Yep.
248-539-9797. 2 questions. It's the consensus the Dodgers are the best team in baseball. They're on a 6-game losing skid. Do Tiger fans feel like they would beat LA in the World Series? And if not, that's okay. What do they need to do to change it? Maybe the answer is there's nothing they can do to change who the favorite is, but what can they do to really threaten LA and capitalize on a World Series? 248-539-9797. It's 97.1. Or we can keep it here. I can take a phone call. Jerry in Allen Park. Jerry,
hey, what's going on,
what's up, buddy?
Hey, so your point is, you just named off, the 4 power bats for the Dodgers. What's one power bat going to do for us, right? Like, I mean, if we're trying to face this lineup, why go trade some prospects to get one power bat? So if that's what the goal is, it doesn't make sense to me just to go get one power bat because the Dodgers have 4 or 5. Is that really going to make a difference?
Jerry, I think the argument is to close the gap. It's not to go, well, we can't do anything. It's to try to get closer. Is your point you have to be even more bold than that?
Well, yes, but then why? But then we're going to have to lose a lot,
right?
And, trading what we have. So to me, the long term future is no. Let's just go with what we have
and see what happens. Your thought is, hey, go in as underdogs. So basically, add a bullpen piece, go and see what happens. If you don't win it, you'll take another crack at it next year.
Pistons, Lakers, 04, baby. That's what I'm seeing.
So we have a couple of those ticket texts, funny enough. The loaded team from L.A. against the scrappy team with very few superstars. People have pointed out 04 Pistons.
Mm-hmm. It's 4 out of 7, though, in baseball, man.
It's 4 out of 7 in basketball.
I know. Well, I hope they have maybe Ohtani and Bet start to not like each other. I mean, because that's what
it's part of it, yes.
Yeah.
You don't want to take away from the 04 Pistons, but yeah, I mean, it's part of it.
Yeah.
They're in their prime. That Laker team was falling apart. And they tried to get Karl Malone and Gary Payton championships.
Right, yeah. And I mean, you're talking about a lineup for the Dodgers that's just brutal. And
I've never been more blown away than last year what Freddie Freeman did. It was unbelievable. And he's not their best player.
No, he's not, but he might be your most... Ohtani is your most feared bat because he can go yard any time. Freeman might be your most feared bat because he's not going to... There's no swing and miss.
Yeah. We'll take phone calls. We'll get your feedback on this. Maybe the honest answer, and I'm being honest with you guys, there's nothing they could do to make them the favorites. But what do they need to do to close the gap? And if you think they already have a shot, let us know. It's 97.1.
Hey, in sports, when you're sidelined by an injury, it's personal, and the same goes for life. That's where personal injury attorney David Feminino steps in. And trust me, after an accident, you need an attorney who's going to make it personal. That attorney is David Feminino. And remember, he uses the slogan, get David, get paid. It's not just a slogan to him. It's his promise to take care of you. So if you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell them to call David Feminino at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Ha-Seong Kim, tough righty at the plate. Fly ball center field hit deep. On the run, Parker Meadows. He's going to reach up, and it's over his head all the way to the wall and straightaway center. Mangum will score. Kim will cruise into second. First pitch swinging. Ha-Seong Kim ties the game at 3 here in the 6th.
Got the 2 Grand Slam coming up at 7:25, a chance to win $2,000. Got Dear John at 7:35. While you were gone, Greg Hargrave came up with a potential punishment for Michigan football, and he wanted to know if fans would accept it.
Oh, okay.
We didn't get your thoughts.
No, I did not hear it. I didn't listen while I was away.
I would hope you wouldn't.
Yeah.
Get away, enjoy the time away.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're planning on doing that at the end of this hour. Just floating it by, seeing if you would take the bait on it, if you would accept the punishment and then move on for Michigan football.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll see.
Some phone calls, ticket text, feedback. The Dodgers are the favorite to win the World Series. That is not breaking news. They're heavy favorites to win the World Series. The Tigers have the best record, so now we have a target that we're aiming for. And our question was, would you take them in a 7-game series in October? And if not, what do they need to do? And honestly, I don't think they can do anything to change the Dodgers as the favorites. They can do things to chip away at the gap between the two clubs. What are people saying on Twitch?
Well, I mean, it's kind of one of the things that you just said. Nothing the Tigers can do will make them as good as the Dodgers. It's lack of cap. This from Big Pank 65. Dodgers ain't coming out of the National League this year. FPG 25 says Dodgers are favorites, but favorites don't always win.
Well, I agree with that point. I mean, the best team doesn't always win. I think the Tigers were the better team in 2006 and didn't win the World Series. Yeah. Get there and find out, but you want to do everything you can to give yourself the best chance to win that series.
But this is why it's really hard to talk about who's going to win a 7-game series in October. And it was kind of what I was talking about, because you had asked the question, if they played today, I would take the Tigers over the Dodgers, because the Dodgers they're banged up in their pitching staff. They haven't played well in the last 6 games. They've lost 6 in a row. It started with an 18-1 loss to Houston. And the bats, to me, they haven't been fired up recently. Doesn't mean that tomorrow or today doesn't change. And tell me if you've heard this before. I get this one from Coach Tom. It's in Major League Baseball, it's not who you're playing, it's when you're playing them. We've heard that before. And yeah, because that does matter when you're playing them. Who's healthy? Who's on the mound? Do they have the confidence? Do they have their mojo going?
It's Scott Harris's job to prepare to play last year's Dodgers World Series team. That's my opinion on this. And I think you need another bat. And when I talked about like that situation in yesterday's game and you apply that to the postseason, last year Kerry Carpenter did that. I think you need another bat or two like that. At least one that's because you got it from the left side. I know some people talk about him not like trading him or something. I'm like, what?
He's gonna have a moment in the postseason.
Exactly.
He did last year. He will this year.
You need that guy on the right side.
Call in for the 2 Grand Slam. It's your chance to win. 248-539-9797. We're opening the lines. Your chance to play the 2 Grand Slam. On that note, we had AJ Hinch yesterday, and he talked through the delicate dance of if we add a bat, someone has to come off the roster. If we add a bat, that means someone's playing less. And he joked like, hey, Zach, congrats, you're an all-star. Now you're on the bench. Like, you can't really do that. McKinstry can play short, he can play right, he can play everywhere, but then it's going to pinch Meadows or pinch Baez or pinch Vierling. And my response would be, well, they're not all going to be hitting.
Right.
We trust AJ Hinch to pull the right levers and push the right buttons. I want him to have the deepest, strongest bench possible. And right now, Trey Sweeney's on the team, and Jahmai Jones is on the team, and there are ways to upgrade this team.
Yeah, and I'm not going to sit here and defend Trey Sweeney.
Right.
But, okay, you get to extra innings against the Guardians, and what does Trey Sweeney do? 3-run bomb.
Right. But you can upgrade still.
Oh, there's no question you can upgrade. And it's not a hard challenge to upgrade from Trey Sweeney. But my point is, for this team, they have always found a way in the moment for somebody like a Trey Sweeney or a Justin Henry Malloy. Could you upgrade over him? Sure. Do we want to see him going back and forth? Not really. Do we want to see Trey Sweeney going back and forth? Not really.
Because, again, every Tiger team I've watched in the playoffs goes cold at some point. These pitching staffs are lethal. The weather's colder.
That's why I think you got to have that middle reliever to get you from your starter to the strength of your bullpen.
I agree they need a bullpen piece, and then I also think they need a bat if they're going to win the whole thing. Mm-hmm. Let's play the 2 Grand Slam. Oh, okay, guys.
Here we go. It's the two grand slam, and I spent about, an hour and 25 minutes getting the pipes warmed up. Heather's not here, so I'm going to be saying the two grand slam, so stick with me. Mike in Roseville, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, John. I'm doing well.
All right. You sound fired up.
Oh, yeah. This is my first time.
All right. Yeah, you never forget it.
Let's pop that cherry. Let's go, baby.
Oh, jeez.
He's fired up.
Thanks, Tony.
John, on Tuesday, we had 9 out of 10. Is today the day we get 10 out of 10?
It could be. I'm not sure, Mike. So I'm just going to go through the rules since it's your first time. When I start, the clock will start. You have a chance to answer, to pass. If you get one wrong, we're not going to tell you. We'll just keep moving right along. And if you pass, we have enough time, I'll come back to it. So don't waste time if you're stuck on one. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, here we go. This Detroit Tiger wears jersey number 39.
Zach McKinstry.
Who is the manager for the American League in next week's All-Star game?
Skip. Pass.
What is the capital of Canada?
Alberta.
Who is the new head coach of the New York Knicks?
Pass.
Who played John McClane in Die Hard?
Pass.
This golf major will be played in Northern Ireland starting next Thursday.
Pass.
What is 72 divided by 6?
9. Nope.
Who is the manager for the National League in next week's All-Star game?
Brian Cashman.
Who is the head coach of the Iowa Hawkeyes football team?
Pass.
Ooh, that's a rough show in there, Mike.
You played with high energy. That's all we can
love
say
the energy.
for it. You got one right. You got some money.
Yeah, you started off hot. You got Zach McKinstry.
Fire up, chips!
Yeah. So it's $25. Hold on the line. So when the clock started ticking, did you start to get a little nervous?
I got really anxious, John. I felt like I left my iPad on an airplane.
Sorry, brother. Hey, hold on the line, and we'll make sure we get your information. We'll get you your $25 cookies. Let's go through this.
All right.
This Tiger wears jersey number 39. He got that one right. Zach McKinstry. Manager, American League, next week's All-Star game.
Boone.
The capital of Canada. What do you say, Alberta?
He said Alberta. It's Ottawa.
Yeah.
And your hint is the Senators are the hockey team there.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Decent guess, though. At least he picked a Canadian city.
The head coach of the Knicks?
Mike Brown. Mm-hmm. John McClane in Die Hard. Was played by Bruce Willis.
Mm-hmm. I'm disappointed he didn't get the golf major. I mean, there's only 4 of them. Guess one of them.
Yeah, Northern Ireland. It's the British Open, or we would have accepted Open Championship.
You have to get that. I don't
It's
care.
not the Masters, right? It's not the U.S. Open.
No.
Guess.
Open Championship.
I mean, the giveaway was in Northern Ireland.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Math question.
Yeah, 72 divided by 6 is not 9. He tried to pass after that, but we moved on. That was 12. The manager for the National League in next week's All-Star game.
It is not Brian Cashman, the general manager of the New York Yankees, but it is someone in baseball, which I think he was searching for a name. And then do we get the next one?
Roberts. I asked the question. So
the head coach of Iowa football is
Kurt Ferentz,
and has always been and forever will be until the end of time. Kirk Ferentz.
Yes.
I think you got to get that one too. Living in Big Ten country.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, well, especially. Did you guys hear the news that he's looking for an extension? That just came out yesterday. He's looking for an extension. What's another one? So the
we'll
two
all
Grand
be dead
Slam
and gone before Ferentz is gone.
Yeah, I mean the results haven't been there, but I tell you what, there's not a guy in football that I respect more than Kurt Ferentz. I think he's a tremendous coach and a tremendous developer of talent. Just hasn't developed a lot of it recently. But the two Grand Slam on Thursday is brought to you by Femininio Law. Get David, get paid.
Your next chance is next Tuesday, 7:25, same time. Coming up next, it's Dear John. It's 97.1. If you're injured in a car accident, you need a law firm that cares about you. That matters when you're fighting the insurance company. You don't want to be just a number. You want to be someone they're going to fight for. Lawrence KG and his team at KG Law are that law firm. KG Cares. It's their number, 877-KG Cares. You can check them out online at kgcares.com. That's K-A-J-Y. You'll see testimonials. You'll see real people, real results, and a 98% success rate. And these are big payouts. They are fighting and they are winning for you. If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law now. Visit kgcares.com. That's kgcares.com.
Blow it out your backside.
Let it play out.
It's an embarrassment. It's an absolute embarrassment. Boom! Boom! You tell me if it's hard or not. That was a dumbass pick.
He's back, and it's the perfect time. It's Dear John. Questions. Here are your themes.
Okay.
Halloween plans.
Oh, love Halloween. Already talking about Halloween.
Cooking dinner.
Okay. I like to eat, so.
She said no.
Ouch.
And playing football. You might know a little bit about the last one.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
The first question. Dear John.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, if you want to send these in, dearjohnjansen@gmail.com. Dear John, in a little bit of a dilemma. My wife and I have a 2-year-old that will be 3 in November. I have a college buddy that has already sent out invites for Halloween Day. I have that 3-year-old, which is the great age for Halloween because he finally understands getting dressed up. It's his favorite character. And it's a Saturday. We're thinking about throwing an all-day party with family, watching football, and the kids trick-or-treat in the evening. But I feel like a bad friend saying no to my buddy because he traveled to the west side of the state for my wedding and has always been there for us. What do you think?
Well, if you're going to schedule a wedding in the fall, you better expect a lot of people for a lot of different reasons not to be there. And football is certainly one of them. You schedule it on Halloween. I'm not going to the wedding. I'm not going to miss an opportunity with my 2-year-old, soon to be 3, to have that moment. It's special for young kids and for parents of young kids. You don't get those moments back. And I know you don't get a wedding back either.
Right.
But I'm not going to miss. I would hate to have missed Teddy dressing up and going around for the first time that he's willing to walk up and say, trick or treat, or however kids are going to say it, because they all say it different. Sometimes they get up to the door and they get scared, they run away, and then all of a sudden the next one they get a little bit more confidence, they go up there. I'm not missing that for a wedding. I'm sorry, but they should understand it's Halloween. I got my son, my daughter, whoever it is, my family. It's a family moment.
So the difference here is that his friend didn't have kids, right?
It doesn't sound like it.
Right, when he had his wedding. When people have kids, your friends, you have to respect that things are just different.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to be able to stay as long at your reception or something like that, or they might miss the wedding but be at the reception. But it's just it's complex. I do think you could try to thread the needle here on doing both. Meaning
it depends when in the day.
Like the reception is typically run until 11 or midnight. That's your typical wedding. That you would do the trick-or-treating and have a conversation with your friend and say, hey, I'm going to show up late to the reception. I want to try to make it, but this is a special day for other reasons. Try to do both.
Sure. You could try and thread that needle. I get it. And your friend may have some hurt feelings until they have kids. And they're in that same, maybe not the position where they have to decide, am I going to go trick-or-treating or go to another friend's wedding? But when they are going trick-or-treating at 1, 2, 3 years old, they'll understand a little bit more about what that means at that time.
Next one is cooking dinner. Dear John, this might sound sexist, but let me explain. A few months ago, I moved in with my girlfriend, and she's great. Except, she never cooks dinner. If I don't make food, she wants takeout, or we'll do snacks like cheese and chips for dinner. I don't need her to whip up elaborate dishes, but something hot a few times a week doesn't feel like it's too much. Whenever I bring it up, she says it's a gender stereotype that I want her to cook for me. How should I handle this?
Well, I think I've pretty much put my cards on the table. I'm a much more traditional individual. And the other fact is my wife is a phenomenal cook. And so I don't expect there to be a hot dinner every night. And on the nights where she doesn't want to cook, it's, hey, we order out. I'll cook something. I'll grill something. And it's usually a give and take. But, I mean, come on. If she can't cook, like, what are you doing with her? She better be really hot.
Well, that's the thing. If he didn't even mention
mention her hotness.
So she doesn't have to be a good cook, but she needs to be able to cook.
Yeah.
Those are different things. Like, okay, throw some pasta together or something. Something easy. It doesn't have to be
noodles in water with a sauce.
Right, exactly. Or you have to. This is a red flag.
It is a red flag
because it takes two to tango.
You both cook. You both contribute. You do what you can. I don't know if there's really much to say other than maybe you try to cook together to get her more comfortable in the kitchen.
Yeah, I don't know, get her some cooking classes.
Oh, that's not going to go well.
Probably not. But
as a gift,
it is a gift. But it is a conversation that you have to have before you say I do. And it's good you're figuring this out now. And here's the other thing: if you're both working, that is something that will certainly play into this. What are her work hours?
Yeah.
And leading up to, like, maybe during the weekdays, if she's working late, what's wrong with you cooking? But then on the weekend, there could be a couple of times where she contributes.
Yeah, of course. Next one says, she said no. Dear John, I'm 40, she's 37. We've been together 8 months and have talked about desiring marriage and children eventually. We've met each other's families. We all get along well. I planned a week-long summer trip down to Savannah, and on the last day, I hired a photographer to capture the proposal at dinner. Sunset in the background, the whole thing.
Ooh.
When I knelt down, she put her hands on her face, all surprised, but shook her head no. When I stood up, she hugged me, but now I don't know what to do. It's a big shot to my ego, and I'm thinking we have to break up.
Well, put your ego aside. It's 8 months, buddy. And if she's not ready at that time, have a conversation. Why'd you say no? Find out the reasons. And maybe she's not ready for that commitment. It's okay. And respect to her for not feeling the pressure, because you got the photographer there, you got everything going on. Now you get a chance to memorialize that moment for the rest of your life. I understand the bruised ego and the hurt feelings, but if this is somebody that you care this much about, then have a conversation and ask the question, why did you say no?
But they've talked about marriage and kids, and they're not young. They're not in their 20s. Not like they just got out of college and need to get settled in their career. If she said no, that's a red flag.
Oh, there's no question it's a red flag, but that's why you asked the question. Why did you say no?
How do you recover from that? You're going to say yes 6 months from now?
You recover by saying see ya. And then if she says, okay, whoa, and she says...
But that's a bad foundation to get started on.
Then she's like, whoa, I didn't see that coming. I don't want to lose him, because if not, it's a see ya. He's 40, he's wasting his life.
Well, and if they want kids,
come on. It's been 8 months.
8 months. Things move quicker when you meet somebody when you're older.
Oh, trust me, I know.
I know you know.
And yeah, I know things move quicker, but it again.
What's a good reason for her? I'm not ready yet. You're 37. What do you mean you're not ready yet? You've talked kids with this guy. I think they're done.
I don't think I would not be ready to just move on. Yeah,
you want to let it play out?
I'm going to let it play out a little bit longer. And if you were willing to ask this person to marry you, and they just simply weren't ready at the moment, maybe they're ready in 3 months, 4 months. I don't know. Have that. You got to at least have the conversation and let her give her reasons. And then if her reasons are ones that you don't accept, then yeah, okay, see ya.
Last one, playing football. Dear John, my son is turning 11. He's previously played flag football, and I've started looking into tackle leagues. My wife is against him playing this young and doesn't really want him to ever do it. She says he can learn the same lessons about teamwork and work ethic from any other sport. How do I convince her it's safe and take some stress away?
Oh, well, red flag there. That's more of a red flag than, no, I'm not going to marry you. I mean, come on.
What, let your kid play football is a bigger red flag?
Oh, yeah. I mean, so at that age, right, it's extremely rare to have head injuries at that age. And injuries can happen at what, she wanted to play soccer? Well, then pull out all of the statistics that tell you that a header in soccer is worse at that age than it is playing football.
Hit him with the science, the math, the
yeah,
data.
I mean, there's a bunch of stats there. And again, this is a conversation that you probably didn't have before you got married. I know my wife and I did, but that's because we're both we're in football families.
Yeah.
And I can't even imagine her saying, no, I don't want Teddy to play football. Like, he's 3, he's going to be 4 in September, and we've even talked about he's big enough. Could we possibly get him in a football league this year?
At 3 years old?
Well, he'll be 4 in September.
They make 4-year-old football leagues?
Well, I think you're technically... No, you get junior freshman. Yeah, you could play.
Is he going to play
5 up? is oh yeah, he'd be playing up. Yeah,
playing up at 4 years old.
Yeah, he'd be the biggest kid on the team, and he's got a great 3-point stance. He's ready to go. It's just a matter of, can he follow the plays? Can he learn the plays? Can he do the things that you got to do? And I'm telling you right now, having coached with the Plymouth Steelers, watching the junior freshmen go out there with their big pads on, their helmets, it is one of the most awesome sights that you will ever see. And no, they don't run fast enough. There's not enough collisions for them to injure themselves.
But do you have
Most of the time they fall down because their helmet's too heavy.
It's weighing them weird.
Teddy's been wearing a helmet since he could walk.
And I know Jack plays football. But do you have any reservation? You went through this, like the CTE phenomenon. Do you have any hesitations or reservations? I know you were
Zero.
You were willing to make the sacrifice. I know when we talked about Tua a while back, you said if your son was dealing with the concussions, though, you might feel differently.
Yeah, but it's his choice. And an 11-year-old, it's not their choice.
Right.
It is supposed to be the parent's choice. But with the advancements in how they practice, how often they practice, how often they hit at practice, new technologies in helmets, those little bonnets that they wear, and I don't agree with the bonnets, but there's a lot of different things that they are doing to help prevent some of those injuries. Now, ACLs, ankles, broken bones, those can happen in any other sport. I think most people are most concerned about the head injuries, and I just don't think that that's a valid concern at 11.
Back to John's original thing with the numbers. I think they're not, the numbers are real, but they've gotten more attention in headlines because it's just sort of a sexy clickbait type thing.
Oh, for football?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Like I think people have been scared because they see this every time something happens. It makes the headlines, and you don't hear about something else going on in the world or something like that.
There may not be a more mismanaged topic by the NFL than head injuries, CTEs, covering up information.
They're lawyered up, and it's just, look, our kids play. They didn't start tackle till they were in 3rd grade. Our rule is this: if they get a concussion in season, we're probably shutting down for the year, and that's to protect their younger heads. And John, you're probably going to be a little critical of that. We play it safe. If they get a concussion, they can play next year because the season is so short.
Right. I have getting a concussion at that age is extremely rare.
I had a friend get one when I was young. We were the same age, and he ended up throwing up because of it. Had to go to the hospital. So I've seen it happen.
Sure. Yeah. I'm not saying it can't. It's just rare.
That's Dear John. Send him in, DearJohnJansen@gmail.com. It's 97.1.
Hey, Founders Brewing is back. I couldn't be more excited, and it's the perfect time because we're in the middle of summer, and who wouldn't want a Founders Brewing beer anytime you're out in the sun? They've been making high-quality beers right here in the great state of Michigan for over 25 years. Their focus is on using the highest quality ingredients. You can always count on Founders to deliver extraordinary quality in everything they release. And with that dedication in mind, their all-day IPA is crafted for every and any moment. And I mentioned, hey, if you're on the boat, if you're at the beach, if you're at a backyard cookout, all-day IPA is the drink of choice. Easy drinking, refreshing, and flavorful, all-day IPA is the kind of IPA that's never out of place. Whether you're tailgating, grilling, hitting the beach, or just kicking back, it's smooth, full of flavor, and endlessly crushable. It goes where the good times are. Look for All Day IPA at a store near you. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
This traffic report sponsored by Phillips Sign and Lighting. A look at the drive this morning, and a crash is still clearing up within the work zone eastbound 696 after Orchard Lake Road, right shoulder blocked. Then on I-75 southbound just after Saginaw Road, Dixie Highway, we still have a crash out there blocking the right lane and shoulder. Traffic volumes building, I-94 heading eastbound just before Livernois out to the Jeffries Freeway, and road work you'll find as you head out towards Brown Road at Giddings and Auburn Hills, lane closures through November. I'm Michelle Pena with traffic.
Ed Phillips, Phillips Sign and Lighting. Don't underestimate the power of your sign. It's working for you 24/7, silently influencing how your brand is perceived long before any words are exchanged. Make sure it's telling the right story. Sign up today at phillipsign.com. That's phillipsign.com.
Text the ticket using the same number you used to call the ticket. Ticket text 248-539-9797. 97.1 The Ticket.
This Odyssey.com Sports Minute is brought to you by Moran Chevrolet.
This is JR from the JR Sport Brief Show with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone. AutoZone, the NBA Summer League matchup you can't wait to see, is here. Later today, Cooper Flagg will make his NBA debut, yes, Summer League, against Bronny James and the Lakers. Courtside seats are close to $3,000. Yeah, I get the curiosity, but is this Magic versus Bird? What am I missing here? I guess people need their basketball fix. The Big Three isn't good enough? I guess not. I'm JR from the JR Sport Brief Show.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for a new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman cake batter cookie dough blizzard treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
It's time to play Super Raffle from the Michigan Lottery, the raffle with the richest payout ever. The best odds ever to win the $6 million grand prize, plus 2 prizes of $1 million, 12 $100,000 prizes, and thousands of other cash prizes, the most in Michigan Lottery history. But tickets are limited and on sale in stores only for a limited time, with the drawing on or after September 8th. So get your Super Raffle ticket today. Knowing your limits is always the best bet.
Club Keno Tripler Time from the Michigan Lottery is back with a twist, and players are so excited they're making up new words to describe it.
It's triplerific!
All this month, when you buy a Club Keno ticket with the new +3, you can find a doubler or tripler message.
Triplerize me!
If you do and you win, then all your Club Keno prizes will be doubled or tripled.
I'm gonna get triplerified.
And +3 gives you 3 more Club Keno numbers to match and win.
That's triplerosity.
That's Club Keno Tripler Time.
With the new +3.
Only from the Michigan Lottery. Knowing your limits is always the best bet.
Save big on everything for your next outdoor project at Menards. Shop the largest selection of AC2 pressure-treated lumber and decking, all easy to load into your vehicle in our drive-through lumber yard. Plus, get free estimates fast using our easy do-it-yourself deck design program. Available in-store or on Menards.com. Save big on all pressure-treated lumber and decking at Menards. And don't forget to check out our weekly flyer for more great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Injured? Everyone knows Call Sam will fight and win for you. Get the Bernstein Advantage.
Odyssey is your new home for all the audio that matters to you. Download the Odyssey app today.
Powered by the Golling Auto Group. Always there for you. That's the Golling difference.
Early betting tips give you the edge. Your first source for the day's angles, hot takes, analysis, and more. The Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM. Weekday morning 6 till 9 on the Bet 1270 and the Odyssey app.
97.1 The Ticket.
Live from the Jamie Samuelson studio, here's Costa and Jansen with Heather.
Earlier this week, Greg Hargrave presented a unique solution to Michigan's NCAA problem, a punishment. He wanted to know if Michigan fans would accept it or not. I wish John would have been here for it, but John's back today, and we're going to get to it before the hour ends. Got some ticket text from Dear John.
Okay.
If he's actually that good of a friend, he'll understand these people that put weddings around holidays and make you feel like a bad person are hilarious to me.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't. That's obviously Halloween is a holiday. It's not one that we take work off for, but when you have young kids, it's a big one.
It's a big deal. Another one says, if Jim can make canned bolognese, anyone can cook. Scott in Carlton.
Come on. Can't just be canned food.
The girl who says no to cooking still has a guy on the side.
Oh. Well, there's your red flag.
Regarding Dear John, the lady who says she won't cook for him because it's a gender stereotype is gaslighting of the highest form. She's using it as an excuse while being narcissistic. That's Levon in a truck.
Wow. Sounds like there's some background there.
Maybe he's dealt with a situation like that. It's not a big deal to cook. You don't have to be
you don't have
Gordon
to be
Ramsay.
a 5-star chef.
No, I mean, there's a lot of stuff you can do to put food on the table that doesn't involve something elaborate.
Yeah.
Texter put it well. He said, the kitchen is for men, it's for women, it's for everyone. There's bacon in the kitchen.
Yes.
Cooking can be fun.
Cooking can be fun, especially if you do it together. That's where I would probably go with him is why don't you guys cook together? And that way maybe she'll pick up a couple of things of, one, how to cook, but also what you like.
Yeah. On the football, we'll get to the football conversation, but on the proposal, my wife and I were together for 10 years before we got married. We were 35 and 38
When they finally got married? Or
it doesn't
that's
say.
when they met?
I don't know. I mean, maybe they met when they were 25 and got married at 35. I think 10 years at 35 is maybe a little extreme. But it says 8 months into a relationship is too early regardless, even if you've discussed marriage and children.
It works for some people. And at that age, I know Tom mentioned that everything goes faster. You're right. But if you're not willing to have the conversation of why she said no, then be prepared to be alone, and you're going to start from square one. Now you've got to meet somebody else. You've got to spend another 8 months instead of continuing to build a relationship. It could be a moment that makes that relationship even stronger.
You're right that there's not one size fits all. I would think you'd want to be with someone a year before you'd get engaged. A lot happens in a year, like holidays, birthdays, work can be different times of the year. You really get to see the person at least a year in. But if he felt like, hey, I'm getting all the signs and signals, we're getting up there, we want to get married, he proposes, she says no. Saying no is more than just saying no in the moment. Like, you are sending a message, whether you intend to or not.
Again, at least be willing to have the conversation and hear her out.
With football and playing football and tackle football at a young age, texter says, in soccer, heading the ball is discouraged until they are at least 12 for that reason, John. And a texter says, it's not rare to have head injuries in football at that age. I deal with sports injuries for a career.
Okay, well, so did I.
Take that
one. Yeah.
Did you?
Yes, it is always a concern.
What did the Twitch people say? You said Teddy's going to hurt some people?
Oh, yes. I got to go back and find it here. Teddy, he's a big boy. They saw him, obviously, when he was in the studio. I'm pretty sure kids playing against Teddy are going to get hurt. And they want to know if Teddy is getting recruited. NIL offers yet. No offers yet, and he's only allowed to have one school contact him at this point. Yeah, his mom and I are controlling his recruiting.
Would you agree with me that my opinion towards concussions are once you have one, the game changes?
Well, you're more likely to get 2 and 3.
I really strongly believe that, and I would turn a hard left and be more protective of my kids if once they suffered one. But until then, I'm kind of like I'm not gonna live afraid, and it.
Yeah, and I mean, you can never predict what's going to happen on a football field. I think one of the things that will help prevent all injuries, not just head injuries, is good quality coaching technique. And for an 11-year-old, if it's their first year of playing and having coached some of these kids, I'm not going to put them in a position that they're not ready for. And so if you don't have the right technique and you're not doing the right things, there'll be a time where you are. But if you're not, then I'm not going to put you out there, and because it could be as simple as a kid gets scared off because of a sprained ankle or a broken bone, or if you're just in a position that you shouldn't be in. And you're always going to have that on the football field. You can't control every situation, but good coaching, good technique will help prevent injuries.
Tackling technique is so huge. And I can't stand the targeting stuff. Like when it came in and they were calling it aggressively, but targeting is down.
Oh yeah, I mean they've legislated a lot of the situations that do cause head injuries out of the game, and I'm not at the college level and the NFL level. I think maybe we've gone a little bit far, but it all trickles down. And I did it as a kid. I wanted to emulate the hits and the guys that I saw playing on Sundays, so I understand the importance of having those rules in the game.
Greg, why don't you lay out the punishment for Michigan that you came up with, and we'll give John the 2-minute update to ponder it.
Sure thing. So there is yet to be a conclusion to the punishment for Michigan. What's going to happen with the Connor Stallion situation.
Mm-hmm.
So, John, I'm going to have you come in with me to the land of the absurd, because this punishment I have for Michigan is not enforceable. It's not in the NCAA's jurisdiction to do this.
Okay.
So, my idea is that for 5 years, Michigan can't wear the winged helmet. 5 years, they wear a plain blue helmet, no wings on the helmet.
It's like wearing the scarlet letter.
It's a public humiliation and a removal of one of your proud traditions.
What do you think about that?
Think about it. We'll get your response after the update. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by DR Trailer Sales. The Tigers end their series with the Rays with a 7-3 loss at Comerica Park last night, but you can mark this down as another series win. The Tigers fell behind 2-0 in the first, but then tied the game with a rally in the fourth. The newly minted All-Star, Zach McKinstry. Two batters later, Parker Meadows gave the Tigers a 3-2 lead with an RBI ground out, but then came 4 Rays runs in the 6th, delivering them the 7-3 win. Reese Olson started 5 innings, 2 earned runs for him. Tigers next up. They start a 3-game series with the Mariners downtown tomorrow night after the off day today. The Pistons group for the 2025 NBA Cup's been revealed. Detroit will take on the Celtics, Magic, Sixers, and Nets in group play. The Pistons went 3-1 in group play last season, but then came up short of clinching a spot in the quarterfinals in Vegas. Sun star and Grand Rapids native Devin Booker has signed a 2-year, $145 million extension with Phoenix. That's the highest annual extension salary in NBA history. ESPN ranking Lions defensive end Aiden Hutchinson the 7th best pass rusher in the NFL. The Raiders' Max Crosby from Eastern Michigan was ranked 4th. Myles Garrett of the Browns took the top spot. And Joey Chestnut's ready for a showdown with Usain Bolt. Now we're talking about the viral proposed challenge of having both of them eat a hot dog and then run 100 meters, of course, to see who can do it the fastest. Chestnut telling USA Today, of course he'd do it, but no word yet from Bolt's camp. At the Corbel Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I love that just made a sports update. I was going to throw that in the cookie jar this week. The viral challenge.
So they both eat a hot dog as fast as possible.
And then run 100.
Yeah. So the idea is Joey
Chestnut's going to put it down instantly
and
get a head start.
If I'm Usain Bolt, I probably sit there and eat it and chew on it for a little bit, let him get a little bit of a head start, and just dust him at that point.
Chestnut's winning this challenge. Hot dog and bun. It's going to take Bolt longer than you think. Chestnut's going to have that down.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know the eating habits of one Usain Bolt.
You haven't done extensive
No, I haven't done extensive research on
Does
that.
he eat?
Yeah. The internet loves this challenge, though. I've seen this. I don't know. We could talk about it maybe more in a cookie jar. You had time to think about Greg's proposal, which for people who just tuned in, there is no official punishment for Michigan in the Connor Stallion stuff, and NCAA hasn't leveled anything yet. Greg says, take away the winged helmets for 5 years. It's a public humiliation. You are going to have to give up a proud tradition. Michigan is very proud of their traditions, but you'd avoid any bowl bans. No records are taken away. No reductions in scholarships or fines. John, we had a theory as to what you would say. What's your reaction?
Well, can I hear you the theory first?
We didn't think you would take this deal.
Oh, yeah. Oh, hell no.
But everybody else says just take it.
Yeah, absurd.
It's light. It's largely toothless. You don't have any real consequences.
Right. And again, we're in the land of absurdity here, and I'm glad Greg led with that. You're going to wear the scarlet letter, be burned at the stake for 5 years, and then you just get to put the winged helmet back on. Or, I mean, what are they going to do? Wear the block M on the side of their helmet?
Whatever. It just takes away the...
They're going to go Washington football team?
Your wings would be clipped, John. And you wouldn't do it.
My belief is this is actually genius and that it would burn the soul of some Michigan people to have to deal with this for 5 years.
Oh, sure. It'd be like wearing the Bumblebee uniform again. Or the all yellows, something that's just disgusting, but then to have to wear it for 5 years...
Greg's point, too, is that anytime you looked back on highlights from that 5-year stretch, you go, what happened? Oh, well.
Yeah.
There's the explanation.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, I get it. And yeah,
Doug said he would do it.
So, yeah, there's no real penalty in this.
Bike helmets.
Yeah, they have to wear bike helmets for 5 years.
One thing I do want to stress, too, I don't exactly endorse this take. It's just like a what-if kind of thing.
It's fun.
Yes.
We're allowed to have fun around here.
Yeah.
How do you feel about fun?
It does kind of make me feel nauseous to think that they would take the field without the winged helmet. And again, any punishment that is levied is, and this has always been the issue with the NCAA, it's always levied on those that didn't have anything to do with it,
Right.
Okay, so yeah,
It's the only way you
Shalom
can do
Moore
it.
is still there, and they're still members of the staff, but in large part, you're going to be penalizing the kids because it's not the reason that you go to Michigan, but it's part of what makes it special going to Michigan. So running out of the tunnel. They're not going to run out of the tunnel anymore?
Well, I
or
said
hit
that
the
you can
Blue
touch
banner?
the banner. Is that part of this?
Hit the banner.
You are traditionalist. You have to wear solid colors, no flavor, no personality.
Oh, no numbers either. We're just wearing all blue uniforms or all white on the road. Oh my gosh, that would be disgusting.
You get black and white uniforms. You are a nondescript
You're not
team.
even allowed to wear blue?
So we did
the team formerly known as Michigan for 5 years.
Yeah.
We did this on Tuesday, and one of the responses we got was do this instead, and it was, the little decals you get for making a good play.
Yeah.
They would be in the form of an asterisk. So every time you make a good play, you get an asterisk on your helmet.
So instead of the scarlet letter, anytime you make a good play, you have to wear a sticker that has CS on it for Connor Stallions.
Yeah, his face.
Oh God, ugly mug. The other idea was no home games, which is way more punitive. I mean, those are big revenue generators, but you effectively have to find. Like you play at Ford Field or Ann Arbor Pioneer or something.
You can't play in the big house?
Hit them where it hurts.
Yeah.
Outside the box, because we don't actually know what's going to happen.
That would actually be the death penalty if you're not allowed to. You can't sell 111,000 tickets 6 times a year.
Right. So anyway, you wouldn't do it.
No.
Okay.
No.
So that was our prediction.
Yeah.
You found something on Aiden.
You guys know me well.
We do. You found a note on Aiden Hutchinson, and I was actually hoping this was going to be like breaking contract news, like they're getting an extension done. But apparently he's waiting till he gets over $100 million before he moves out.
Yes, the report is, and we heard this, I think it was in his rookie season, right?
Yeah.
He was living at home in the summer until, camp started or whatever. I don't know what the reasoning was, but recently it's been reported that Aiden Hutchinson still living at home. A multi-million-dollar athlete living at home. What is he, 24 years old?
24.
So I don't know. I don't necessarily know that money plays into this at all. But at some point, mom and dad, don't you want your kids to go out on their own and learn how to find a place, pay their bills, set up the gas, the electric, nobody sets up the phone anymore. Set up your cable, set up your internet. Yep. There's some lessons learned there. And knowing the family, I'm not necessarily shocked.
He's a tight-knit family.
Oh, yeah, they're very close.
Yeah.
And it's great. They're a great family. This is not a shot at them.
No.
But I was surprised to learn that he's still living at home.
25 years old this August. And it's not like, hey, I get it if young people right out of college maybe don't have the money to put a down payment on a house, certainly, or even really afford what rent costs some of these places.
And this is being reported. I don't necessarily know that this is true. And this is where I'm like, okay, you're 24, you're gainfully employed. Yeah. money aside.
Yeah, but he has plenty. It's not an issue of can I pay the bills?
Right. You're gainfully employed. Wouldn't you want your own place?
Yes. Now, how was this reported? It was said just in season or the off season he lives at home?
So
the off season he lives at home to save money was what it said, right?
Yeah, it says Lions star pass rusher Aiden Hutchinson lives with his parents in Michigan during the off/season to save money.
The whole year then?
Yeah.
To save money.
To save money is rent-free and enjoys having meals with his family, which I can get that.
I understand family meals. The funniest line is to save money.
Yeah.
So this is a broader conversation, obviously, for our audience, like people who are parents who have the kids still living at home, or when did you move out?
I think a better question is, does he have his own cell phone plan yet?
Oh, I bet he doesn't.
Or is
He's
he
on the insurance?
On mom and dad?
Oh, I bet he doesn't.
Is he still on the family car insurance?
Claim
At
him?
that point, like, all right, Chris, come on, make him pay his own auto insurance.
So we had DeBrincat on after he was traded to the Red Wings, and he was great. And we get this little feature where it shows us kind of the caller ID when people call in. And it was his parents' cell phone plan that he called in from. And I'm not trying to make it a bigger deal or anything, but I think it's common for these guys to stay on the family plan. You'd be surprised how many of these guys are on the family plan.
So Lucy's 19. She just finished her freshman year of college. She's still on the family cell phone plan. But they all know, like, hey, once you are out of college and you have a job, and again, context, there's a lot of variables in this, but it's your own place, it's your own cell phone, it's your own car insurance, your own payments, all of those different things. And I was shocked. And maybe I shouldn't be because they are a very close family.
Sure. Ticket texts that have poured in. We got open lines, 248-539-9797. Acting like Hutch's family isn't a mansion, LOL. He comes from money. It's not the same thing. Rich people stay home longer. Neil in the car. Yeah, but it's not even about that. I think you'd want your own place. And you can stop by for, a weekend dinner or something.
You can still go over for every dinner.
If you wanted, sure.
Yeah.
But you want your own privacy, your own space.
So I want to open this up to our listeners. For those that have had kids that have graduated college, when is it that I don't want to put it bluntly, you give them the boot. You tell them it is time for you to have your own place.
248-539-9797. Like, for me, it was my first job out of college. I was doing radio in West Michigan, and I got my own place out there. It was a tiny one-bedroom apartment. It had, in-unit washer-dryer, which was a big deal, but it was a pretty humble start. But I wanted my own place. I mean, I had to. It's not like I could commute from Livonia to Grand Rapids to do a radio show, but I also wanted to live alone. I mean, you're used to that when you go away to college. You're not living with mom and dad for most of the year. You're ready to have your own place. Now, and for you, it's a little different. I mean, you got drafted.
I got drafted
professional football.
Yeah, but I got drafted in a city that was completely separate from where my family was.
You had no choice.
Yeah. Thanks, Bobby Ross. But yeah, I mean, I'm just curious as to how parents are handling this situation, and it goes to everything is different now, and it changes from generation to generation, right? And there are so many kids right now that don't even want to get their driver's license. And to me, that absolutely blows my mind at 16. Not that I had a huge amount of freedom, but I did feel like I did have a measure of freedom. I could drive myself to school. I could go out with the guys. I could, there were a lot of different things that I just felt like, even if I didn't have my own car, but I could borrow the family car, I could be away, and I had my driver's license. There's so many kids now that don't even do that, let alone get to 21, 22, 23, and don't move out of the house.
Right. They're also just milestones, right? Like getting your driver's license is a milestone, having that freedom that comes with it, getting your own place, whenever that is. I mean, if you don't go to college, it may be even earlier, but you go out and you get a job and you can pay your bills and that's a milestone. I got my own place now.
Yeah.
This is such a funny thing that you stumbled into because, first of all, I don't know how verifiable it is, but it's funny the idea of 25-year-old multimillionaire Aiden Hutchinson's got his childhood bedroom that he sleeps in.
And I can only imagine, like, if this got out to the team, how I would handle it.
Tell us.
Does mommy still tuck you in? Do you get your pancakes? Does she put the whipped cream smiley face on there for you in the morning?
Do the little Mickey
ears?
Little
chocolate chips for the eyeballs?
248-539-9797. We'll take some phone calls on this. We are going to talk Tiger baseball later in the hour. It's 97.1.
Hey, Planet Fitness is certainly for everyone. They've got an environment. If you're new to working out, go in there. They've got free fitness training. They can help you get started. If you're an experienced one and you've been doing it for years, again, it's a comfortable environment and nobody's going to judge you. It's a judgment-free zone. They say that all the time. They just want you to pursue your fitness goals. And whether it's just to simply be healthy, or if you're in my age bracket or even older, maybe you still want to be able to play with the kids, play with the grandkids. There's a lot of different reasons that we all decide to work out. Planet Fitness has a great deal going on right now. $1 down. It's a limited time. Goes through the July 20th. It's $1 down. You can get the Black Card, the Planet Fitness Black Card membership, and it's $24.99 for the rest of the month. And you have everything that Planet Fitness offers. over 2,700 locations nationwide. You have access to every single one of them. There's over 50 here in Metro Detroit, so no matter where you are, you got access to a Planet Fitness. It's so easy to do. Plus, you got the Planet Fitness Spa with all of their different amenities. You could give them a call, or you could find your nearest club and join today in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
We'll talk Tiger baseball later this hour. The World Series question with a twist. Everybody's talking about this team. First place, winning another series, just chugging along. Realize they haven't won more than 5 in a row at any point this season. They just methodically beat you up. 2 of 3, 2 of 3, 3 of 4. Tigers didn't win yesterday, but won the series. Just keep doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Also, there's going to be a tweak at the MLB All-Star Game that I'm in favor of, and John thinks is stupid. So we'll get to that coming up at 8:35.
Mm-hmm.
You stumbled onto something. I don't know how true it is, but it's fun conversation. This tweet that said Aiden Hutchinson lives with his parents in Michigan during the off-season/season to save money.
Yeah.
The idea that like this multi-millionaire superstar turning 25 in August still lives with mommy and daddy, it begged some questions. And it's so funny to me because I'm not shaming anybody who doesn't have the means to move out. He very much has the means to move out and is still living at home.
Yeah, I mean, and again, there's a lot of variables involved. And it's that age-old question, when do the kids need to move out?
I think once they can support themselves, they should want to, and the parents should want them to.
I would agree.
I don't know what age that is. Like it depends on your situation.
Well, especially after you've lived on your own at college,
right? Taste of freedom,
get a little taste of freedom. It's hard to come home in the summer,
right?
When you're living under the roof and mom and dad's rules versus the rules that you've made for yourself at college. Look, and it only gets harder after your freshman year, your sophomore year, your junior, senior year.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would go without saying. If you graduate college or you're just having a hard time finding work in general, degree or no degree, and you need to stash some money in a bank account while you live at home.
Yeah, mom and dad are there to help.
Exactly. In the case of Aiden Hutchinson,
you don't need the help.
Maybe he's waiting for that $100 million contract. Yeah. Tim in Flushing, good morning.
Morning, kids. How are you?
What's good?
I know I'm not supposed to ask how you're doing, but I hope you're well anyway.
We're doing well.
Two things. One, coming off that injury, I wonder how much that played into it. His dad's a doctor, maybe that plays into something. But I want to talk about my own situation. I have 2 kids that are both gainfully employed, both college students. They've had their own accounts since they were 18. Wife was a banker. I'm a financial advisor, and we very much enjoy their company. They enjoy ours. We have been their support system. It's one of those deals where actually we all get along. We have senses of humor. Heck, we took them on vacation.
That's cool.
It is one of those deals where every situation is different. Now, the question I have on that tweet is, how do they know he's doing it to save money?
That's a good question, unless this is from him specifically. I can't imagine he's doing it to save money. I mean, he's making more than he can't spend all the money he's making.
Well, that's exactly right. And, his parents, I'm sure if they were sick of him, it's time to go, kid, get out. But I don't think that's the case with them. No. I just think they're just a heck of a nice family that enjoy each other's company. At least I'd like to think it's that way, because that's the way it is with myself and our 2 daughters.
Well, if you can have a great relationship with your kids, especially as they get older, that's awesome. Living at home, though, I wouldn't want to be living at home.
Well, I wouldn't. But again, that's a personal preference.
Yeah.
And I know that kids today coming out of high school, coming out of college, no matter what step it is, there's just it's different than it was when I was coming out of college, when you were coming out of college.
Yep.
And there's just a different perspective on it.
This is a smart move by Hutchinson. If true, how many players go broke 2 years after they retire? Stay smart, stay ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't Gronk live at home when he played?
I don't know
that I'm not
question.
sure.
Yeah.
No. What are the chances his mom does his laundry?
I'm sure high.
John, it's a different world today. The cost of housing and cars are ridiculous. I get this, especially for young people.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a different situation. It's not the cost of housing or the cost of a car.
Can I ask you guys a curveball question here?
Sure.
When you did move out, what did you miss the most about? Because for the most part, you enjoyed.
So you're ready to move out. I don't know that I really miss.
Is there something is it the cooking?
Yeah, I mean, sure.
Quality of food.
You got to clean up after yourself, and I don't think many guys in our early 20s are living in super clean places. Not getting all the nooks and crannies.
Yeah, it is. You do, obviously, you miss mom and dad.
Mm-hmm.
But I miss them more my freshman year than I would have a year out of college.
Right.
Like that is kind of not the scenario anymore. Yes, you're always going to miss mom and dad. You move away, you miss those times, miss going to dinner with them. or it's the home cooked meals.
That's a really good one. Texter says, I'm 21, my senior year Wayne State, hopefully going to med school after. I've already told my dad respectfully, I can't wait to get out of his house. I'm 35, I'm still on my parents' family plan for my phone. I pay them monthly.
Here's the $25 for the extra line.
Says my wife is on her parents' plan. We're on 2 separate plans and we've been married for 4 years. This texter says all my siblings, 25 to 35, are on our family phone plan. We all pay our part of the bill. It's way cheaper than doing single plans because of the bundling.
Sure, I get that. Yeah, again, it's what's the extra line now? $10,
right?
$15 on some plans.
And yeah, this guy says 26. I've switched everything into my own name when I was 21, except the family phone plan. This is the last thing. I mean, John, I was on my family phone plan until my late 20s.
Yeah,
I told the story about when DeBrincat called in. It looked like he was selling the family plan. Like, this is the one thing that people don't switch because
they're saving a bunch of money on it.
I guess.
Yeah, and so this is something that I didn't have to deal with because when I was in school, we didn't have the family cell phone plans. And they were, I mean, they're nowhere near what they are now. In fact, I didn't even have my first phone until after my senior year, and I had to talk to an agent or be found on draft day.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it's a completely different world.
Yeah.
Ticket Texter says we really want to give this guy highest paid non-quarterback contract when he doesn't even know how to live on his own. Red flag for me.
I was waiting for that one to come in. Serious. This is why we shouldn't extend him.
Well, maybe he doesn't know if he's going to be here long term, and that's why.
Yeah. He's like Juan Gonzalez, apartment.
Oh, God. Brian in a car. Funny thing is he could still be on his family's insurance until he's 26.
Right.
They could have covered the...
yeah, what the Lions didn't cover on the surgery. Yeah.
Assuming they... Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they covered it all.
Of course. What else? 248-539-9797. Have you seen Aiden's mom? I'd let her tuck me in anytime.
Oh, come on.
That's out of pocket.
Yeah,
that's out of pocket.
Out of line.
Let's get to Darren in Clinton Township. Darren, good morning.
Good morning. Great. Big fan of you guys. Big fan.
Thanks, Darren.
So, you're welcome. About 7 weeks ago, we go to University of Tampa. My daughter's graduating on time. She's already signed her first contract for General Dynamics. We go out to dinner about 2 hours later. We give her a nice envelope. And then my wife proceeds to pull out a bigger envelope. In this envelope are all the bonds the grandparents, saved up for her since she was a kid, a title transfer for the car, the new tabs, all kind of stuff, insurance forms, because, General Dynamics will be giving her insurance now. My daughter just kind of looked at her and said, "Are you divorcing me?" My wife said, "Kind of."
Got the boot.
Have a great day, boys.
Hey, thanks a lot.
That's what you said. Did they get the boot?
Yeah,
that's a
how
very
you
real.
You give them the boot. You're on your
line.
own.
Yeah.
Probably still on the same family plan though.
Probably still. I should have asked that. Are you still on the same phone plan though? 248-539-9797. Every situation's different depending on how much the kids make is a big factor. Homes and apartment costs are extremely high. Cars and car insurance is ridiculous. I'm okay with kids staying with their parents as long as they are contributing to the house and saving up for a home. Yeah, I mean, that's...
Yeah, there's got to be a plan.
Yeah.
When are you moving on?
Well, you should want to, too. Again, this is not to shame people who are stuck in a rock and a hard place and this is the soft landing. We understand times are tough for people.
Yeah.
They're not tough for Aiden Hutchinson. Let's get to Roseanne in Plymouth. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning. I just wanted to point out, I do live in the same city as Hutch, and he's building a huge house right across the street from his parents.
Oh.
So that could be a factor. I mean,
sure.
To stay there while it's being built. And then the other thing, I have 2 children, 23, 21, and we're a very close-knit family, and I don't see anything wrong with them staying as long as they want, as long as they're contributing members to the household. They can come and go as they please. We're just very, very close. We're Italian. That's what, Italian families do. So,
Roseanne, so when you say contributing to the household, is that just in terms of, hey, keeping things cleaned up, doing their own laundry, every once in a while they make a meal, or are they actually contributing to the expense of the house?
Not the actual expense, no, but they do, like,
chores.
My son will do, they do, like, my son will do the whole yard, so my husband doesn't have to do that. My daughter cleans and cooks for me when I can't do it, and, if they pay for some of their stuff, because I'm like, oh, we're not paying for that. You got to pay for that. So, there's certain boundaries,
right,
that they know. So,
oh, good.
No, they don't pay for their phone. We pay for their phone.
That's where we're going to go with that. Roseanne, thanks for listening. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
I think it probably does work best when you do have those conversations of, okay, here are the boundaries. Here is what we expect of you if you're going to live at home.
How does it work when you want to bring someone back?
Again,
boundaries.
So, sock on the door. Door's locked.
Tried and true.
Yeah.
All right. Coming up next, the change to the All-Star game. I like it. John hates it. And we will talk Tiger baseball end of the hour. It's 97.1. (97.1). Jim Costa, John Jansen. Got Gov and Greg hanging out behind the glass. End of the hour, Tigers. A World Series conversation, a deadline conversation, all in one. All-Star game's right around the corner.
Yeah. Many Tiger contributors.
And there's going to be a twist at this year's All-Star game, John.
What's that, the Tiger Bat Boy?
No, that's cool too, though.
Yeah. What twist are you talking about?
I'm talking about ABS. Talking about automatic balls and strikes at the All-Star game this year. Announced yesterday, John.
And so it's going to be the same system that they used in spring training.
Yes.
And now I don't know what I don't know what Aaron Boone's going to say to his guys, hey, whether you use it or not, just probably just say, hey, use it at your discretion. But I think it's silly that they would put it into the All-Star game when it's not a part of the season.
Well, disagree. This is the perfect place to put it.
Oh, really?
It's an exhibition game. This is the perfect place to test it out with Major League ball players. Who cares if you win or lose?
Well, you tested it out during spring training.
Yeah, and you keep testing it out. You're not going to do it in a real regular season game. This is the perfect time to test it.
I just think it's... Why are we going to throw a gimmick into this game when
it's not going to be a gimmick? It's going to be reality before you know it.
This is the only... The Four Nations was really cool.
Yeah.
The Olympics obviously are going to be very cool. The NHL doesn't always have an all-star weekend like we saw this past year.
Yep.
Football doesn't even have an all-star game anymore. And the joke of the NBA all-star weekend is that it's an absolute joke. This is the one all-star game where, yeah, it's not the same as a regular season game, but it's as close as you're going to get. It's really hard to mess it up. And not that this is going to mess it up. I just think it's silly. If you're not going to have it in the regular season, these guys aren't playing with it. Why would you just throw it in there randomly for the All-Star game?
To further test it and see and vet it and have your best ball players start to get used to it. Because, John, I do think it's the future.
Start to get used to it for one day.
Well, to see if is there any glaring issues, and the more you do it, the better, right? You got to refine this at some point.
Use it all you want in spring training, and let the minor leaguers, because they use it in the minor league system, so they're familiar with it.
So spring training's exhibition. This is another exhibition. It's just an extension.
Yeah, I just think it's silly that you're not talking about minor leaguers. You're talking about the best that Major League has to offer. So why throw a gimmick? Why throw a gimmick into it?
It's not a gimmick. This is good for them. This is going to be better. We want to get to this system.
If
we
you're
had
not
AJ
using
Hinchcott,
it in the regular season, it's a gimmick.
72% of fans who were polled during spring training said the impact was positive. 69% said they'd like it to be part of the game moving forward. Only 10% expressed negativity. So that's a fan standpoint. Clearly the players need to get in on this too.
Don't get me wrong. I want this in Major League Baseball. I want it for 162 games. And if you have it for 162 games, then yeah, you have it in the All-Star game. But if it's not going to be a part of the season, then why would you make it a part of All-Star weekend?
For those that don't know what this is, it's a process where each team is given 2 challenges with the ability to retain them if successful. Only a pitcher, catcher, or hitter can ask for a challenge on a ball or a strike, and it has to be almost immediately after the pitch. The player will tap his hat or helmet indicating he wants to challenge, while any help from the dugout or other players is not allowed. It's a minor tweak, but I like it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lose my S over this.
So I'm for this, and it's kind of a barely because I don't like I love the human element. I really do.
Mm-hmm.
I love the umpire and the signaling and getting into it animated.
Do you love the human element?
I do.
So when McKinstry stole the base the other day on Sunday and he got called out and we reviewed it and we got the call right. Did you hate that?
No, and that's why I'm for it. I've swayed over time. I mean, that was a horrible call to the point where the second baseman for the the Guardians, they were laughing about it, saying, "Yeah, you're safe." Yeah. I mean, no, but the very first pitch. Funny, you said Sunday. The very first pitch of last Sunday's game, Tarek Skubal basically threaded one right down the middle.
Mm-hmm.
And he called it a ball.
Yep.
It was unbelievable, John.
Yeah.
It's the worst. It's the
I still
worst.
Watched.
It was awful. And I'm just like, this is ridiculous how they're missing so many of these. I also think it will help hitting long term, which baseball needs. I think people will unequivocally know what the strike zone is after a few years of having this in place.
Right. And so as I understand it, the limitation that they had in spring training is that they have a standard strike zone that they're using for everyone. And that's not the case. Like, and it may, you're talking, inches, and sometimes less than that. The difference between Aaron Judge's strike zone and Alex Bregman's strike zone is very different.
If you're gonna, I'll keep the current umps if you can give me back the fact that they can argue balls and strikes.
You want managers to argue balls and strikes.
I want the animated nature of that used to exist in the baseball I grew up on.
You want a huffing and puffing contest? No, just get the call right and move on.
Well, I'm not getting the entertainment of it, so let's move on. I'm kidding. Come on.
Yeah. No, I mean,
that's all. I mean,
Leland was the king of it, right? The huffing and puffing contest. Oh, you can't do this to my guy. You can do this to my guy. And then the antics. I mean, look, if you were at the game, I remember being at some of those games. Everybody's, getting on their feet and they're cheering for it. But it is just a huffing and puffing contest. No calls are being changed by arguing balls and strikes. Put a better system in place, and it starts with the ABS. And it starts by implementing it more often and more frequently. This is another step.
And again, I love it when they can do it for 162. I think it should be a part of the game. But if you're not doing it for the regular season, then why throw it in for the All-Star? It's just my question. Like, I don't understand why you would just throw it in randomly for the All-Star game. I get it in spring training. You're testing out the system. And we heard from a lot of managers, hey, you're not going to have this in a regular season, so don't use it unless you're a minor league player.
Putting the ABS in the All-Star game isn't a gimmick for the players. It's to expose it to a wide audience before it's launched full-time next year. Another texter says they're putting it in the All-Star game because it's a bigger stage, more input, more opinions. Don and Clio.
I just think it's silly.
It's going to be like 2 to 3 challenges maybe in a game.
Well, right. Yeah, I mean, you're allowed 2.
Yeah, well, if you get it right, you
get
keep
another
them,
one.
so,
Yeah,
I mean,
but
it's 2 or 3. It's not going to fundamentally change anything about watching the All-Star game. It's not going to like really cramp the style of any of the players or pitchers or anything.
I don't think it is. It's just one of those things that I'm breaking news. I'm more of a traditionalist.
Are you?
And I will break from tradition.
Occasionally, yes.
Occasionally, yes. And want this for the entire regular season. But if you're not going to have it for the regular season, then spring training, fine. All-Star game, just don't touch it.
John, the All-Star game itself is a gimmick. It doesn't count towards anything. Try the ABS out, Bob and Shelby. People are more open-minded.
That's fine. And maybe it is one of those things where my wife will just tell me, hey, you need to try new things.
John, you sound like a contrarian right now. Texter says, I heard a baseball writer on ESPN said a lot of the major league players don't want to have this challenge, balls and strikes. Why wouldn't you want the control as a player? Like, we get these guys who get animated. They know their strike zone. They feel like they're getting pinched multiple times on a pitch. You have a chance to reset the strike zone if you challenge it. You should want this if you're a player. Right?
You want. I would think you would argue for more accuracy. Yes, as long as it's not going to slow down the flow of play.
It has to be done immediately.
Mm-hmm.
You can't step out and have a manager see a replay and relay it to you. You have to know right away that was a bad call and challenge it.
I get as disgusted as anyone when there's a ball that's clearly 6 inches outside the strike zone and it's called a strike.
Yeah,
like that drives me nuts. And so an instant review on that. Yeah. Again, if you're going to implement it for the entire season, then fine. And I know this is an exhibition game. I know it's where you can try some things out new. If it's not going to be used for the regular season, then just this is in the middle of the regular season. Just keep it all the same. And if you're going to make this the wholesale change, then do it for the season.
Like if the All-Star game still decided home field, I'd be with you. Don't implement a new rule or system.
Right. It doesn't decide anything anymore.
It doesn't. So I like it because, again, a 3-1 count is very different than a 2-2 count. And you still have to be strategic. You can't use it flippantly because if you get 2 wrong, then you're done.
Yeah. I mean,
so you're still going to pick your spot. A 3-2 pitch with the bases loaded. I think I got squeezed. I want to walk in a run. I mean, there are times where this could be pivotal.
Sure. But in an All-Star game, like who's making those rules? Is Boone going to tell them, you can't use it in the first inning? No. I mean, if you have one in the first inning, like they're going to use it. They're going to use it at their discretion and not really care what the manager thinks in this moment.
ABS is stupid. We don't need it. It's because of stupid kids like Cookies that don't have the bandwidth to watch baseball games.
So younger people have lower bandwidths? Is that what the deal?
I would actually agree with it. We do have lower bandwidths. Yes. I'm not going to fight that point, but it's a good change.
Yeah.
If and when
you can't live without your phone.
I said that earlier. It's an appendage.
You didn't read the one that compared John's contrarian argument here as like being a flat earther?
Oh, no.
Yes, I do believe the earth is round.
Thanks for clarifying. There may have been some people out there worried about you.
Yes.
Coming up next, it's a conversation about the deadline, the World Series, all wrapped in one, and an observation. Listening to the station, it's 97.1.
Ha-Sung Kim, tough righty at the plate. Fly ball center field hit deep. On the run, Parker Meadows. He's going to reach up, and it's over his head all the way to the wall and straightaway center. Mangum will score. Kim will cruise into second. First pitch swinging. Ha-Sung Kim ties the game at 3 here in the 6th.
John's back from Vegas. If you missed one of his mishaps, you can use the Odyssey Rewind. It'll get podcasted later. He screwed up on the way home.
Yep. Big disappointment in myself.
It's okay. We're happy to have you back.
Glad to be back. Love my schedule. I love having a schedule. I like knowing where I'm going to be, what I'm going to do all day long. And it's nice to be on vacation, but I like having a schedule.
You a week in Vegas in the summer. It's the least John Jansen thing. 4th of July weekend in Vegas. Going through 4 shirts a day in Vegas.
Yeah, it was hot. And I never got on the Vegas time, the 3-hour time difference, and neither did Teddy. So there would be times where he and I are going down to get a cup of coffee at 4 in the morning because it's 7 in the morning at our time, and here's me and Teddy walking in his pajamas to get a cup of coffee through the casino. It's a hell of a sight.
The sight of you and him lost in a casino is hilarious to me.
Yes. I dropped breadcrumbs so I could get back.
Did you like the Strip? I know we're going to get to baseball here in a second. You had never been to the Strip.
Just to clarify, the Strip at Vegas.
Not a strip club. Although maybe you went there too. I don't know.
No, it's a family vacation. I think it's one of those things that you should see. It's one of the great things.
You love to people watch.
Oh, people watching is unbelievable. Not quite as good as it is on Fremont Street.
Right.
That's a whole different brand of people.
We'll be there later in August.
We'll be there in August, yeah. Freaks!
Did you have a steak while you're out there?
I did have a steak, yeah.
Was it good?
I had a couple steaks.
I was to say, he was there for a week. I'd hope he had.
Oh, yeah, the food in Vegas is unbelievable. It's and the amount of restaurants. That's where I got lost is, they kept telling me, we'll go to this restaurant and find this one. I'm like, I can't figure it out. There's no sun. You don't even know what time of day it is.
It's the Vegas effect. Okay, we have this baseball conversation. It involves the Tigers, the deadline, and the World Series, and it's all wrapped into one conversation. So we'd like you guys to weigh in. The Tigers are not the favorite to win the World Series. They got the best record in baseball, but they are not the favorite to win the World Series. And Tom, you thought if we asked every host on this station to pick the World Series winner, we'd all say the Dodgers.
Yeah.
Every host. And that doesn't mean we aren't on board with what's going on with this baseball team. We aren't enjoying the hell out of what's happening at Comerica Park. The Dodgers are a different breed. Okay? They have a murderer's row. Even with the pitching injuries, they're atop the National League. The better league and a better division, and they're going to get those arms back. Ohtani's going to ramp up. They're going to get Blake Snell back. They get a lot of swing and miss out of the bullpen. They're the reigning World Series champs. They are the best team in baseball, regardless of record. Our question is, do you contest that? Would you take the Tigers head-to-head with the Dodgers in October? And if you wouldn't take the Tigers, okay, what needs to happen at the deadline to change that? 248-539-9797.
I haven't gotten a yes yet. And so my assumption was correct.
Yeah, without knowing 100%, I'm picking the Dodgers. John's picking the Dodgers. Doug Karsh is picking the Dodgers.
And Doug was the most bullish person at this station coming into this season for the Tigers, even more than Pat. Pat was pretty bullish.
It was his favorite 0-3 team ever. I mean, he had no panic when they got swept to start the season.
Doug thought what started last year was going to continue exactly.
It's real, and he's been right.
It really has.
Yeah, it's more than picked up where they left off.
And they're better than they were last year.
But I mean, I'll put words in the afternoon show's mouth. I'm sure they're both picking the Dodgers if we ask them this question. I've heard Brian Chapman on the weekend say Dodgers. We had Rieger in yesterday. He'd say Dodgers. I think everybody would say Dodgers.
Well, you go back to last year's playoff, too, and what got the Tigers in trouble in that series, why they ultimately lost, I thought, was striking out too much and not having enough oomph in the lineup. And I think it's just become apparent to me that almost my priority has changed in terms of the need. It's a bat. It's not the bullpen, even though they need bullpen help, okay? But to beat the Dodgers, they have got to get another power bat. You have got to have more lineup depth because you have to have the ability to outscore them because they have so much. Freddie Freeman, man, Betts, Ohtani. Yeah. I mean, Freeman last year. I know some people didn't watch the World Series. They don't watch unless the Tigers are in it or whatever. Freddie Freeman absolutely took over that series, and then they still had Betts and Ohtani and other people.
And Will Smith.
Hernandez.
They're absolutely loaded. They need a bullpen piece. Every team's going to add a bullpen piece. I mean, A.J. Hinch essentially confirmed that with us yesterday. They need a bullpen piece because when you get to 7-game series like the ALCS or the World Series, your starters are going an inning less. You need to bridge the gap. You need a bullpen full of fireballers, and they need to add a relief pitcher. But to win the World Series, they need to do more than just add a reliever, right? To outslug the Dodgers in a 7-game series. Candidly, I don't know if there's a move they can make to change who the favorite is, but they need to do more than just add a bullpen arm if they want to be a real threat to the Dodgers.
So it really depends. Right now, I would say yes, because I think the pitching for the Dodgers is going to get healthy. It's going to be better by the time they get to the postseason. The issue is going to be their pitching. I think they're 22nd or 23rd in team ERA at this point, and we have seen in postseasons. Now, you're not going to count on this, but bats have dried up. And we talk about Aaron Judge. Like, how is it possible that he's not had a great postseason?
Well, how about Miggy Infielder and Vmart? I mean, the Tigers have been
we've had our own witness to that. And
you can never have enough reinforcements.
Recently, this is recent history, but it is a 6-game losing streak by the Dodgers where they've scored 1 run 4 times. They scored 2 and they lost in extra innings to the Brewers, and they lost to Houston in the second game after being blown out 18-1. They lost 6-4. And so if you're just taking the 2 rosters and saying, if everyone's healthy by the end of the year, yeah, the Dodgers are going to win. And no matter what you add, if you add a bat, if you add a couple of relievers, you're still not going to match up with the Dodgers roster. That's why if it was me, the first thing I would want to add is a couple of bullpen arms. And one of them needs to be a guy that can get you from that 5th or 6th inning to 8th or 9th inning. You need that middle reliever that can at least go through the lineup one time and connect your starter to your closer.
So we're sitting here with a team that has the best record in baseball. We're all proud of them. I think even the people who thought it was a little fake last year, with what's happened now in the last 100 games, people are bought in. This isn't about the Tigers being bad or trying to rip them.
No.
But a belief that, okay, as we get closer to playoffs, the realization is that there's a superpower on the other side.
Yeah, we're fighting Thanos here, and he's got the Infinity Gauntlet with all the superstars. How do you beat him?
Right. And so I think it's imperative that Scott Harris prepares for that. It's not about just getting one bullpen arm and getting through the American League. I hope he's sitting there and asks himself, how are we going to beat the Dodgers? How can I make it better, more possible to beat the Dodgers? And to me, it's a power bat. It is. You've got to get somebody else in there that can maybe string together one of those stretches where they hit 3 home runs in 4 games in a playoff, in a World Series.
Yeah.
I don't know if they've got that guy right now. Or if they do, they don't have enough of them.
Right. And it's one bat going to make up all the difference in the world for this team? It
chips away, though. That's the thing.
Oh, sure, it chips away. And is there a bat that's better than Trey Sweeney? That's not hard to do.
Right. Trey Sweeney's on the roster right now, and I know the answer is, well, Kerry Carpenter, when he's back, Sweeney's off the roster. Okay, but is Jahmai Jones a lock for a postseason roster? Is Matt Vierling, who hasn't hit his stride, a lock for a postseason roster? We had AJ on yesterday. Like, dude, we want to give you as many weapons as we can. I know he wants to be tactful, doesn't want to ruin a good thing, but you want to have a great thing. And that's going to be the challenge for Scott Harris, because you need a great thing to beat the Dodgers.
Well, sure, and the manager is not going to say anything about the trade deadline or about what he believes they need.
Right.
Because it's just not his position. That's a Scott Harris question.
Mm-hmm.
So I love your guy, Bregman. He's the best bat potentially available. I don't think he is right now.
He's not.
They're in the race.
I don't believe he's available either.
So
sad.
I continue to go back to this name, and it's Suarez from the Diamondbacks. And the last 2 years against the Dodgers, when he's with the Diamondbacks, he's 22 for 72, 5 homers, 16 RBI, OPS just under 1,000.
Mm-hmm.
Third base, right-handed bat, make the deal right now.
Right, and can he DH if you don't love him in the field? Like, can he be a pinch hitter in a big spot in a Game 5?
Well, that's the thing, is if you're putting somebody opposite of Kerry Carpenter to pinch hit in a critical situation potentially.
248-539-9797. I see we have Mean Dean on hold. We want more of your phone calls. 248-539-9797. Dodgers, Tigers, who wins that series, and can the Tigers do anything? What should they do to bridge the gap? It's 97-1.
The Tigers fall in the series finale with the Rays 7-3 last night at Comerica Park, but they do still take the series. The closest the Tigers got late in this one, bottom of the 7th, when Riley Green struck out swinging with the bases loaded in a 4-run game. Next up, a 3-game series with the Mariners after the off day today, and manager A.J. Hinch is very confident in the starters he's rolling out this weekend. Reese Olson got the start last night, 5 innings, 2 earned runs for him, and some very exciting news before the game. Utility man Zach McKinstry was named the Tigers' 5th All-Star, illustrating the Tigers' miraculous turnaround 1 year ago. They had a 0.2, a 0.2% chance of making the 2024 playoffs. As we stand here on July 10th, they've got a 99.8% chance of making the playoffs this year, those odds calculated by Fangraphs. The Pistons begin Summer League play against the Knicks in Vegas tomorrow night. The Summer League roster featuring second-year forward Ron Holland, second-round pick Chaz Lanier, and his Tennessee teammate Zakai Ziegler. Novak Djokovic has reached Wimbledon's semifinals round for a men's record 14th time, breaking a ride with Roger Federer. It sets up a showdown with number 1 seed Jannik Sinner tomorrow. The other semifinal is 2-time defending champ Carlos Alcaraz versus American Taylor Fritz. The player rankings are out for EA Sports College Football 26. Michigan's top-ranked player, safety Rod Moore, then defensive end Derek Moore. Freshman quarterback Bryce Underwood got an 81 overall rating. For Michigan State, their top-rated players, tight end Jack Velling, and then wide receivers Krishan McCray and Omari Kelly. And USA Today has ranked the Lions uniforms the 19th best in the NFL, 1 spot lower than last year's ranking of 18. Chargers took the top spot, then the Raiders and the Steelers, the Browns uniforms ranking the lowest. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
John, you always want to have something you're chasing. I think it's healthy, competitively. It's motivating. Tigers have the best record in baseball. But if you asked anybody around here, the Dodgers are winning the World Series. So you're chasing them. Even though they're 3 games back in the overall MLB standings, they're doing it in a tougher division, a tougher league, and they're doing it with half their pitching staff injured. They're the best team in baseball. Candidly and honestly, I'm not sure there's anything the Tigers can do at the trade deadline that flips that. But I think in trying to chase the Dodgers, it's not just a bullpen arm they need to add. I think Tom's onto something with the Suarez, his success against the Dodgers, him as a bopper bat opposite Kerry Carpenter in terms of pinch hit platoons, matchups for A.J. Hinch. I mean, I'd rather have Suarez than Jahmai Jones.
Sure,
you know what I mean?
That's a no-brainer.
But people go, well, how could this team add? Why should they add? We're fine. You're not fine. The Dodgers are the best team in baseball. You want to do everything you can in your power to give yourself the best chance, because the best team doesn't always win in a 7-game series. Get there and find out, but know you've done everything you can. I don't want to see bats drying up. I don't want to see guys left on base. I mean, we've seen great Tiger teams make the postseason, and playoff baseball's tougher. Bullpens are loaded. Hits are a premium. You should still add a bat in addition to the bullpen arm we've all talked about.
And here's the beauty of how the how the Tigers have positioned themselves. If you go and get a Suarez, or you go and get a or multiple bullpen arms, you don't have to go from the best minor league system in baseball right now down to 19, 20. You're so loaded.
You could go from 1 to 2.
Right. and so, yeah, they have all of the assets that you would ever want.
They're an embarrassment of riches. The cup runneth over. They could trade, I'm not advocating this, they could trade Clark and still have one of the best farm systems in all of baseball. They could trade McGonigal and have one of the best farm systems in all of baseball. That funky Skeens proposal that ESPN threw out, they traded both Clark and McGonigal, and we're still considered one of the best farm systems in all of baseball.
Which that's a bizarre scenario.
I know, it's fairy tale fantasy land. I'm not suggesting that they trade either or both of them. The point is they could trade the 7th prospect in the system or the 6th, 8th, and 10th prospects in the system and still have an embarrassment of riches and be better positioned to take down the Dodgers. You want to hear what Mean Dean has to say?
Yeah, let's.
Dean, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
What's up?
How you doing?
So, I'm doing all right. How about you guys?
Good.
Good. So, So I had to ask the call screener to get clarity on what this was. My question for clarity was, is this to compete against the Dodgers or to pretend like you can win a World Series against the Dodgers outside of the theory of hope and the spirit of competition? That's what gives you the chance to win. Other than that, there's zero things that you can do to beat a healthy Lakers team. Lakers, Jesus. Sorry.
Dodgers. I know what you meant. John just screwed up too. It's all good. Yeah. In fact, people have compared this, Dean. I'd love to get your reaction to it. The ticket texters are living on this dream of, remember when the Lakers in 2004 had a loaded team and this plucky group of not superstar Pistons pulled off an upset? Do you see any similarities?
Yeah, so it's the exact same thing. So that's why we play the game, right?
Yeah.
There's always the chance that David beats Goliath, but
David is still David and Goliath is still Goliath. Yes.
Right. Yeah. Like hope isn't exactly a strategy.
We got to get that slingshot at the deadline. Isn't that what he used? The slingshot. We got to get that at the deadline.
Well, the Pistons made a move. They got Rashid.
Right. Well, that's exactly it, right? But here's the difference, though. She'd put you in a situation that changed the entire dynamic of the team and the way they play. Like, the only reason that it's hard to make that comparison is because baseball's not one of those teams where if you have the best player, that means that you're the best team.
Right.
Where the NBA, it's that best player or a huge role player can completely change the dynamic of the team and the way the game's played for them. So it's not, like, in theory it's the same, but in reality it's not. Does that make sense?
Yeah, this is a remarkably level-headed and chill phone call from you.
Well, I'm a Yankees fan, right? And you saw what the Yankees had last year, and it's a whole loaded team of prima donna trash that want to stop playing and earning their paycheck at October. And the fact that Judge is by far probably one of the worst hitters in the history of the game in the postseason, but one of the greatest in the regular season, makes me feel like I sit in the corner and punch myself in the nuts while I watch baseball. It's dumb.
Dean, you are a gem.
How are you a Yankees fan?
Dude, I grew up in the 90s and I played baseball. It was my soul. And, like, Derek Jeter, man, you could go through Roger Clemens, Mickey, you could go with Mariano Rivera is one of the greatest things to ever step onto a baseball field. The core four itself, it happened, man. My family hated me for a long time, too.
John looks nauseated. Dean, thanks for calling in.
They probably still do.
You don't want to hear him gush about Jorge Posada and Bernie Williams and
his team.
Come on, man.
Played the Dodgers last year.
But I think that's why he was remarkably chill talking about like the fate that you face when you see LA staring at the other side of the arena. They are a problem. I mean, if you did the World Series right now, it's probably Dodgers in 5 or 6.
But that's why you play the game.
Yeah.
Because David does beat Goliath.
But can you force it to be more of a challenge?
Sure.
Can you make him sweat a little more?
Be better, yes.
Can you be Rocky Drago and make him bleed a little bit? And all of a sudden you pop him in a big game and you flip the momentum of a series. And you know how you flip it? Swing of the bat. Now, I mean, as great a bullpen help we need, swing of a bat. That's how you flip a series.
And trust me, I would love to add Suarez. There's a lot of things that they could add to this team that would make them better. There's no question about it.
Tom, can you get that stat again? Sorry, the Suarez the last 2 years against this Dodgers team.
Yeah, so he's seen them a lot because they're in the same division 13 times a year. He's 22 for 72, 5 homers, 16 RBI, just under 1,000 OPS.
It's like a 9
So
something.
he's been playing well the last 2 years, but he plays better against them. He's familiar with their pitching staff. He's seen the guys that are going to come back that are going to be healthy. He has a lot of experience against Snell playing in the National League there.
Righty power bat, Carp's a lefty power bat. Again, it's tools for AJ. Suarez can play third. He could play DH. He could sit the bench and come in a big spot.
I mean, I think he would be in the everyday lineup if they added him. I think you've got to commit. If you get him, he is your third baseman, and you live and die with it.
So that means Vierling turns into a bench player, a situational guy.
Matt Vierling hits when Kerry Carpenter doesn't.
Okay.
Because you're not going to use Carpenter against lefties. Yeah. So Matt Vierling plays. You platoon your DH, Javi's your shortstop, your outfield's Meadows.
What about Perez?
Green.
I mean, these are just good problems because the reality is not everybody's going to be white hot in October. And AJ, we trust more than any other manager to say, I'm going to let off the gas here, and I'm going to make this switch. But giving him a full complement, the best possible roster. Yeah, the best possible roster doesn't have Trey Sweeney and Jahmai Jones, who are currently on the team right now.
And a power bat is something that wins you the game that you shouldn't have won. Yeah. You know, I always harken back, and he was a great player. He's a Hall of Famer, okay? You're not going to add this guy, but when Kirby Puckett hit the home run in Game 6 of the World Series against the Braves, and it was Jack Buck, and he said, we'll see you Sunday night. You know?
Yeah.
That you need that guy. Kerry Carpenter proved he's got the stones to do it.
Yeah.
But he's not going to be in your lineup every game. He's just not. I mean, can we accept the fact he's not playing against a lefty at this point, right?
It kind of feels like that's the way they're going to do it.
So who's the right-handed version?
Yeah. Well, they're going to platoon Perez right now.
So it's not that they're going to platoon
Vierling.
Suarez. If they get him, they're going to play them both when they're facing a righty.
And again, AJ wants to be. Remember when last year, I mean, AJ made a point, like, I'm going to use the whole roster on one day.
Scott Harris told us he wants to make this lineup as hard to pitch against as possible.
Like AJ,
that would certainly add another key to it.
Exactly. You get to the point where you go, AJ, if you have to use 12 bats today, go for it, dude. 248-539-9797. All right, later this hour, we got Dear John at 9:35. We have my college football 26 review.
Oh,
yeah.
So when did it come out?
Today is the official release, but early release was Monday.
Oh, so you've been locked in
John,
at your house. You haven't seen daylight, and it's just been you and your remote control.
I got a call from someone. They said, are you headed for a divorce? Are you making sure to spend some time with your wife?
Yeah, but I'm sure you set the table a long time ago. Like, hey, this is coming out.
It came out last year.
You might want to find yourself something fun to do.
I think she got a taste of what it was last year. I have a review. I've played way too many hours. I have a lot of thoughts. I want to bring those to the table. And coming up next, before we do all that other stuff, this quarterback show is out, and Jared Goff's in it. And we have some of the highlights of Jared Goff and the Lions behind-the-scenes stuff. It's going to be fun. There's a Dan Campbell speech that John has not heard that you guys are going to want to hear. It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. And when dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency, your case can take a lot of twists and turns. Your first call, your only call, should be to Maurice and Jerry at Abraham and Rose. They're prepared to advocate on your behalf, no matter if it's civil or criminal or even the Michigan Department of Treasury. So whether it's personal income tax or business payroll taxes that get you jammed up, you need a real team of local lawyers, not a tax organization with a random individual you're never going to meet. All you have to do is visit abrahamandrose.com today, or you can call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Swinging a fly ball left field, way back and left off the bat of Caminero, and that ball is gone. 22nd of the year for Junior Caminero, and the Rays have broken this one open, a 7-3 lead. Tough night for Chase Lee.
Tigers lost 7-3, took the series with the Rays. Back at it Friday night against the Mariners. Tarek Skubal on the mound. Got to my college football 26 review here, and Dear John. But first, I have some clips from quarterback. Features Jared Goff, among others.
Mm-hmm.
And this is not all of the highlights of the show, but these are some of the clips that have gone viral on social media. And John, I want to get some of your reactions, okay?
Okay.
So some of it goes even back to the backstory of Jared Goff and what it was like when he was traded to Detroit.
You know, you wish that it wasn't such a blindside, and you wish that there was some sort of maturity, I guess, to have that conversation and to be able to let me know what's going on and how things went down and why this is happening. It was my first real taste of true adversity, and your career is kind of at a fork in the road.
Called them immature, the way they handled it in LA. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, and I think we've heard from their coach and that he would have liked to have handled it differently.
He talked about how they got a phone call right away from Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes. Actually, first he wasn't picking up Brad Holmes' phone calls, but once he did, they were excited to assure him, like, we're excited to be your next team. We're excited to have you as part of the team. And he said, like, this is what it felt like to be wanted.
Mm-hmm.
Set the stage. John, at one point last season, the Lions offense was phenomenal, and Tom Brady was gushing about it on the broadcasts. Jared Goff responded to that.
When I look at this offense, it reminds me of what great offense should be in the NFL. I'd love to be the quarterback of this offense. It's just so much fun.
Yeah, too bad, Tom. You're retired.
I thought you'd get a kick out of that one.
Wanted to squash any thought of Tom Brady to Detroit.
Little quips. Ben Johnson was talking to Jared Goff on the sideline after one of his big throws. It was the outdoor game against the Bears. He uncorked a bomb to J-Mo. This was Ben Johnson's exchange with him.
You're not supposed to be able to throw the ball this well in the cold.
Dude, I'm good.
Yeah, but that's what
they used to say about me.
That's what they say.
Yeah. Not anymore.
Killing some narratives.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Tiny hands, cold games.
Do you remember when the Lions played the Green Bay Packers last year and they were limping, short week?
Yeah.
And we go, all right, they're going to have to lean on their offense. Dan Campbell, there's a speech in quarterback from Dan Campbell that, John, I think people are going to run through a wall. He was explicit as to what he expected from his team when they faced the Green Bay Packers.
I'm going to tell you how this is going to go down. Offense, we are going to put everything on your ass. Okay? I'm just telling you right now. You got to show up.
He's pointing to Goff.
You got to show up in a big way. The way we play ball, we're going 4 downs all the way up and down this field. As long as it's not 4-20, you understand. We're going. And we will just march down this field, and it's going to be so glorious, gentlemen.
Unless it's 4th and 20, we're going for it every single time. It's going to be glorious marching up and down the field.
Ready to play, John?
Yes.
The bleeps take you out of it
I'm locating the dump button right now just in case I slip up.
The
bleeps ruin some of the momentum.
I told him, Jim, yesterday when he played this for me, I go, I'm ready to go out and compete at something.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. Let's go.
Amon-Ra St. Brown wears the number 14, right?
Yes.
The backstory for why he wears the number 14 kind of got explained because, his girl was talking about it.
The number thing is so funny with the guys. Was Amon always 14?
Always. You know what? You'll never admit this, but he asked me to count the amount of receivers before him, and that was going to be his number, and I messed up.
No.
And it's not 14.
Brooklyn.
And I told him it was 14, and so that's why he's 14.
Does he know you? Brooklyn.
This was early, like right after I got drafted. I was like, sure, let's do it. And then I recounted. I was like, that's not the right number. It was actually 16 receivers. I should have chose 16 looking back on it, but I think Jared looks better in 16 than me.
Numbers are so funny by athletes. I still go by 77.
Yeah.
I was 77 for 4 years. I was 76 for a decade, but I go by 77.
And again, these are some, not all, of the show Quarterback on Netflix. The last one is a fun exchange. It's Jared Goff talking about, the team wanted to celebrate after a touchdown, like they were pre-planning the celebration, and this is the disconnect he had with some of his teammates.
I missed the picture when Josh scored at the end.
Yeah.
And because you were saying in the huddle,
No,
they were all
you
going to
probably
take
were
a
like,
picture. No. He's in the huddle going, hey, when we score, we're all going to go down there and take a picture. And I'm like, I can't even think about that right now. Like, hold on. I barely heard that because I was like, I'm not worried about our touchdown celebration, dude. I hand it to Gibbs and he scores, and I'm like walking off the field and I see them all running there, and I'm not going to be a part of that, I guess. They're little kids.
You're old man.
No, we're so old. We were like horizontal. Jared fell asleep in the movie theater. What'd you guys watch?
Timothy Chalamet, Bob Dylan movie.
It was pretty good.
It was good. I fell asleep for about 15 probably. Woke up, said, what happened?
Been there.
Officially an old man.
Yes, you fall asleep in a movie, you're an old man.
And this is just some of the clips that have gone viral. I haven't had a chance to really dive into the show yet. I'm sure Lions fans are going to eat this stuff up.
I can't believe Amon-Ra St. Brown trusted his girlfriend with such vital information, and she made that critical error. How do you get past that?
Is that a red flag? Dear John, I trusted.
Yeah.
How do we get
Can't
past
believe he didn't
this?
know that answer himself.
Well, that's the thing, right? He can recall all of them.
Just can't count them.
Yeah, well. Now he's 14.
Mm-hmm.
All right, John, let's talk video games on the radio, your favorite topic.
Oh, yes. Make-believe sports.
You make fun of it, but this is a big deal for a lot of our listeners.
Okay.
They love this stuff, the sports video games.
Yes, for a crowd of one.
100,000 or more? I mean, there's a lot of people that eat this stuff up.
100,000 crowds of one.
Oh.
You're playing against yourself. And I know, yes, okay, you can play
you
against
get
your
your
buddies.
buddies and you build this whole deal together.
Yeah,
It's camaraderie and whatever. Anyway, the college football game comes out today. College Football 26 released. I've played a lot of it because I got the early release, and I have the review for people.
Super dork.
Fine.
Got the early
I'll wear the badge of honor.
Yeah.
This is not the concern people have with Madden. This is not just a roster update, which has been the criticism of Madden and EA Sports, is they just copy and paste the game with the updated roster. There's so much more that they've put into this. The biggest compliment I can give is that this feels like a game made by people who love college football. You'll notice right away, and wives and girlfriends will notice right away, that there's no more monotonous menu drums. They actually have fight songs, and they actually have covers of songs, and the presentation is better in-game. They've got Mr. Brightside. They've got Enter Sandman. They have made this sound and look and feel a little more like college football.
So now your wife can watch you play and feel fun?
No, but in the background while you're playing these games, it's a fun question. While you were playing these games, it's on the TV, and it's the same menu drums going over and over and over again. They clearly just wanted to get the game out last year. It was the first in a long time. Now they're putting more of the bells and the whistles in. So you've got new formations and schemes, stunts and twists, and you can customize your zone defenses. You can play inside and outside leverage in man coverage. They've put so much more into this game than even last year's Redux. They've got real coaches in Dynasty now. They've got a trophy room. They have recruiting is now based on where you're flying them in from. It's easier to recruit local as opposed to trying to recruit all across the country.
Oh, they went green.
What do you mean?
It's easier to recruit locally.
It just reinforces like small schools got to focus on your backyard.
Their footprint.
Yeah, you can't fly guys out from California if you're Charlotte. It's just not a sustainable way to recruit. So they've added elements of strategy to it.
Biff found that out too, in real world.
Yeah, Biff Poggi had a tough time. And John, the portal. The portal is absolutely absurd. You'll get,
as it is in real life.
That's the thing, is they tapped into it. Now, if you don't like it, they put settings in where you can curb it. But we'll see in an off season, you'll lose like 30 players to the portal. It's an exodus. It's a feed or frenzy type of thing.
The Colorado rule.
Yeah, basically. So they've really tried to tap into what college football is like. and giving you a taste of it in the game. It's doing nothing for you.
Okay.
But I would tell people, I tell people.
You gotta talk.
Was there a question there?
I would just tell people.
Woo-hoo.
Any reaction but silence.
I just tell people if you were worried they were just going to copy and paste last year with new players, it's so much more than that. So you'll be happy with it if this is your thing. And it comes out today.
Wow.
So you don't play games at all.
Is that better than silence?
So you don't play, your kids don't play.
No.
Nobody
We play real games. We go outside and play real games.
My kids play till the streetlights come on. We're still living this old-fashioned lifestyle.
The old-fashioned lifestyle?
This is what kids are doing. They're playing the games.
Some kids are.
Lots of kids.
Uh-huh.
So how much time so far since you've had it?
Too much.
Don't they add up your time?
You can't add the hours. I played a full regular season.
So
I played online games. I've started a Road to Glory. Oh, that's the other thing. You can pick your hats now.
The Glory Road.
John,
don't say Jerry Jones.
Look out for those potholes.
It's the career mode. So John, it takes you back to your high school days. And you build your top 10 schools you want to land at. They recruit you. You put 3 hats on a table. You pick, and then you play out your college career.
All the things I hate.
You can
Why
transfer.
would I want to do it in a video game?
Oh, it's
pick
glorious.
the right hat. Oh, I'm going to fake this one. Oh, wait, no, it's not this one either. Oh, it's not even one that's on the table. I'm going to take this one out from under the table.
They actually do have a feature where you can fake one hat and throw it off the table. It's
all the things people love about college football, all in one game.
By the way, you'll get this note. At the end of season 1, coaches get fired. Michigan fired Sharon Moore at the end of season 1. You know which coach they hired to replace him?
No.
Lane Kiffin. The Lane trained to Ann Arbor.
Yeah, again, all the things you love about college football, all in one place.
Can you get into a scandal?
They don't have that in there yet.
I don't know how they could work that in. You'd like to intentionally sabotage your program.
In your, if you play the
yeah, but then the opponent that you're playing against has to catch you.
What if somebody just suddenly shows up with sunglasses on your sideline?
Oh, that's
like, can you bust them or
you have to make a choice.
Yeah,
well, you compromise your integrity.
Exactly.
In the solo player, you can be ineligible. You can get suspended and not play in the games. How's that for controversy?
Yeah. Again, I'll go back to, okay, you're calling it solo player. What do we have? The news article was solo play? That's about what it sounds like you're doing.
You just don't get it.
No, I don't. I don't get the attraction. I understand video games, and I understand that they're fun to play, but to that extreme, I don't. I don't. I mean, I spent a couple of days in Vegas. I was inside the whole time, and there's... It just at some point you feel bonkers.
I got a question on Ticket Text. Is there anything less attractive to a woman than a man that sits in front of a TV all day playing video games?
Ladies, let us know.
What's less attractive?
I mean, that's a legitimate question. Your man is sitting there playing video games when he gets home from work.
It's perfect because she's at work, so I got this window where I can just go play.
Is this why you guys got into swapping?
Stop it.
Uh-huh. So when you're unavailable because of a video game, somebody must be available.
This is going to take over lives, ruin relationships. It's better than ever before. Coming up next, it's Dear John. It's 97.1.
Hey, America's favorite place to catch all your great sporting events, and we have football this month. So make your plans for the fall. It's at Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen. We're going to be out there at the end of August. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. Hey, value-driven banking begins with First Merchants Bank. When I have a question about my finances, I turn to my bank, and that's First Merchants Bank. I know that their attentive local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and helping me find the answers that I need. First Merchants doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They're going to take the time to learn about my life, which they did, and my personal and financial goals. And then they work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. They'll do the same thing for you. That's because First Merchants Bank really cares. They see me as a person, as an individual, not just as a number, and they're going to do all they can to help their customers and communities succeed. You can count on that since First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the local community needs because it's their community as well, and we all have to work together to help our communities continue to prosper. Get started on your personalized financial solution today by going to www.firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. Member FDIC.
Hunter Brown swinging a line to center. Man, 4 straight hits off of Chase Lee and another run. Jansen scores without a throw. Double, single, double, single. 6-3 lead for the Tampa Bay Rays.
You scored.
Yeah, you'd think I was just in Vegas. I'm scoring all over the country.
You got gunned down by Zach McKinstry the other day, though.
Yeah, well, hey, you can't win them all.
John's back. We're happy to have him back. Dear John, some of your feedback. And if you take a text from the video game stuff, people like poking fun. Texter says, soccer is just as dangerous at football as that at that age, John, whether you believe it or not.
I just said that. Is that what I said?
He says, I played soccer since I was 8, had 2 concussions by 13, have a bad knee from playing soccer as well.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
My son will be 4 at the end of this month. We're signing him up for the Touchdown for Tots program, which is 4- and 5-year-old beginner football fundamentals. They have it all over Metro Detroit.
It's a great program.
Teddy's been wearing a helmet since he can walk. That's great parenting right there. Signed Doug and Celine.
Yeah. Still working on getting the helmet off by himself. He can get it on.
Okay.
Sometimes he falls down. It's not easy for him to stand up and he can't get the helmet off. It's hilarious.
Do you help him out or you let him struggle?
Well, I've just the best way to learn is by doing. Yeah. So he'll eventually get out.
On the guy who got turned down on the proposal, it's over, John. It's not just the no he got after 8 months. It's the fact that they were not in tune enough that he thought it was the right time and she didn't. It's over, not good.
Well, it's not a great sign, but I would say it doesn't have to mean it's over.
If you propose and she hits you with the Cat Williams, no, it's over, signed Tom.
Yeah, I guess it is how, if she's laughing and saying no, probably not.
Here's your sign.
You thought I would say yes?
She probably said no because he plays too many video games.
Could be.
John, best line I've heard in a long time, she better be hot. I think you were talking about the cooking situation, right? Yeah.
Yes. You're obviously willing to put up with more.
Sounds like the dude whose girlfriend can't cook wants a mother to take care of him and not a partner to make a life with. No, I don't think so. I think if you share the duty, you both cook, you both clean, I said duty, John, I know. You both contribute. If you're both working, you might not be able to make food every single night, a hot meal. You cook, she cooks, you both contribute. You're equals, you're partners. And if someone's a better cook, let them cook more often, but you both contribute. You help each other out.
Yeah, and it's just a basic life skill. Learn to cook.
Right, it doesn't have to be gourmet.
Right.
Yeah, the video game one's at the end here. If your man's home playing video games, he's not cheating on you.
Yeah, but you might be out finding somebody new.
My wife and I play video games together. Most women my age grew up playing video games, and I'm 46 on the unnamed texter. How old is Costa? Video games and time to play? He's shocked that other grown men don't?
Yeah.
Assuming he's grown.
There is debate on that and where you grew up.
Look, but I think if you got kids, you don't have as much free time.
Right, yeah. Your life allows you the opportunity to do things that my life doesn't. And it's okay. It's my decisions, your decisions.
But I know, like, there's a nostalgia factor to this game specifically, John, because a lot of guys maybe played it in their teens and 20s, and then it comes back in your 30s, and your life's not the same it was in your 30s, and you can't dedicate 5 hours to knocking out a season. You're you're trying to squeeze time in around stuff.
I never had that experience when I was in my teens or 20s of playing video games.
Yeah, you get your buddies together, and that's one cool thing. I lost touch with like some friends and ended up getting back in the groove playing this game.
Yeah.
So I think that's part of it. Spending 4 hours talking about millionaires who play kids games is more unattractive than video games. From a texter.
Say that again?
Spending 4 hours talking about millionaires playing kids games is more unattractive than video games.
They're taking a shot at us.
Taking a shot at us.
But I'm 2 for 2 then. That's not helping me. I'm doing both, guys.
Yeah, but we love our kids' games. Football, basketball, baseball. Wimbledon going on right now. Maybe that's a grown-up game.
Wimbledon?
The Open Championship next weekend. We have to
British Open?
Yeah, the British.
Do you call it the British Open or the Open? How pretentious are you?
It's the Open. You have to make sure to say it right.
Right.
Yes.
It's
It's
just
the
the
Open
snobbery in
Championship.
your voice. We can call it the British Open.
Okay.
Right?
Sure.
Gator's stickler about some things. I don't know if this is one that he's a stickler about.
Is it the Open Championship or the British Open or interchangeable?
That's one of the answers in the 2 Grand Slam today.
Sorry, I have to get used to the new.
Oh, yeah, it's in a whole new setup in here.
Mm-hmm. It's the British Open.
Okay.
It's the French Open. It's the British Open. Sorry, I'm pointing to Wimbledon, but it's even though that's Wimbledon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say,
But they're not on clay. They've never been called anything other than Wimbledon. I mean,
Right.
the French Open was always called the French Open until they got and now they call it something ridiculous.
Will you do the whole show in a French accent? That would be great.
No, because I would want to hurt myself. But it is absolutely the British Open. I refuse to refer to it as anything else because growing up, that's what it was called. Nobody called it anything else. Now the pretentious Brits want to call it something else.
When did it change? Like
I don't know. I think it's like in the last 10 years it's changed. Like I don't go away.
Yeah, go away. We told them that 250 years ago.
I was gonna say,
Right.
Yeah.
That whole battle over it.
I mean, why change it? You're like you were the British Open forever. That's what it is.
I don't know.
That's me.
What's new with you, Gator?
Well, those rabbits are growing up, man.
John, did you hear this? You were gone.
Oh, that's right. You were gone.
Well, I did see it on Twitter because somebody asked what my response would be, and I said,
well, John must think that they're going to taste delicious.
I love a good stew.
Yeah, these things are way too small for even an appetizer.
Okay. Well, that's
Four
why
of them
you
will fit in the palm of your hand.
Well, so you feed them really
Well,
good
I'm not
food
feeding 'em anything.
and let them grow, and then then institute the stew.
So what has actually happened? Do you have an update today?
No, there's no real update. They're moving around a lot more now within their ditch. I don't know if they leave the ditch when I'm not there. I assume at night they might because they tended to want to crawl out a couple days ago, and I'm like that's not happening. I got the dog here, so I can't let Lois run around in the backyard at this time.
Is that the ditch is in the backyard?
Yeah, in the middle of my backyard. It's not like up against a fence. No, it's right smack dab.
It's a huge inconvenience. You can't let your dog in your own backyard.
It's a wild inconvenience.
Can't you
it's
pick
also
them up
got
and move them?
What's that?
Pick them up and move them.
If you do that, you run the risk apparently of them not being taken care of by their mother, and then I don't want that to happen. I don't want that on my conscience.
John doesn't care, but
Here's
Gator's trying to be a good person.
There's a good side of this. The good side of this is that it forces me now because Lois can't run around. I need to take her for more walks.
Okay.
So we go on longer walks, and that's
good for
better
you.
for me too. So.
I'd say let the dogs out and let nature take its course.
I know you would.
Survival of the fittest.
I figure I have like a week
So
and a half
on
to
brand.
2 weeks left of this, and then they're going to go on. Apparently, they stay in the nest for like 3 weeks, and I think they were just a few days old when I found them.
Wow.
Or when the dog found them, and then the landscapers found them. So yeah, but they're adorable.
How did the landscapers find them?
Because Lois found it first and dug at this hole, and I didn't notice. And then all of a sudden, she exposed this massive hole, but I didn't pay attention to it. I just saw her digging. I'm like, Lois, get over here. She came back inside, whatever. And I had landscapers over doing some work, and I wanted to explain something to them. And he's like, the guy's like, oh, come here. And he points to the ground. I'm like, oh, what's that? I'm like, are those rats? What are those? And I look closer. Because they were so small, it was hard to tell what the hell they were. And I realized, oh, those are bunny rabbits. Okay. I'm like, damn it. So I covered it up a little bit with some sticks and a log, and then I took a chair and put it on top of that.
He's like a parent.
He obviously, apparently buried them alive. Put the chair on top.
Well,
sit there, have a cup of
the chair
coffee.
just protects it from two sides.
The elements.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
A nurturer, Gator.
Yes.
Yeah, they have a pergola, It's pretty sweet out there for them. Outdoor kitchen.
Yeah, you better be careful. Costa bring the catio over. You have to call it a what is it? A
radio?
rabidio?
A rabidio?
Rabidio?
Bunnyo.
A harrow?
Bunnyo. Yeah.
Harrow. What is the plan for the Thursday show?
Well, obviously talk some Tigers. Saw social media complain about the team we want to bring up. We got a Who's on Top schedule for the noon hour.
A social media complaint.
No.
I have never seen one of those.
Probably look long and far to find that one.
Right.
Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Ready? We got all kinds of problems.
I was going to ask you. I'm like, and then I'm looking over there and nobody's there. So these are first world problems, but we're having some renovations done in the building. It's been an ongoing renovation, and now it's time to work on the studios. So Kang and Kenny are in another room completely.
Kang, are you there?
I'm not even sure.
Guys are way across the building. We can't see them.
No.
And now we've got new stuff in here and trying to see if computers work.
Yes. And right, so far it's not, but yours is.
I'm in.
Attaboy.
I think.
Yeah. Still figuring this out. How are you? Okay, what's with the headphones? You got crackling in your headphones?
Yeah, I hear like it's almost like somebody's got a cellophane bag and they're playing with it.
Yep. Issues. Anyway, how are you?
That will never.
I don't know if I can do this for 4 hours. Seriously, just crackling in the headphones. Nobody cares about this, do they?
I don't know. They probably can't even hear it. I'm fine. Getting over another Tiger loss, Doug. I don't know what they better be. I tell you what, Scott Harris better be working the phones.
Right.
He better be working the phones.
Are they going to fix this problem?
Yeah. Oh, you mean Scott Harris or? Yes.
It is a little weird. And it's just because I just watched the game last night. Like we were talking to people yesterday about what they like most about this team. And the thing that came up over and over and over and over again was base running. People love the base running, right?
Yes.
And there were so many examples of it last night. And it was going good and going bad. Parker Meadows got thrown out trying to stretch a single into a double. And Wencel Perez went from first to third on a single to left field. And on the throw, McKinstry turned his single into a double. And like all this stuff is what people love about him. And another thing people said they love about him, yesterday's topic, what do you love about this team, was that they never feel like they're out of it. That was yours, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so I sat there with 2 outs in the ninth when Keith singled down 7-3. And I'm like, they're still in this, even though it was a long way to go, right?
Correct.
But still, I mean, it felt like they were still in it. But losses do happen in a season. In fact, usually 60, 70 of those things happen in a season. These are the kind of games, though, that you don't want to play in the playoffs, where a reliable bullpen arm gets lit up, where Riley Green's up with the bases loaded and a deficit, and he strikes out. Like these are the kind of things that get super magnified in the playoffs, where people get really upset and everything matters times 10. And that was just one of those games that I'm thinking about. It's a mid-season July game. You're 14 games up. You lose the game. It's not the end of the world, but you don't want to play that way in a postseason game, right? I mean, that's just that can happen. It can absolutely happen.
Yeah, you don't want any of this stuff to happen, but it's like I was joking about it. It's one game. They're 24 games above 500. They're 13 games ahead in the Central Division. Everything's going to be okay, even though there were some cracks last night. Now, I did have one. There's one thing I've been talking about for about a week now, and then last night was the first time that it's happened, and that is, with Chase Lee and being a sidearm pitcher, I do worry. This was a legitimate concern of mine, and I hope that last night was just a blip. But because there aren't many guys that pitch sidearm, does a novelty wear off, or was that just a bad evening?
I think it was just a bad evening. I mean, I guess eventually when he's been around the league once and everybody's seen him, we could be concerned that they'll catch up to him. Last night, I don't know if it was about them having his number as much as maybe his location, but I mean, at the end of the day, whether or not what will Chase Lee's role be on this team? I suspect that by the time we get to the most important part of the season, whether it be August or September, Chase Lee's going to be, fifth most important guy out of the bullpen, because you're going to have Vest and Canely. The way Holton's tracking and the development with Holton of lately has been incredibly important. And then an outside arm that gets brought in are probably all going to be in more high leverage situations when we get into September and hopefully October, probably in all more high leverage situations than Chase Lee. So Chase Lee, one bad outing doesn't change that much. But, what's his role going to be in the most important games? I'm not sure we're going to see a ton of him in the most important games.
Maybe not, but he has pitched well up until last night. So it was like, was he being counted on to be that guy?
I think.
Or did they think that he was just, hey, you're playing like that?
Look, in the ups and downs, long seasons, right? So for a while there was Canely Vest, and then we had no idea who the next high leverage guy is. It's probably Holton, the way he's been pitching, and we've seen it in the past. And then out of house. So, I think Chase Lee, if he was holding a high leverage spot, and didn't he pitch in the ninth inning 2 days ago, right? In a close game. So he was getting high leverage opportunities. Yeah. But that's just where they are right now. I suspect things will change between now and then. And let me make something clear. I think Chase Lee can be a big part of this team. I think he can be a big part of this team. But, ideally, we've already envisioned a future where Chase Lee, his role is lesser, but he can still be a big part of this team. Where did he pitch? Was it 2 games ago, 3 games ago? I thought he got a ninth inning opportunity. Whatever. Discombobulation in the studio, I'll tell you that. Gator, I got a trivia question for you.
Yes.
And I want texters as well because I'm not sure you're going to get it. What happened on the show 1 year ago today? I want you to think about it. 1 year ago today, what happened on the show? Give it some thought.
I'll have to give it some thought.
And some texters, if they can guess, if you're a regular to this program, something somewhat significant happened on the show 1 year ago today. 248-539-9797. You want to get your Tiger calls in. It's Carson Anderson. Happy Thursday, everybody. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket, 248-539-9797. Well, the headphones are fixed. I don't know if they're fixed for you, but they're fixed for me. Thank you, engineers, whatever the issue was. Oh, maybe not. Whatever. Yeah. We got a bit of some studio transition issues here, but we'll power through. So anyway, 1 year ago today, apparently we can't take text for a while either. Or we won't get text for a while. Do you know what happened 1 year ago today on this show?
Was it show related or was this just an event that happened?
Show related.
I was going to say there was a trade that was made, but
where are we on the calendar? I'm going to try and walk you through this.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
Yeah, where are we on the calendar?
It's July 10th?
Yep. So coming out of what holiday just passed?
4th of July.
And what sporting event?
Oh, Doug had a hot dog.
I ate a hot dog a year ago today.
Nice.
Yeah.
It was a delicious hot dog.
It was awful.
It was, I think the brand was Winters.
With all respect to the Winters, it's not your hot dogs.
Let me tell you something. Well, it's absolutely Doug, because when they brought those in and we cooked them up, they were some of the best hot dogs I've ever had.
They were way undercooked.
They were so good.
Yeah.
We loved them here in the studio.
Well, let's work with the term we. We's doing a lot of heavy lifting there when you say we. Did we love them?
Everybody but you.
Yeah, okay. Now, to be fair, and just so people who are new to the show, I don't eat red meat. I don't eat pork products, and I don't eat hot dogs. And I haven't had a hot dog in probably 30 years until I lost that bet. And the bet was, I bet that Joey Chestnut was going to participate in the 4th of July hot dog eating contest because I thought it was all part of marketing. I thought, this is going to be, look, he's back, and everybody's going to get all excited.
That's right.
And I was wrong, and he didn't participate. This year he came back.
And there was a price to be paid.
And the bet that Gator and I made was, I bet Gator that if Joey Chestnut does participate in the hot dog eating contest, Gator would have to eat an impossible dog. And if he doesn't, then I had to eat an actual dog, and I did. So, yeah, and it was rather tough for me. I will say that. But anyway, Tiger game last night. Look, it was what it was. You lose games, and 4 or 5 times the Tigers went 1, 2, 3, and just didn't really get anything going. But I mean, Tampa's a good team. Won the series. It's not the end of the world. Not the end of the world. 248-539-9797. Let's go to John. You're on 97 with a ticket. Hi, John.
Carson Anderson, how we done?
What's up, John?
Hey, guys. I got 2 trade pieces, a bat and a bullpen arm. I've been telling you guys for weeks, Aroldis Chapman, he is the answer. I'm telling you, he's lights out. And
I'm telling you right now, Boston's not out of it, so Boston's not likely to trade him just yet. Unless Boston goes in a total tailspin here in the next few weeks.
We can hope for it.
I don't think he's going to be available.
I'm hoping for it. But then the bat is Eugenio Suarez on the Diamondbacks. He's a third baseman. We need him, and he's raking. I really like him.
I like him too, but who are you going to sit?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I mean, are you gonna sit the All-Star? You're gonna sit the guy who's playing like an All-Star right now, and Colt Keith. I mean, when I say the All-Star, I mean Zach McKinstry. You got the guy who's playing like an All-Star, and Colt Keith.
Yeah, but weren't the Tigers just trying to trade for or in talks with Brian Hayes and the Pirates?
No, people said
the
things
report.
like
there
that,
is a report out there that they called about Brian Hayes. So here's the thing about it, and John, yes, Eugenio Suarez feels like it'd be a really good addition, and I kind of did the trickle down effect because if he comes to Detroit, they plan on playing him. Right now, the 2 leaders on the roster at third base, the guys who played the most at third base, are Zach McKinstry and Javi Baez. Okay. So if you're going to bring in Suarez, assuming he's going to play, what happens to Baez and McKinstry? Well, Baez then moves and plays a lot more.
Because he's now become a shortstop, basically.
Short or center field. You got McKinstry, short or right field, most likely. And who gets squeezed out here isn't Baez and it isn't McKinstry. It's Parker Meadows is the guy that would get squeezed out. And the thing about Parker Meadows is he's starting to hit a little bit more. He was a key piece last year. Let's not be fooled. He came back after the trip to Toledo and he hit over 300. And right now, he's brought his batting average up about 70 points after the first 2 weeks. But in that stretch where he's brought his batting average up, he's walked 4 times and he has 2 extra base hits. Now, is he good in the field? Yes. Does he provide some speed on the base pass? Yes. And do I think clock is ticking on him? I really don't think so yet. But I feel like he would be the guy that gets squeezed out if they bring in a third baseman like Eugenio Suarez.
Well, and then that's an interesting way to look at it, and you're right. I mean, that's
the trickle-down effect leads to Meadows.
And the initial thought when you talk about Parker Meadows, if you take him out of the lineup, what does that mean? And well, it means you lose a Gold Glove caliber center fielder. However, Javi Baez was playing great in center field.
Yep.
But if I'm playing Javi in center field, then my shortstop is, do I want to put McKinstry at short? Because he's not nearly as good of a fielder as Javi or as Trey Sweeney. But Trey Sweeney isn't hitting all that well. But yeah, there is a trickle down effect. Now, when they talked about the guy from Pittsburgh,
Brian Hayes,
the way I look at that is that I don't think that would be a guy who's your everyday starter at third base. I look at that as a guy who comes in as a defensive replacement late in games. He's like one of the last roster spots that you have, and he provides some depth at that position. And it's for that purpose. If you go out and get a guy like Suarez, you're going to start him. But then you start shuffling other guys around. It's interesting. You said, how did you phrase it with Parker Meadows? Is this start the clock going on him?
The clock ticking?
Yeah, and it might be not just yet, but their future center fielder just started at Double-A the last 2 nights.
Yep.
That's their future center fielder in Max Clark.
Yep.
So how far away is Max Clark from getting up to the big leagues?
Not this year.
No, I wouldn't imagine it's this year. But I'm just saying, like, you want to see.
Is that 100%?
What?
Max Clark, not this year. 100%.
I think it's pretty close to 100%.
I think
it's not this year.
Yeah. Well,
when this team is as good as they are, you're not rushing guys through the system.
No, but
right?
I think if a year ago we brought up Jackson Jobe was going to start a playoff game on July 10th, if we brought that up, he didn't start, excuse me. Jackson Jobe was going to pitch for the Tigers in the postseason. If we said that a year ago on this date, people would have thought we were insane.
Yeah, the guy who might keep an eye on is Trey Cruz at AAA.
Yeah,
because he can play shortstop, and if he continues to hit at AAA like he was at AA, and he fields a position well enough, then that could be another solution that moves everything around. But anyway, the big name that people like to talk about is Suarez. There's a lot to like with his bat. There's no question about it. But how does this affect the rest of the lineup? And I would say I saw some article last night that said, here are 5 candidates for the Yankees to look at third base. And I'm like, It's interesting because the Tigers don't necessarily have to make that move, right? But if the Yankees made that move, how much more formidable would that make the Yankees lineup? And would that get them back on track and start winning more games? It doesn't mean the Tigers do that to stop them from making that move,
right?
But that's something that could happen.
So the fallout from yesterday, the Yankees releasing DJ LeMahieu to call up the rookie pitcher who looked really good last night and was hitting triple digits, is they are expected to make a push for Suarez. And that's just, I mean, now are you playing defense here a little bit? Are you countering that move with your own big move? Or do you just think your team's good enough? But
how do you counter a bat, Doug?
Well, you can counter it with pitching.
There you go.
Yeah. And as far as Aroldis Chapman's concerned, I think, trust us on this one, everybody would love to have Aroldis Chapman. Why would a team in a playoff spot trade away a key bullpen arm?
This is like talking about Toronto trading Bo Bichette.
Yep.
Like, why? They're in first place. And when we talked about it a few weeks ago, or maybe a month and a half ago, I mean, that's when Toronto started going on this ridiculous tear, where now they're 54-39 on the season.
There's some
with a 2.5 game lead in the East.
I got to these late because we're having a studio change over here, but the text that came in of what happened 1 year ago today. There's some great ones here, even though we already said what it was. One person got it 1 year ago today. Carsh ate the hot dog because of his wrong prediction on the Joey Chestnut thing. Signed guy who does not watch food eating contests. Next one, my guess is 1 year ago today the speaker fell off the ceiling and nearly killed Gator. That was bizarre. Gator was sitting in that chair directly across from me doing crosstalk when a speaker right above him fell and just barely missed you.
That speaker.
And I mean, it would have done damage. Well, no, we applaud that it missed. Did Kirk Gibson call the morning show 1 year ago today? I want to go back and hear that call. I wonder if we can archive that call. Because Gibby called up about a year ago, and I don't think it was today, but he called up about a year ago and said, this team's way better than people realize. And he got scoffed, and people scoffed him, I should say.
Yeah, maybe we can ask Greg here in a second if they have it.
I don't know if we can figure anything out today. But
well, maybe not.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback. Tigers actually lose a game, still in good shape, but people are, we're getting closer to trade deadline, and that talk is percolating. In fact, one writer came up with the perfect fit for each team. We'll tell you at 11:02 who he picked for Detroit. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Kang is somewhere in the building. I just went and found him. He's usually behind the glass right there, but there's a big studio changeover, so now he is hidden somewhere in this facility in a back studio. How's it going back there, Kang?
Hey, so you know how you go into your house, and let's say you go into the kitchen, and Gator, you go to your kitchen, Doug, you go into your kitchen, and I ask you, grab me a glass of water. You know exactly where to go. You know what cabinet, you know where glasses are, you know where the silver is, right?
Yep.
I feel like I moved houses and no one told me. I walked in, and you told me to get a glass of water, and I have no idea. I'm in the laundry room all of a sudden.
Yeah, they've flip-flopped our computers, but we'll be fine.
Yeah, we'll be fine.
This is like Gator said, first world problems, and nobody out there probably cares. But bear with us today if we are not we're not on our game. Let's go to Mark. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Mark?
Well, thank you for taking my call. I think if the Tigers want to make an honest run at World Championship, they need couple more pitchers. You have 3 series to win the championship. Divisional.
Well, the championship series and the World Series, yes.
Yeah, well, it's not like Mickey Lolich being able to pitch on 2 days rest every other game.
So
no, it's 57 years later.
Yeah, are you talking about you want another starter?
I want a starter, and I definitely want another solid reliever because Best he can't be used every night.
Okay, but they've got, I mean, look, the emergence of Tyler Holton getting back to form, Tommy Kahnle's been really good. That's actually a pretty good back end of the bullpen, and no, Vest can't be used every night, but I suspect they're going to add a bullpen arm. I feel like almost everybody just has the just requirement to add a bullpen arm.
Well, I agree. They need to add a bullpen arm. I'd love to have add a back end bullpen arm. And I saw a stat yesterday that showed that with Kahnle and Vest, with the saves that they have between them, like one has I think 16, the other has 9 or something. They were 15 and 9. That it's the first. Yeah, it's the same thing that they had back in '84 with Willie Hernandez and Aurelio Rodriguez. It was almost the same total, actually, of what those guys did. Now those guys pitched literally twice as much as in terms of innings pitched, because most of those saves were 2-inning saves back in '84. But it's a different game today, without question. But your point's valid. I think that because baseball has changed, more pitchers the merrier. I want definitely one more bullpen arm, and I'd love to be able to count on another rotational arm, but some guys are picking things up. Reese Olson just got back, and he went 5 innings last night, gave up a couple of runs. We got Jack Flaherty is going to pitch, I think, on Sunday for the Tigers. He's trending in the right direction. We know that Mize and Skubal have both been very good this year, and Cater Montero is the 5th guy. He's actually pitched better than I think most people expected him to. But I don't think it's going to stop Scott Harris from looking around to see if they can add more pitching.
Reese makes me a little nervous.
Well, I mean, give him some time here to come back.
Here's a sub-3 ERA still through 11 starts.
The Tigers have best pitcher in the game, Flaherty, Mize. They've got Reese Olson, and then it's kind of figured out from there, right?
Montero's earning it, but yeah.
Last year, the Dodgers and the Yankees, who played in the World Series, the Dodgers played 16 postseason games. 3 pitchers started 12 of the 16 postseason games. 3 guys. The Yankees played 14 postseason games, and 3 pitchers started 12 of their 14. You don't turn down a great offer to add to the pitching staff. Just keep in mind, in the postseason, you're basically, those 2 teams did it essentially relying on 3 starting pitchers.
Because
spot starts here and there.
Yes, because once you get into the later rounds, it's not like you're not pitching every day.
You don't pitch every day. So it's, again, you don't turn down good pitching, but you don't need a full staff of 5 guys that are all going to start a game and then, then 5 days rest. Text coming in. If I could trade a high-quality right-handed, if I could trade a high-quality right-handed batter third baseman, you bet your rear end I'd be sitting McKinstry. If you could trade 4, okay, you said if I could trade. You meant if you could trade 4 a high-quality right-handed batting third baseman, you bet your rear end I'd be sitting McKinstry. Why would you not want to start a better bat? Well, why would you sit McKinstry? Just play him somewhere else. That's the point, and that's what I said at the beginning of the show. If you look at the trickle-down effect, I think the trickle-down effect, if you add a high-quality third baseman, a good bat, is Baez plays more at short. McKinstry probably goes to the outfield. Riley Green's playing out there. Or Baez goes to center field. And McKinstry goes to short. But the guy that gets squeezed out is most likely Parker Meadows. Why would you sit McKinstry over Parker Meadows? Why?
Defensive purposes?
I guess.
The problem is, it's not even a problem. This is a wonderful problem to have. Zach McKinstry is having a hell of a season. He's literally an all-star.
Yep.
His OPS is 826. He's getting it done at the plate. He's getting it done by playing. I mean, the throw he made the other day to get the outfield assist to third base was a great throw. I mean, he's a I don't know if he's average or slightly above average as a fielder, but where he really excels is his base running. There are not many base runners in Major League Baseball that are better than Zach McKinstry, as the metrics will show you. Now, are there players that are faster than him? Absolutely. But this guy is smart beyond belief. He had a base hit to center field that turned into a double because he hustled it out. You know, he takes first to third like a champ. He brings all these all these other, they're not intangibles. These are actually tangibles.
Right.
Right? These are ways you can look at him and say he's awfully good. Now, Suarez brings something different to the table. Suarez, by the way, right now is on a tear with his batting average. Remember it was before it was like 220 or something? He's up to 250 now. 29 home runs and 75 RBIs. Yeah, would that bat in the lineup be pretty great? It would be, and it's awfully enticing. But there is a ripple effect of what that would do if they were to go get him. I'm not saying don't do it.
No, the ripple effect is squeezing out somebody other than Zach McKinstry. Unless McKinstry, goes back to what he was at the beginning of last year. I mean, you're talking about squeezing out somebody at the bottom end of the lineup and making it work, because McKinstry and Baez have position flexibility and allows them to play all over. That gives A.J. Hinch a chance to play his best lineup. And the thing about Parker Meadows is he might have taken a bad route on that double over his head last night, but he might have. I don't know what they'd say. Maybe his first step. AJ always talks about the first step with the morning show. But the bottom line is somebody else gets squeezed out. You don't have to. You just move those guys around. And that's the beauty of the makeup of this team. That's the strength that allows them to be able to go out and really play them just about anywhere. I mean, you get into this weird thing with Colt Keith and Torque, but you do have a DH because you want Gleyber Torres, Torque, and Colt Keith in the lineup most days, many days, and there are going to be some righty-lefty matchups where you sit one of them. But
yeah, and Suarez is not a good fielder at third base. He's also only played 2 games as a DH, and okay, does that throw his game off if he's only a DH? I mean, I've always found that to be a strange thing, but for some guys, it's just how it is. They want to be, they feel like they're better hitters if they're in the game, but some other people excel at being a DH. David Ortiz excelled at being a DH. The whole idea of adding Suarez would be it's so enticing because of what he does at the plate. But trying to figure out the balance of the rest of this lineup. I mean, Colt Keith right now is hitting as well as anybody in baseball, basically, over the last few weeks. And then you go back to his last 50-plus games. It's really impressive, hitting well over 300 at this point, and his OPS is sky high. He's become a guy, like he's hitting over 270 right now. I didn't know that.
Right.
Like he's up to 270? What? And he deserves to play at this point. McKinstry with his 826 OPS deserves to be out there. Kerry Carpenter's coming back next week.
Right.
Is he going to go back out to right field? Is he going to be a DH because they're going to be treating that hammy with kid gloves? Or what's going to happen there? These aren't easy decisions for the Tigers to make. This goes back to what did he say? The cold, hard decisions they're going to have to make, Scott Harris said?
Yep. 248-539-9797. Dwayne is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Dwayne.
Hey, guys. How you doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Hey, I look at when you're talking about guys that might be not playing, you got 2 Swiss Army knives. I think Matt Vierling and Zach McKinstry. Out of those 2 guys, I'm keeping McKinstry and probably going to move Vierling down unless there's some contract implications for that. Because like you just said, Gator, you got Carpenter coming back. So I just think that Vierling would be the odd man out. Obviously, Sweeney will be gone, but and then I like Baez plays short, Colt Keith you run him over at third to see if he can't play, McKinstry goes to the outfield. So you got a lot more options with Zach, and he's hitting the ball better than Vierling. So that would be the guy that I would probably move out.
Is Vierling?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even really at this point. Vierling's got to earn his spot back into the regular rotation, and they're giving him an opportunity to do so.
Yeah, I mean, if they do add a bat, someone like a Suarez, then you're looking, okay, writing's on the wall that guys like Perez, Veerling, Meadows, Jones. Those are those guys, right?
Yep.
That they're going to have to make the decision. So one of those guys goes down, and then, okay, how is this ripple effect going to affect the everyday lineup if they were to add a player like that? So there's a lot to consider. But in the meantime, clock is ticking. We're 3 weeks away, literally 3 weeks away from the trade deadline, and teams are going to start jockeying for position. I think there's been some minor jockeying to this point, but it's going to ramp up here soon.
We had a national writer give his 2 cents on who the perfect fit in Detroit would be. We'll tell you at 11:02 who he says come trade deadline time. In the meantime, protect your home from unexpected water damage with leak detection services from CGC Home Services. They can help identify and prevent flooded basements and other water-related issues. CGC also offers Eris Active Pure technology, reducing 99% of airborne bacteria, viruses, and mold. Beyond leak detection, CGC also specializes in water softeners and drinking water systems, providing total water care for your home. Choose CGC Water Services and Connecticut for peace of mind. Learn more about their services and special offers at 855-339-4242. All right, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. We will take your texts as we're talking a little bit. Mostly it's turned into a trade conversation. I don't think people are panicked, but certainly last night's game, it is what it is. You lose baseball games, and we're getting closer to trade deadline, so it's appropriate. Let's go to Eli. You're next on 97.1 a ticket. Hi, Eli.
Hey, how we doing, fellas?
Great.
All right.
I just want to give my 2 cents on with the trade deadline looming. Obviously, I agree with everybody else. We do need another relief pitcher. I do kind of disagree with what you guys were saying for the timeline on Parker Meadows. I think the clock is, for me at least, I started the clock at the start of July for him, and I think it's ticking pretty quick with, 3 weeks left till the trade deadline. But the way I see it with Colt Keith, if he continues to hit how he's hitting, or at least at that level. I'd probably keep him on the DH right now. I think you got to keep Javi Baez on the infield. I think he's just too valuable there. And then I would love to see us sign somebody like Taylor Ward and throw him potentially in center field or right field, and then keep Zach at third because Colt Keith, just with that arm issue, I don't know if we can trust him over there quite yet, and he's so new to the position. And then I think we let Wenzel Perez or Kerry Bonds battle it out in right field and come up with our guy for the postseason.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's going to be a guy. I think it's a game-to-game, matchup-by-matchup basis.
Sure.
I'm kind of a big believer in what he's doing, which is trying to make sure that he's got the best 9 on the field for a given matchup on a night. As far as the one thing I've discovered through the years is that typically fans and media, we start clocks ticking on people way quicker as a general rule than organizations do. And so, I mean, you're running out of patience, it sounds like, a little bit with Parker Meadows. I think they're going to give him a good long time because they love his defense, they love his speed, and they know that the best version of him would be really good for the Tigers when they get to the postseason.
Yeah, he's only 25 years old. Keep in mind that he missed basically all of spring training. He got off to a real slow start. He's been a lot better over his last 10 games or so. And he really kind of hit his stride last year. There was a point late in the summer where things just clicked, and he became a real plus player for them offensively.
The best version of him is better than Taylor Ward.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think, but I did look up stats on Ward here, and he 61 RBIs with 20 homers. If Parker Meadows, if we give him a couple more weeks and he still isn't panning out, I just think he is kind of a potential option, and with the Angels could be looking to trade. He is an option for us.
Yeah, he does provide more power. He hasn't played a ton of center field in his career, so I don't know that they would want to do that. But then again, they're really good at repurposing people. They're really good at repurposing.
Well, that they are. There could be a lot of shuffling around. I mean, we've already talked about a bunch of different scenarios of who gets shuffled or whatever. But the previous caller had mentioned about Colt Keith and third base doesn't trust him throwing a ball. Because it's new to him. It's not new to him. He hasn't done a lot of it in the last couple of years because he's been recovering from arm issues. They finally like where his arm is at. That's why he's gone back to playing third base. Is because his arm is now kind of completely healed, the shoulder from the issues he's had in the past, and it's kind of relearning that position. And hopefully he becomes a fixture and a mainstay over at third base. Does that mean that you don't go and look at Suarez? No, it doesn't mean that. I mean, Suarez, you could have Suarez as DH. Suarez is he's so interesting because he's got reverse splits. He's right-handed who hits right-handers better than he does lefties. However, when he hits lefties, all he does is hit home runs.
Right.
He hits home runs at a higher clip versus left-handed pitchers than he hits home runs versus right-handed pitchers. It's really kind of strange how that's worked out this year, but he's got 29 of them. I mean, he hit, I think it was 10 home runs in the first month of the season, and he hit 11 home runs a month ago in June. But his batting average was wildly different. Hit 200 the first month of the season, hit 315 in the previous month. He's a flat out power hitter.
And I mean, I can see why they're giving Meadows the opportunity. It might be wishful thinking when it's all said and done. The Parker Meadows that came back from Toledo last year was a 300 hitter with an 857 OPS. He was really good. Now, is he ever going to return to that? It's a valid question. He's not there now. He didn't get a spring training. And so they've been patient with him.
So does he have 3 weeks to prove it before the Tigers have to break glass and do something?
It feels like it because that's sort of the finish line of what you can do in terms of major moves to help your roster. So, yeah, I mean, and you don't have to give anything up for him. He's here, you have him. I mean, patience has paid off with this team and this organization. Not every time. It didn't pay off with Kenta Maeda, but it sure did pay off with Zach McKinstry. It sure has paid off with Colt Keith. It's paid off with Baez. It's paid off with Torque. I mean, there are guys that they just kept parading out there, and we use that term somewhat, It's kind of an insult, derogatory term, but they kept giving him chances and guys came through. So 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, real quick. Last night, Tiger game. John C. Reilly, and Kang, I'm going to ask you this too. John C. Reilly, the actor, showed up and apparently surprised his buddy Jack White and sang Happy Birthday on the field before the game. It was the longest version of Happy Birthday I've ever seen. It was very slow paced, but it was John C. Reilly. They gave him the mic and I think they just said, okay, go. Then he was up in the booth.
Yeah.
Did you see the booth appearance?
I saw the booth appearance. I did not see the Happy Birthday appearance.
Okay.
But I was glued to watching and listening to John C. Reilly up in the booth as he was going through the fastest half innings of baseball.
Okay, so real quick, when you see John C. Reilly, the first one of his characters you think of is?
It's not what you think. It's a movie you've never seen.
Is it? Is
no,
that right?
I was thinking of the same thing last night.
All right, Kang, when you see John C. Reilly, the actor, Kang, the first character of his you think of is who?
Step Brothers.
Okay. What was his character? Was it?
It wasn't Brennan. It was
Dale.
Dale,
Yes,
okay.
Dale.
Dale from Step Brothers.
Yeah. I mean, he's been in a lot of great movies, but Dale, that's the first one I think.
I think of Cal Naughton Jr.
It's a great character.
Yep.
Both of them are great characters.
Just ahead
another
of,
good one.
Just ahead of Reed Rothschild.
Oh,
another great character.
So Cal Naughton Jr. was Talladega Nights. Reed Rothschild was Boogie Nights.
Yep.
You like the Nights.
Apparently. When you see John C. Reilly, who's the first character you think of?
I believe the character's name was John. It was in a movie called Hard Eight, which is about it's not what you think it's about. I believe it's made by the same guy who did Boogie Nights and did the movie Magnolia,
So
which
wait
is
a
another
sec.
one with
Wait a
John
sec.
C. Reilly.
The movie's called Hard Eight, and it's done by the same guy that did Boogie Nights.
I know. Well, Boogie Nights is a little bit more than 8, but this was it's about. I think it takes place in Reno. It's got a great cast, and it's kind of like a film noir type thing. It's really it's a great movie with Gwyneth Paltrow's in it and
Gator,
Samuel L.
that's
Jackson.
I speak for all of us. That was the wrong answer.
Yeah. Fair enough. You asked me what I'm thinking of.
Well,
that's
no,
what I
that's-
think.
Yeah,
of.
wrong answer.
Because it's one of my favorite movies.
That's
so
what
that's
I
what
want
I look at.
I want to ask. He's been. I mean, I don't even see movies, and I know he's got a ton of great roles.
I will tell you this: when I was watching him last, because that is the first thing that came to my mind, and I started thinking of all the movies that he's been in. You can't help but smile when you just hear the voice, and you're like, "I love that voice."
Dude, the voice.
It's just awesome.
And I'm like, Cal Naughton Jr.'s in the booth.
Yes. And then you start going through every movie this guy's been in, and like every movie
And I probably
has
only
made
know.
me smile.
I
to some
probably only
extent.
know about 10% of them, and I love them
Yeah.
all. So here's our question: when you see John C. Reilly, 248-539-9797, text only. Who's the first character he played that you think of? The first one, because they started talking about him in a baseball movie during the interview there, and I'm like, what? I had no idea he was in the baseball movie he was in.
It was with Kevin Costner, right? For Love of the Game, wasn't he the catcher?
Yes.
Yeah.
I had no clue he was in that movie. I had no clue he was a catcher in that movie. And that's a movie I saw.
Yeah.
I actually saw it.
Costner's playing a tiger.
Yes, he was.
Billy Chappell.
Chappell, wasn't it? Yeah. Anyway,
Gus was his name, is the catcher.
is that right? Are you sure? You seem like you're mostly sure. Are you sure?
Pretty sure.
Okay. Well, and that's the jersey he was wearing, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Why he was wearing the jersey when he sang Happy Birthday was this character from
For Love of the Game.
But correct me if I'm wrong, for Love of the Game, they were on the road.
When he threw, sorry, I don't want to spoiler alert.
Well, the movie's 40 years old.
It's not 40 years old, but yes, they were. I think they were at Yankee Stadium, weren't they?
Yeah, so he wasn't wearing the home jersey.
I didn't see
in
what
the
he was
movie.
wearing at the.
He wore the
Happy
home
Birthday.
jersey with the name Snicky on the back. It didn't say
Snitsky
Gus.
or something like that.
Snitsky, okay, whatever it was.
I forget what it was.
He was wearing that jersey. But anyway, the interview was funny. First of all, I love the idea of him doing play. He said he wasn't a sports fan growing up, but then his kids started to play baseball, and he would sit at games and basically do play-by-play in a character he made up, Ernie Bellavoce. And he would just do play-by-play and make announcements like, there are 50-cent Bloody Marys at the concession stand. The rest of the parents are like, what? And he's like, no.
Top of the third inning brought to you by Steel Berries athletic supporters.
Steel Berries. It's pretty funny. I got to tell you, I don't think Dirks and Benetti knew he was coming in.
I don't know if they ever do, yeah.
I think it was a surprise for Jack White for his birthday, which is cool.
It was, yeah.
Yep.
Apparently, what he said that he had talked to Jack White's agent or something like that.
Manager. When you see John C. Reilly, who's the first character that he played that you think of? 248-539-9797. Kang, you see the texts as they come in. Is there a repetitive theme? Is there one character that's standing out more than others?
No, I mean he's been in so many movies that we're getting a good mix here. So I'll send him over here and you'll have some right after the break.
All right. And also coming up straight ahead as promised, who's the perfect match for the Tigers at the trade deadline? A MLB writer picks the perfect match for all contending teams. We'll get to that coming up in the 11 o'clock hour as well here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. It's an off day for the Tigers before they start a 3-game weekend series with the Mariners at Comerica Park tomorrow night. Last night, the Tigers dropped their series finale with the Rays 7-3, but still did take the series. Manager A.J. Hinch is confident in the starters he's rolling out against Seattle this weekend. The Tigers will hand the ball to Tarek Skubal to open the series tomorrow night. First pitch, 7:10, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The Pistons begin Summer League play against the Knicks tomorrow night in Vegas. The Summer League roster featuring second-year forward Ron Holland, second-round pick Chaz Lanier, and his Tennessee teammate Sakai Ziegler. Novak Djokovic has reached the Wimbledon semifinals for a men's record 14th time, breaking a tie with Roger Federer. It sets up a showdown with number 1 seed Jannik Sinner tomorrow. The other semifinal, two-time defending champ Carlos Alcaraz versus American Taylor Fritz. And Sun star and Grand Rapids native Devin Booker signing a 2-year, $145 million extension. It's the highest annual extension salary in NBA history. At the Corbell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hello, hour 2 of the program, 248-539-9797. A few things on the table today. So we're talking a lot of Tigers. Also have John C. Riley was in the booth. When you first see him, who's the first character that he played that you think of? But I mentioned this. Let's get to it. ESPN baseball writer Jeff Passan, talking about the posturing prior to the trade deadline. And, after the All-Star break, things will really pick up. He lists 16 teams, all with winning records, who amongst the available players, the likely available players, who makes too much sense for each team. For the Detroit Tigers, first team he lists, best match, David Bednar, pitcher,
Relief pitcher, yeah.
Pittsburgh Pirates. He writes, Cade Smith and Griffin Jacks from Cleveland and Minnesota are the right answers, but the likelihood of Detroit pulling an all-in-division deal to get a swing-and-miss reliever is minimal, which leaves Bednar, who has rebounded from an atrocious 2024 to recapture his form of 21 through 23. He was amongst the best 5 relievers in baseball with a high 90s fastball, a hard-breaking curveball, and a mean splitter. Bednar's arsenal would give the Tigers a ninth-inning option beyond Will Vester, Tommy Kahnle. Beyond the bullpen, the Tigers don't need much. They can really hit, with 8 of their 9 regulars sporting slugging percentages of .415 or better. Manager A.J. Hint's constant tinkering, the most Detroit has used one lineup this year, is 4 times. Wow. Doesn't just work. It's an identity the team embraces. And as much as the Tigers could use capital from their tremendous farm system to add to this team, they don't necessarily need it. This is the second year of a window that's bound to last. Securing Bednar's services for 2 playoff runs is the sort of incremental step needed to capitalize in a down American League. So there's a couple things there. I didn't realize that. One is the most Detroit has used one lineup this year is 4 times.
I could see that. I mean, they're changing guys all up and down. Look, we mentioned that McKinstry has literally played or batted in every position 1 through 9 in the lineup.
Yep.
So just throw that out there at you. And you're gonna see why they've had so many different lineups.
Kind of crazy.
It is crazy. That's just one guy that's played all 9, well, not all 9 positions, but has hit in all 9 positions.
And how would you feel about David Bednar?
Love it.
Yeah,
100%. That's one of the guys that go get him. Back end bullpen arm. He's really good, and it's a team that is likely to deal.
The question is, what does it cost you?
Well, I mean, Bednar was brought up in that article yesterday with Jim Bowden with the Q&A when somebody from Philly had said, hey, what does Philly have to give up? And they said, what about offering the prospect Crawford to get Bednar and was it Santana, I think was the other pitcher?
Yeah.
And he said that might be a little bit much to give up if you're Philadelphia. Of course, Pittsburgh would say yes, but should Philly do that? Maybe not as much. They wouldn't have to do as much. So I started thinking to myself, okay, because Crawford is a top 50 prospect. The Tigers' top 50 prospect in there would have been Bryce Rayner. And if you would say no to Crawford, giving him up, then you'd say no to giving up Bryce Rayner. But would you give up somebody else further back, like a Tyron Lorenzo, who they got back in the Flaherty trade, along with Trey Sweeney? Or would you say Max Anderson, who is absolutely killing it at AA right now, with like a 950 OPS, and he's only been in the system for a couple of years. He was a college player, but would you give something like that up if you're going to get both of those pitchers? I mean, you'd have to consider something like that, because that would be a big, bold move where both guys would be here for the rest of this year and all of next year. It would definitely help things out.
Okay, so we had that John C. Reilly thing out there because he was at the game last night saying happy birthday to his buddy Jack White, then was in the booth. And I immediately saw him and thought of Cal Naughton Jr. from Talladega Nights. And then I was like, God, what? I've also seen him in Boogie Nights, Reed Rothschild. And Kang, did you watch the TV show? Was it Winning Time or Showtime or that?
Yeah, Winning Time.
You watched it too?
Yes.
Okay.
About
Kang,
the
did you
Lakers?
watch it?
Yeah, I saw it.
He's Jerry Buss.
He played Jerry Buss?
He was awesome.
Yeah, he was good too.
So good.
It's so
I totally forgot about that. Because he plays a different character in everything. He's amazing.
I just can't imagine the Lakers owner having that.
They usually play different characters in different movies.
But it's not. But I'm saying he's not typecast.
I know, I'm kidding, man.
I mean, the fact that he can go back and play, play Jerry Buss and be credible as Jerry Buss.
So he asked you, who's the first character you think of that he played? You're going to have to work with me because I'm going to read. Everybody knows I'm not a movie guy, so I'm going to read these.
Right.
When I think of John C. Reilly, the first two that come to mind are Tucker Van Dyke from What's Eating Gilbert Grape and Wreck-It Ralph.
I never saw What's Eating Gilbert Grape. That's with, is it Johnny Depp in that one? And what was the other? Wreck-It Ralph? Is it a voiceover?
I don't know. Dale Dobeck, Boats and Hose. That's from Keith.
Yeah. Step Brothers.
Okay. Is that a line for the movie?
Yeah.
Boats and Hose?
I thought you saw Step Brothers.
I saw like half of it.
So the first half.
Yeah, there was something. I think everybody refers to this wine mixer. I didn't see that.
Catalina wine mixer. Yeah.
Okay. Gangs of New York was a great role from John C. Reilly. Happy Jack. That's from Josh and Warren.
Yeah, it's. I have some problems with the movie, but yes.
What are the problems?
It's a Leo problem I have.
All right. John C. Reilly's role, the crazy World War II vet stranded on Skull Island and King Kong.
Yep. Remember that?
Trent Nickar's.
It's actually the end of that movie. I'm not going to spoil the ending of it, but it's a great ending of the movie. It's a scene with John C. Reilly.
Okay.
Coming home. It's great.
Dewey Cox, Walk Hard. Get out of here, Dewey. You don't want none of that ish. Satirical comedy of Walk the Line. That's from Trent Nickar.
You might want to see Dewey Cox.
Really?
That's a funny movie.
Is it really?
Yeah, that's a funny movie. Kang, have you seen it? Walk Hard?
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, man, he's in so many good movies. He does
so
a great
many
job.
good
He really does.
When I see John C. Reilly, the first person I think of is Reed Rothschild from Boogie Nights. I was watching that movie when I was 12 or 13 years old. Man, were my parents pissed when they found out my dad smashed the VHS when he walked in and then saw that we were watching it.
He's also given credit not only for being Reed Rothschild, but songwriter for intro of Feel the Heat.
Which is maybe the greatest movie soundtrack of all time. The heat will rock you. The heat will roll you. Baby, don't you know? My heat will take your soul. Is that what it is? Feel my heat. Are you rolling on that rehearsal? John C. Reilly played Murph in The Perfect Storm. That is the first movie I think of when I hear his name. That's from Jim and Lake Orion.
100%.
Yeah, that movie, I read the book, right? So when the movie came out, I was all fired up and I went and saw the movie. That was grim. In fact, what happened to him was super grim. Spoiler alert. I guess what happened to all the guys in the Andrea Kale was super grim. Doesn't get much more grim.
No, it's it's a tough tale.
248-539-9797. All right, Gator, you're a couple of episodes into quarterback now.
Yes.
And I want to get your take on what you've seen. I am through, I believe, episode 5 and started 6 last night. I think I know my favorite Jared Goff Lions scene.
Okay.
Yep. We will get to that today at 11:20. Push your phone calls and feedback. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Make Builder's First Source your destination for professional window and exterior door installation services. You can add value and beauty to your home with trusted brands like Anderson, Pella, Therma-Tru, and more. Then you can have your new windows and doors installed properly the first time with their expert Builder's First Source installation team. Done right with quality products and services. You can visit one of their locations in Clinton Township or Shelby Township or online at buildersfirstsource.com. That's buildersfirstsource.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. I got to answer some people that think I'm wearing a Milwaukee Brewers sweatshirt today. I'm not wearing a Milwaukee.
Why are you wearing a Brewers sweatshirt?
It's not a Brewers sweatshirt. It's my son's baseball team, and we've got a game right after this, so I'm out of here and straight to the field. So I got the gear on, but that is not. I'm not wearing Milwaukee Brewers stuff today. Just so people know. 248-539-9797. All right, so you watched. How deep in a quarterback did you make it?
I'm through 2 episodes.
2 episodes.
I just watched one last night.
Okay. And so there's 3 quarterbacks featured this year. Kirk Cousins, Joe Burrow, Jared Goff. Thoughts?
So, I mean, again, we know what happens because this is from last year. You know what happens during the rest of the season or whatever. I'm focused on every little detail that they show Jared Goff because I'm like, oh, where he's going for a walk with the dog and the wife. Where are they going? You know, where is that? Where's this dirt road and the beautiful fall setting? It's amazing. Where is that? Mm-hmm. But things I've noticed, one thing I'm reminded of, Jamar Chase might be the best player in the NFL.
He's really good.
He's insane how good he is.
Really good.
And Joe Burrow's got a great arm and makes these throws. I feel like Joe Burrow is a perfect blend between Matthew Stafford and Jared Goff, like physically and the way they play the game as well.
Interesting.
I'm hoping we see more of Amon-Ra St. Brown and that relationship, how that works. But the one thing that's going to bother me is through 2 episodes, you're building up that trust again, and that like that you have and the strong feelings you have for Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
And you know what's going to happen. And I don't want to see it. It's like watching a TV show and you know something is going to happen to this character and you're like, I don't want to see it. I'm not going to be comfortable when it happens. I'm not going to be okay when Penix takes over this team. I'm not going to be okay. Like, this guy's like the perfect teammate. He's working his ass off. I mean, when they show the behind-the-scenes stuff, everything's behind-the-scenes stuff here, but like the way he preps for games and brings back these old folders that he has, these old notebooks he has, and how detailed those things are. Yeah, these are plays. He draws up the plays. This is the personnel they had. These are the defensive coordinators I'm going against and the team in the year, and all this stuff is amazing. And he's like, I got this from Kyle Shanahan. I started picking it up and diagramming all this stuff. You realize how detailed-oriented this whole thing is, and you knew that going into it, but maybe not to this extent, which is kind of cool to get that insight into it. But you know, after where I'm at right now is he just got done. They won a game at the last second on a field goal. Yes, yep. Atlanta did, and Kirk has not played well, and he's not happy about it. And even though they won the game, he's very happy that the team won, but he's not happy with his own performance. And he had left messages with Raheem Morris, the coach, and saying, hey, you know, I want to talk with you about this, or maybe you're seeing something, but I'm not playing well, and I need to know what's going on. And, you know, they had a meeting, they worked things out, and he comes out the next game and he plays better. But I know that things go south.
Yep.
And this is going to bother me.
So
that'll take place in probably the next episode or 2.
Look, this TV show is so good because they have unbelievable access. Like, they'll show a play, and then you'll hear Jared Goff say, so Tuesday we were in a meeting, and then they'll cut to like these GoPros in the corner of the meeting room, and they'll show how this idea came up in a meeting. And like it's like the cameras are everywhere. When the Lions, they referenced when Goff's wife was on a photo shoot, his girlfriend back then, I guess, on a photo shoot when the Lions won their first game with Goff at quarterback. And they cut to video of her in the middle of the photo shoot, somebody saying, hey, they just won. And she's like, what, really, did they? And then she watches the play on a phone where Goff threw the touchdown pass.
She's on a beach.
Yeah, she's on a beach in a photo shoot. Goff throws a touchdown pass, the last play of the game to beat the Vikings. Remember that? That was his first win as a Lions quarterback when they were like 0-9 or 0-8-1 or whatever they were. And they were talking about that moment, and she said, yeah, I was on a photo shoot. And they cut to the video of her on the photo shoot, the exact photo shoot with her hearing news for the first time. I'm like, how do they have the access to all of this stuff?
Sports Illustrated, just call them up.
It's incredible. But my favorite part so far, I believe, is in episode 5. And it's Goff. It's the Bear game last year. And it starts with Goff saying, yeah, I hear I can't play outdoors. I hear I'm no good in the cold. Yeah, I've played like 5 games in the cold in my career. I guess it's just because I'm a California guy, but I haven't played that much in the cold, but they say I can't play in the cold. And then they go to the game and they're up 20 to whatever. And it's the play where they fake the fumble. Stumble bump.
Yeah.
And they talk about, Goff talks about how they call stumble bum. They show him calling stumble bum in the huddle. And he goes, okay, stumble bum comes from, and they go back and the genesis of where Ben Johnson got the idea, how they started practicing it was where Goff actually would fumble the ball and pick it up. Like they were trying to see if he could intentionally fumble and pick it up. And it wasn't working enough where they were like, this is too risky. So why don't you fake fumble it and we'll have Jameer jump on the ground like he's diving to recover a fumble. The whole line yells fumble. And they did it because I think it's TJ Edwards, a linebacker from Chicago, got completely burned when Jordan Love fumbled the ball, picked it up, rolled out, and threw to the tight end for a touchdown. And so they're like, we're going to do the same thing with TJ Edwards at middle linebacker. We're going to fake the fumble. He's going to bite just like he did in the Green Bay game when Jordan Love actually fumbled and throw a touchdown pass to Sam Laporta. And it worked to perfection. And they showed them practicing it. They showed them talking about it in practice. They showed them adding Jameer, diving for the ball. Like all the is it the etymology? What is it when you go back to in the history?
Etymology.
Okay, of the play, right? Right back to where Ben Johnson got the idea through how they practiced it, to how they changed it, how they tweaked it, and then they ran it in a game, and it worked to perfection.
Etymology is the origin of words, but I think it applies here. Yeah.
Well, whatever. The timeline from the birth of the idea all the way through to the execution, that's probably what I should have gone with.
It works.
I'm discombobulated studio changeover. That's a total excuse. From the timeline from the birth of the idea of Stumblebum right through to the execution on Sunday. And then some of the players all critiquing Goff's stumble, how he actually it's pretty good. Other guys, wait, you faked that? Like some guys didn't know. It's hysterical and it's so insightful. And then the last thing they say is Goff going, huh. And it was cold out. And it's just like an awesome.
Right. He's got that wry.
Yep.
Sarcastic, but all-knowing sense of humor. He's a really smart guy, and it's things like that kind of come through.
I love the show. It's so good, and it's so fun to have our guy be one of the featured guys.
Yeah.
So it's also going to be heartbreaking to watch the end of the season. I'm not there yet, but episode 7 is called, I think, End of the Line or something like that, and I'm like,
Because there only 8 episodes, maybe?
7 or 8, I don't know, whatever it is.
So I was a little surprised, though, because as I'm watching episode 2, they're going through the games, and they get to the Cowboys game, like, oh, here we go. This is the Hutchinson broken leg.
Yep.
And it not even mentioned. I was like, wow.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it. He's not a quarterback, and it's called quarterback, but in the grand scheme of things, pretty significant play in the Lions season.
It felt like a big moment in the season.
Now, maybe that'll be addressed in the last couple of episodes, but to that point, I was like, wow. Surprised that's not there when they're going past the Dallas game.
Yep. Show's really good, and I wonder if people are enjoying it. Now, I bet you are enjoying Quincy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Gator being a dog guy and Goff having a dog. Quincy, Cousins nor Joe Burrow have a dog, do they?
Not that we see, no.
Okay. All right.
Not that we see it. Yeah, I mean, at this point, all you see is just Joe with his parents. You haven't seen any companionship.
Mm-hmm.
And then Cousins has the house full of family.
Yes, he does. And there's a lot of singing from Kirk Cousins.
He doesn't mind singing.
No,
he does not.
Nope.
And mentioning the Celine Dion song.
Oh, so you did see that part?
Yeah.
Did you have a good laugh?
A little bit. I forgot that. I think the original is done by Cyndi Lauper. I Drove All Night, but or maybe it's just a totally different song. But nonetheless, I don't remember that version of it, but good for Kirk.
Yeah. Kang, you have not started the series, is that correct, or you did?
I have not started yet.
Okay. You're planning on watching it, though.
Of course.
Yeah.
Kang, what are you eating?
I was told you couldn't see me. Liars! No, I was kidding. You know what? Moving over here, they got stuff that we don't, like free food.
For people who are just joining us, big renovation here. You saw people watching on camera, saw the renovation in the background. Now our studio's behind the glass, which is to my right, Gator's left. They're renovating that area. Kang has been moved into a studio over by WWJ, And apparently you're taking advantage of the free food that they have over there.
So I'm like the new neighbor that moved in, and they're just welcoming me to the neighborhood here.
Okay.
Very nice neighbors.
Have they said how long you're going to be there?
I think they hope we're here gone tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm kidding. I don't know the exact time frame. I don't want to put anything out there, but it's going to be more than a couple days. I think.
Gotcha. All right. So what are we chowing on? What do they have free food over there?
Just some salad and za.
Okay.
Wow.
Nice. I think I know where Gator's going to go.
No, I'm good.
248-539-9797. All right. This video's gone viral. It involves somebody from the world of sports. You know what I'm talking about?
I absolutely know what you're talking about.
Are you excited to talk about this?
Yep.
We'll get to that at 11:31 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We're efforting to be able to retweet this video that went viral. It is a golf course fight. There are probably every summer in the neighborhood of half dozen to a dozen golf course fights that end up on social media. I'm going to say that I feel pretty comfortable, Gator. You tell me if I'm wrong. Pretty comfortable in saying that 90 to 100% of them have to do with alcohol and slow play.
Yeah, 100%. I would agree with that. First of all, alcohol absolutely plays a role. Slow play on the course leads to confrontation, verbal or physical.
Mhm.
And sometimes the physical is you're tired of waiting for these guys and you hit into the group. And that's not the way to handle things at all. That's dangerous.
Yeah. I was a part of a group that did that once.
Yeah.
We were the hitters, and I'm like, oh.
I
wasn't.
I've done it on accident, and I feel terrible about it.
You hit into a group?
Yeah. And then we had a group hit into us. One was on purpose and one was on accident. And then when we found out it was on purpose, that was not good for them. I was out of state. That was an interesting one.
You got out of state?
And out of state. It was at Syracuse, seeing my best friend out there, and we went and golfed one day, and some group hit into us, and we turned the cart around and confronted them, and then they took their cart, and it was like a chase. They were leaving. They were fleeing the scene. They left the golf course. We went after them, and their cart was a little faster than ours.
Wow.
Yeah.
You were ready to throw hands.
We were going to throw hands, but I was 21, so it was stupid.
Yeah.
Maybe even younger than that. But yeah, that's what happens. They're dumb. Just the dumbest do not hit into a group. You can have a discussion with somebody about slow play, but yeah, when you see these videos happen, absolutely alcohol plays a role. And now I feel maybe we're just seeing more of them now because everybody's got a cell phone. They want to take the video and people want to go viral. But this one was epic.
The video has been tweeted out from our account. I will tell you it's not safe for work. There's plenty of language. The thing about slow play is if you are backed up, frequently it's not the group in front of you that is the problem. It's the group in front of them or the group in front of them or the group in front of them, and you get backed up. And I hate when you're like standing on a green or standing somewhere waiting to shoot, and there's a group on the tee box. You're in the middle of the fairway, there's a group on the tee box waiting to hit, and you're waiting for the group on the green, and they got delayed by the group that's on the next tee, who's delayed by the and everybody's mad at the group directly in front of them. This took place in Red Deer, Alberta. The course looks virtually empty. It is called, I had the name of it here earlier. It is called Alberta Springs Golf Course in Red Deer, Alberta. So there's what appears to be a twosome that is very slow and very drunk. And there's a foursome that rolls up on him and either wants to play through or wants the twosome to pick it up. The twosome's drunk, and the one guy is really drunk, and he's kind of being calm, but in the group that's behind them that's mad, you can hear one guy basically saying, you need to get the F off the golf course. This is embarrassing. This isn't any fun. You guys are holding everybody up. You can't even tee up your ball. And it goes on for a while until finally one of the guys, and you don't see who's yelling. You just see who's getting yelled at, this twosome. And finally one of the twosome snaps and comes over and says, let's go!
Right.
Let's go!
He's all raged up. He's tatted up and he's like getting in position like he cannot. It's as if he cannot wait to fight because, finally, the gods are smiling on him and now he gets to unleash hell and actually get into a fight with somebody on the golf course. At least that's what he's portraying.
Yep.
He's really loud and obnoxious and makes it seem like he's
for a long time, and then all of a sudden he's like, okay, let's go. The problem is the person in the group behind him that he is approaching and wants to fight is former NHL player Nick Tarnasky. Nick Tarnasky is massive. He's a big individual.
Well, I mean, when he played hockey, he was listed at 6'2" and 230. That's when he played hockey.
Right.
He has not played hockey in any real league since 2017 when he played with the San Diego Gulls. And his last time in the NHL, I believe, was 2010 with the Florida Panthers.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Did he pile up a lot of penalty minutes?
He did. I mean, there's a couple seasons where he had some, he played in the KHL in 2011, 2012, and it had 173 penalty minutes in 36 games. They knew what they were getting when you sign a player like that. This guy likes to throw hands.
And this little dude,
he's not that. The other guy isn't necessarily little.
I think he's little.
He's acting big, and he thinks he looks like one of those guys that was from the New Zealand football team or rugby team.
Is he?
Isn't
the other guy?
Yeah, the guy who ends up just getting pummeled.
I don't know who you're talking about, but
the guy who's got the tats and who wants to fight he's like going to this routine before he charges.
Oh, like the Maori dance thing they do?
Yeah. He's doing something like, it's not exactly like that, but he's like preparing himself for battle like that. And again, you do not see what Tarnasky looks like on the other side until he finally
little dude
charges.
And when he charges, Tarnasky just grabs him and throws him in the lake.
Literally just throws him in. It's like a pond, but yeah, just throws him right into it.
And throws him in a pond.
And the dude's got to get on all fours because it's like a pond and swampy, and it's not like you just got thrown into the lake and can walk out of it. He's struggling to get out of it, but does get out of it, and then comes back at the guy, Tarnasky, and biggest mistake of his life.
And then Tarnasky starts punching him, going while narrating it, going bang, bang, bang as he punches the guy.
Literally saying that as he punches the guy. And it's a hockey fight anyway, because he grabs by the shirt with one hand, I think his left hand, grabs him by the shirt while he's punching him with the other. The other guy's not even throwing a punch back because he has no idea what he's just gotten himself into. He's wasted beyond belief. He just got thrown into the water, so now he's all types of discombobulated. He has no equilibrium whatsoever. And now he's getting punched in the face repeatedly by a guy who's narrating it saying, bang, 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 every time he hits him, and then lets him go, and the guy goes to the ground, and then the guy gets back up and wants more, and the guy's like, you got to be kidding me. Stop, but okay. Bang.
And then he just launches him. At one point, like at the very end, little tough guy comes up who's getting just pummeled, and Tarnasky just throws him. Just
literally threw him like a bouncer throwing somebody out of a bar.
Okay, so here's the fallout. Tarnasky is a coach in Red Deer, for a representative for the Red Deer Minor Hockey, a Canadian youth organization. Tarnasky's a head coach. They confirmed that the former NHL player is in the video, and they are investigating the incident. The general manager said at this time, given that we understand the matter is being reviewed by local police authorities, and we are conducting our own internal investigation into the alleged incident, we have no further comment. The follow-up here is, upon arrival, this is the quote from a corporal with the RCMP, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police.
Oh, you got a relative.
Upon arrival, the involved party was gone and the disturbance was over. Around 5:47 local time, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police received a report about an intoxicated person causing a disturbance and fighting at the Alberta Springs Golf Resort. So apparently the little dude who got pummeled is okay. He is not, there's no serious damage done.
Oh, he just got beat up in a fight.
Yep.
He got hit like 6 times and was thrown around like a rag doll twice. Once into a pond and the other one over to the side.
Thrown over a cart path.
And there's so much about this fight that intrigues me. The way that the Tarnasky, who's the hockey player, fought this guy in the first place is hysterical. Like I said, he grabs his shirt as if they're on skates. Yep. He just grabs him and pummels him with the other hand.
Yep.
Narrating it is hysterical. The eventual throw to the side that ends the whole thing is great. And then the dude got his ass kicked. His buddy's like, hey, come on, man. He pushes him out of the way too. Like, you asked for this. This is what you wanted.
And Tarnasky the whole time is basically saying, I told you not to step. I told you not to step. Yep.
And so when
I don't know if Tarnasky's going to get away with that and no legal ramifications.
I'll tell you what. If I were a juror on this one, I would exonerate this guy completely because he was not the aggressor at all.
He was not the aggressor.
The other dude charged him. He defended himself, went Olay, throw him into the pond.
That was good.
Yeah.
That was good.
Dude comes back.
He didn't need to punch him 3 times.
Sure he did. Dude comes back at him, charges him again, and he's like, you don't want this. And then he comes in and fine, okay, now I have to defend myself again. So he grabs a hold of him, hits him a few times. Dude goes to the ground. They're telling him, stay away, to stop this. And the dude comes at him again. What's he supposed to do? He's allowed to defend himself, and he does.
I don't think he really needed to defend himself when the guy came at him the second time. I think the guy was already messed up, and he could have just walked away. He didn't need to punch him 3 times. When you say defend himself, he was not threatened by this guy. He really wasn't.
Dude was coming at him.
He did come back for more, but he really wasn't threatened by this guy.
F around and find out.
Well,
right?
he did F around, and he did find out.
He found out, all right. And here should be your first clue. You're playing golf in Red Deer, Alberta.
Well,
you just might run into a former hockey player.
I've also said on the air multiple times when it comes to like confrontations with other people, you don't know anything about that. If it's a stranger and you know nothing about their life story, you don't know if they have a screw loose. This particular instance, you knew he was big. Did you know he was a former NHL player?
Like, what do you even, like, that's the other thing, right? I mentioned he was 6'2", 230 when he played. He's probably 6'2", pushing 3 bills. Yeah. What are you doing going after that guy when you're maybe, I don't know what he is, 5'10" and $180?
Yeah, I think he might have some legal ramifications, but we'll see. I mean, it is.
Start a GoFundMe page for him then.
I'm not going to do that. I will tell you this. We've tweeted it out. Watch it. Learn from it. Learn from it, everyone. And know what not to do.
Okay. Or what to do.
Maybe.
Grab shirt. While throwing landing punch, yell bang.
There's some Aiden Hutchinson news. We will get to that today at 11:46 on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Kang, I know you're not a golf forward guy. You pick up the clubs every once in a while and play every once in a while. And you saw the video that we were discussing. Do you have any questions as a non-golf guy? Because I know there's a lot of non-golf people there.
Yeah, number one, I think you may have answered it already. Like, how often does this actually happen? Like, this turns me off as a guy who, listen, man, you go to golf to get away and relax and have fun, right? The last thing you want to do is get in a physical confrontation with somebody you don't even know or care about. And the second thing is, do you just say, all right, I'm not playing that hole and I'm going around them, or are you like, hey, I paid for 18 holes, or in my case, 12 holes. I don't want to, get shortchanged here.
Yeah. So there's a couple things. One is, if you can, and this is what I'll do, if there's a super slow group, if there's nobody behind me, which is often not the case, go back and play a hole twice. Let them get some distance. Then I'm like, all right, if I don't make it to 18 or whatever, I'll just play this hole twice. And, when I catch up to them, I can skip them, write down the score of the hole I played twice, maybe to get my 18 in. Or you can ask to play through, which means you got to skip a hole. Well, sometimes you don't have to skip a hole. You can skip a hole. If they say no, you can skip a hole and just get ahead of them. I got to tell you, the Alberta Country Club and Red Deer didn't seem all that crowded.
I don't think it was a country club.
Whatever it was.
Yeah, whatever it was, some big club. But yeah,
Alberta Springs Golf Club is what it was.
I don't. This does not happen all that often. Have there been confrontations on the golf course? Yeah, but they're few and far between. And when you get into a slow play situation, I have found that way more often than not, the people that are playing slow are embarrassed that they're playing slow, and they apologize and they say, yeah, please play through.
Yep.
Most of the time, they'll even offer to let you play through. Would you guys want to play through? And if they don't, and if you have to eventually,
then
you're
kick
the one.
their ass.
Well, eventually, if you're the one that has to ask for it, again, they'll feel bad and they're like, yeah, go ahead. Or there'll be an explanation like, yeah, dude, we're waiting on every shot as well. And then you're like, okay, I'm sorry, I didn't realize there was a group in front of you. But once they realize that they are the slow problem, they act accordingly, unless you get some drunk dumbass like this guy.
Yep, and he was. So I don't think you need to worry about it, Kang. It doesn't happen that often.
But
they never show the fights on TV on the PGA Tour.
No, they don't
show
that. They don't do that. But although Bob Barker and Happy Gilmore really had a tussle one time. But Kang, if you just bring your trophy with you at all times, if you like that,
good idea.
Shotgun, then people are they're not
somehow find a way to fit that into my golf bag.
Yeah, they're not going to step to you when they see that.
Maybe somehow use that as a like a driver. What do you guys? The covers for the drivers.
Yeah,
somehow be able to get just the top part of the trophy maybe sewn onto that.
Yeah, something like that.
Actually, let's be clear here. I'm not sure a little dude in Alberta would step away. He didn't step away from an NHL guy who was 6'2", 233 in his playing days and looks bigger now. So might not step, but they might step to you anyway. All right, so Aiden Hutchinson, there's a bit of an update. First of all, he's the odds-on favorite to be the NFL Comeback Player of the Year.
Oh, look at that.
Yep. Which means really nothing other than Vegas thinks he's got a good chance to win that. But he put out another video. Kang, was it on Instagram that he posted it?
Yes, it was on Instagram.
Okay. Put out a video of himself running. And, it looked like it was part of a workout. Here's the thing. He would not put out any video of himself doing anything if there was any kind of setback, would he? Would that make any sense?
No.
So the fact that he's posting anything at all is somewhat reassuring. I mean, it's not like he's got doctor's clearance and he's back to 100% and he's good to go. But if he's posting videos of himself working out, that probably means he's improving. He's not going to post a video and say, look, I still got this limp. So there's that. But I mean, do you think this is kind of a dying story? The Hutch won't be the same story?
I hope it's a dying story. I mean, it's just an injury. That players come back from injuries all the time. Every player in the NFL has had to deal with an injury. Not every player has had to deal with a broken leg, but having a broken leg isn't like snapping your Achilles when you're in your 30s. Breaking your leg when you're in your early 20s and having plenty of time to heal up from it, he should be absolutely fine.
I go through these things where I realize something's way more important to the listeners than, or way more on their radar than it is on my radar, and I'm like, maybe I should be terrified about Aiden Hutchinson's future. Because people were, I guess I was shocked at that, and so we've continued to monitor it. But I feel like if you're looking for subtle little reasons to feel confident, him posting it on Instagram, a video of him working out, you just don't do that if you had a setback. You don't do that if you're not even on track, right? If you're on track to play, if you think it's going to be a problem, I mean, you're not posting anything. So there's that for people who are worried about Hutch. Seems like a good sign. 248-539-9797. Greg is in Dearborn, and he's on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Greg.
Hey, boys. So that video's been everywhere, and now watching it, I think my favorite part is he takes his golf glove off like he's going to throw mitts to get in a hockey fight, unknowingly going up against a guy that was basically brought over to a KHL team that had Morasti on it, and I think he was a big fighter for Syracuse, and there's all these things about him. The whole team's point was basically just a fight. They didn't win any games over in that KHL team. Barely won any games. All they did was fight.
Oh, we lost it. What'd you say, Greg? All they did was fight?
Here you go.
I don't know what happened with Greg. Yeah.
It's like that. What was it? The Danbury team?
Danbury.
The Trashers?
The Trashers, yeah.
Isn't that what affected the mob guys, the mob boss's son?
Yeah.
Got to control the team, and he totally just got in all these former enforcers, and all of a sudden they led the league in attendance. It was like the real Charlestown Chiefs with the slap shot type thing.
248-539-9797. Mike in Utica, you're next. Hi, Mike.
Hey, I'll try to make this as quick as possible for you guys. So I ended up 2000. I went to Ozfest. I was 20 years old, so I'm young and dumb. And I go with these guys that I don't hardly know too well, and they got to scrapping with some guys that they knew, and I started to walk away from the fight. I'm like, I don't want to be a part of this, just trying to execute some sort of level of maturity, and this little fella is coming at me with his arms to his side like he's about to kill someone, and he stares me down, and I'm just like, I got this guy. I got 6 inches on him. Next thing I know, I am staring up at him from the ground, and he is standing over me like, what did you think was going to happen? And I remember just waving my hands like, I don't want any more. You're good, man. You got me. And come to find out later, he knocked out half the teeth of one of those other guys that was trying to start a fight with his boys. And I'm just like, never again will I ever underestimate somebody in my life.
So you know what? You got to worry about little guy who's ready to go. Wrestler.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, and I figured I already knew that from hockey. Like, I already knew that from hockey. And I don't know what in my brain said, like, I got this guy. I think it was just being 20 years old. So,
yeah, being 20, you're dumb. Yep. Really dumb at 20.
Yep. All the dumb. Yeah.
I got two boys that are like that age.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, God.
Don't be dumb.
Don't be dumb.
And they're wiry.
But then you get this. I got this great story. And all right, cool. What's the great story? So this dude, and I'm like, oh
no. When a story starts with "so this dude,"
yeah,
it's only going downhill from there.
Yep. Those are scary moments.
I've told this before. My best friend, when he was at Syracuse, he and his fraternity brothers, one of his fraternity brothers, they got into a fight, or his fraternity brother got into a fight at the bar with somebody. And those guys are squared off, and then my buddy was there as well, and somebody wanted to square off with him and was ready to go throw hands with him until the bouncers intervened. The person that was going to throw hands with my best friend was Mark Kerr, UFC Hall of Famer, known as the Smashing Machine, whom Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson is portraying in a movie about Mark Kerr's life and times. That guy was going to perhaps kill my friend.
Yeah.
And he had no idea. Friend's like, I didn't know who it was until, a little bit later when I got back. And I'm like, oh, yeah, he's on a wrestling team. That was Mark Kerr. I'm like, oh. And then years later, I'm watching Pride Fighting Championships, and there's Mark Kerr. I'm like, is this the guy? He's like, yeah. What is wrong with you? He's like, well, I didn't fight him. I'm like, no, you didn't. Thank God.
Grunt Guy 11B on Twitch just posted, the only time I ever exploded on the course was when a person behind me hit the ball and it landed 8 inches from me. The hole was a dog leg left going uphill, and it was a completely blind shot to the fairway. And he was complaining the whole time because the group in front of us was painfully slow. And that's the thing. You always got to remember, it might not be the group that you're following that you come to hate because they're always still there. They might be slowed down because of the group in front of them or the group in front of them or the group in front of them. And that's slow rounds of golf. Slow play is probably all this. Probably the genesis of all of these fights. But this one's pretty epic. You think Tarnowski's going to lose his job as a youth hockey coach?
I hope not. I really hope not. Again, this is a situation where he initially was defending himself.
Initially.
Well, I don't know if he took it too far or not. Again, the guy keeps charging at him. Could he have avoided it at some point? Yes. But if the guy continues to charge at you and continues to be stupid, and at some point, you know what? He is teaching a lesson. He's teaching the youth a lesson.
I would say he charged at him once. He then stumbled towards him the next 2 times.
But towards him?
Yes. I don't think he was any threat to
What was his intention?
I don't know, get his ass beat because
No, his intention isn't to get his ass beat. His intention is to throw hands with him again.
I would not describe what he did the next 2 times as charging, nor would I think he was much of a threat to Tarnowski.
Well, he thought he was being a threat.
The first time, well, of course he thought he was being a threat.
Well, that's the thing. So he acted accordingly.
No, I mean, I think the dude who was stumbling towards him thought he was threatening.
That's
he kept
what I
saying he's a tough guy, but he was no threat to Tarnowski at that point. But I hope, look, the dude deserved getting thrown in the lake, quite frankly, and it's funny. 248-539-9797. You can check it out for yourself on Twitter at DunGator971. It's not safe for work, just a heads up. We'll get back to some Tiger stuff. Got another edition of Who's on Top today at 12:35 on 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Tigers off today before starting a 3-game weekend series with the Mariners at Comerica Park tomorrow night. Last night, a 7-3 loss to the Rays in the series finale, but the Tigers still earned the series victory, something applauded by manager A.J. Hinch. Tarek Skubal starts tomorrow night. First pitch 7:10 right here on 97.1. And illustrating the Tigers' comeback, 1 year ago they had a 0.2% chance of making the playoffs in 2024. As we stand here on July 10th, they've got a 99.8% chance of making the playoffs in 2025. Those odds brought to you by Fangraphs. The Pistons group for the 2025 NBA Cup's been revealed. Detroit will take on the Celtics, Magic, Sixers, and Nets in group play. The Pistons went 3-1 in group play last season, but came up short of clinching a spot in the quarterfinals in Vegas. And Joey Chestnut's ready for a showdown with Usain Bolt. We're talking about the viral proposed challenge for having the two eat a hot dog and then run 100 meters to see, of course, who can do it the fastest. Chestnut telling USA Today, of course he'd do it. No word yet from Bolt's camp. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. All right, so, look, the Tiger game last night, I mean, it was what it was, right? You're going to lose some games. And, it's just the kind of game you don't want to lose in the playoffs where a reliable bullpen arm gets knocked around a little bit. There would be, there'd be a ton of, if this were a playoff game, there'd be a ton of discussion of Riley Green striking out with the bases loaded late in that game. But, I mean, at the end of the day, it's 162-game seasons. You're going to lose games all kinds of ways. Some heartbreaking, some ugly, some like they lost last night.
Yeah.
They weren't on the top of their game.
They did win the series. Yep. Again, another series win for the Tigers. They didn't win last night's game. It's okay. 24 games, about 500, 13 games ahead in the division. I don't think that's a fatal flaw here. They're done now. No, it's just fine. I like where this team's at. I think they're going to add the next 3 weeks with at least a bullpen arm, and we'll see if they decide to go the route of adding another bat to the lineup too.
I was do this every once in a while. I go back and look what we were talking about 1 year ago today, or 2 years ago, or 3 years ago today, and so I found out that 1 year ago today I ate a hot dog on the air because I lost a bet. Also, 1 year ago today, here was our Tiger discussion. Why do you watch? This was the topic. Why do you watch? And I wrote, I watch because stuff that's possible. Colt Keith, who was hitting 143 after April, in the last 2 months at 179 at-bats, has 54 hits, 8 doubles, a triple, and 8 home runs. I watch because it's the best run of his young career. And I also watch for stuff that isn't as possible, but I simply hope for. Like this Cater Montero. Is it dumb luck that they found this guy? His last 2 outings have been great. He's generating some swings and misses. These were reasons why I was trying to convince myself it was a product worth watching 1 year ago.
It's funny because I'm looking at Colt Keith's game log. In the 4 games he played in March, at the end of March, hit 154. This
is last year.
This is this year.
Okay.
So then he starts off this year and he's hitting 186 in the month of April. Then he takes off.
Yeah.
May he hits 288. June he hits 269. And now through 8 games in July, he's hitting 464 in July with a 1338 OPS. He is picked up significantly. It's very similar to what happened last year.
Yeah, he's been really, really good.
It feels way more sustainable now that he's doing it a second year here. And we're at the All-Star break almost, and his numbers are impressive. He's got the batting average now. It's 271. Last year he had 260 all season, 271 right now. Last year his OPS was 689. This year, 800. Last year his WAR was 1.1 in 148 games played in, a 1.1 WAR. This year in 82 games, his WAR is 1.3. Colt Keith has been a very welcomed addition to this team, and it's still early, but it looks like this could be a brilliant signing that they made before last year began.
So what's funny, too, is another brilliant signing was Gleyber Torres. And last night I got the Yankees and the Mariners on, and the big story in New York is that they released DJ LeMahieu yesterday.
Yep.
They brought up this rookie pitcher, this tall, lanky kid that was hitting triple digits for his major league debut. DJ LeMahieu.
Is it Schlitter or something like that?
Yeah, it's Schlittler or
something.
It's really close to me. It's really, yeah, something like that. So kid looked really good, but DJ LeMahieu was the guy that they said, we'll let Gleyber Torres walk and DJ LeMahieu will play second base. And now they've released him. Now, what's crazy about that is he's actually pretty decent against right-handed pitching. Not pretty decent, but he's better against right-handed pitching than left-handed pitching. And he's played a whole bunch of third base. I mean, now he's on the open market.
No.
Probably not. But the guy that they gave the job to when they lost Gleyber Torres, they've had to move on from. And the Tigers have Gleyber, and they're very happy about it.
Yes.
That's worked out well for us.
Yeah, and really kind of a dumb move by the Yankees when you look at it, because they're hanging on to what was going to be a 37-year-old third baseman and dumping on a 28-year-old one.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I mean, at the end of their career, somebody in the prime of their career. Not wise.
No. So anyway, that whole exchange has worked out good for Detroit. But the hypothetical, and it seems like there's a lot of discussion about the possibility of the Tigers trading for a third baseman. And of course, they have an all-star who's primarily playing third base for them right now. But I'm still in favor of them exploring a trade for a third baseman, not to move Zach McKinstry out of the lineup, but because of Zach McKinstry's position versatility, the guy that would probably get squeezed out is more than likely an outfielder. It's more than likely Parker Meadows if Meadows doesn't sort of turn it around here pretty quick. I don't know if the clock's ticking on him yet. I feel like we in the media and the fans, we start clocks ticking on people before organizations actually do. Maybe it's Matt Vierling, who's just come back, so he should be allowed some time to get his feet underneath him. But, Scott, McKinstry just moved to shortstop of the outfield. Baez, if they move McKinstry to shortstop, they can move Baez to center field. Although they probably, depending on righty-lefty matchup stuff, you've still got the three to play two, and by Colt Keith, Gleyber Torres, and Spencer Torkelson to play second base and first base. Keith can also bounce over and play third. In some ways, cut out the middleman and just go get an outfielder. Right? We're sitting here talking about a third baseman and adding all the moving guys around, and it might squeeze an outfielder out. Or just add an outfielder and squeeze an outfielder out.
Well, but do they need to?
They don't need to do anything.
Now, they're doing things really well with having different platoons and different guys coming off. And when you're asking Wencel Perez to play, every third day or whatever, and he goes and does a fine job, no matter where he's at. Kerry Carpenter comes back next week. That you're getting another outfielder back. So the funny thing is, looking back at it, this isn't necessarily a wrench, but for lack of a better term, what throws a wrench in all these plans going into the trade deadline is that Javi Baez is playing out of his mind. Nobody thought that was going to happen. You would have thought at this point in the season, finally we can get away from Javi's contract. They'll eat it, or they'll eat a bunch of it, trade him or release, whatever they're going to do. It's not going to be a problem. He won't even be on this roster by the All-Star break or by the trade deadline. And wait a minute, he's your starting center fielder in the All-Star game.
I know, right?
And he's doing awfully well for the Tigers. And now they can, because they got Parker Meadows back and because other guys are getting healthy, Javi can go back to playing shortstop because Trey Sweeney isn't hitting all that well. But now they've got all this position versatility. Why? Because they have another All-Star in Zach McKinstry.
Yep. And the position versatility is such a luxury. To be able to move guys around like AJ Hinch. AJ Hinch has all these toys, and he knows how to play with all of those toys.
Yes, he does.
And what was that stat we had? They've only used the same lineup 4 times all season long.
That's crazy.
That is crazy. But when you think about it, it kind of makes sense knowing how this team plays and how they put a lineup together. So anyway, bottom line is they got some thinking to do in the next few weeks. If you are a player that hasn't produced yet, and you are here, this is a good time to start producing. And you know what? Parker Meadows has brought his batting average up quite a bit, but it's almost all singles. He has 2 extra base hits, and he's only got 4 walks in this hot stretch for him that has taken his average from like 133 to 200. There's still, still a few weeks here before the trade deadline. It'd be nice to see him get back because he was such a key part of last year's postseason run. He hit 299. His OPS was, 870 something. Like, he was really, really valuable.
Yeah, I hear you. And the 4 walks may not sound like much, but he's got 10 on the season.
Yep.
But that's he's done that in 100 at bats. So that's a 10% walk rate. Considerably more than, when you look at that rate, considerably a better rate than Dylan Dingler, who has 9 walks and 243 at bats. Javi Baez has 9 walks and 261 at bats. Wenzel Perez has 8 walks and 121 at bats. Kerry Carpenter has 7 walks and 265 at bats. This is an area where I mentioned yesterday the Tigers can improve on dramatically, having these guys draw a walk or 2 more than what they have. If they can just, be a little bit more patient at the plate and find their on base percentage ticking up even higher, that'll do wonders for this team if you get a couple of those guys going, because they're not drawing walks. So even though Parker Meadows hasn't done it, he's doing it at a better clip. Now, also, I don't have the number in front of me, but I feel like Parker Meadows has had some bad luck he hit some line drives at people, particularly to the outfield.
He had a stretch a couple weeks ago where he was scalding every ball and not getting rewarded for it.
So I think if you're looking at what's a little concerning, it's that he's striking out 31% of the time. That's concerning.
All right. Some rumors out there.
We got rumors?
About what our head football coach has been up to. See if we can connect some dots. We'll get to that today at 12:18. Hey, attention golfers. Let Twin Peaks be your new 19th hole. If you are out hitting the links on these hot summer days, cool off after your round at your local Twin Peaks. Why go to Twin Peaks? That's easy. For starters, nothing cools you off better than their 29-degree draft beer or cider. They pour your favorite draft at a bone-chilling 29 degrees into a mug that's been freezing for a minimum of 6 hours. There isn't a golf course in the state that can offer that up. Now pair that with food from a scratch kitchen, and you'll never want to stay at the course for that old hot dog again. Hand-smashed and seared burgers, house-smoked brisket and ribs, hand-breaded chicken tenders and boneless wings, light and fresh salads with their house-made dressings. They got all you want to help you recoup from a long day on the course. Bring in your scorecard and receive a free chips and queso appetizer to pair with those beers. What makes it even better, wall-to-wall TVs, so you're not missing any of your favorite teams in action. And there's the beautiful Twin Peaks girls serving it all up. And be sure to stop in to your favorite lodge this week for fight night on Friday and Saturday night. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views. 1 o'clock today, we'll address a social media complaint we saw about our Detroit Tigers. It has nothing to do with what's going on the field, but we will get to that at 1 o'clock. And I don't think this is like anything that's gone viral. It just, we were going to have some fun with it. That coming up in the 1 o'clock hour on Carson Anderson. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. First, regarding Aiden Hutchinson, we were talking about how he posted another video of him working out. And the thing about it is, I know there's some concern out there, and we are respecting the concerns of our listeners. He would not post videos of himself working out if there were setbacks, right? Would that make any sense? I'm about to disappoint. It's about to be a huge disappointment. I'm not going to be back for the beginning of the season, but here's me working out. You probably wouldn't do that. Feedback guys from an unnamed texter. Hutch is a guy who's come back from a broken leg before. The other broken leg at Michigan was worse than this break. Next text, hey guys, I'll try to be the same. Sorry, my friend is the manager at an indoor soccer field in Novi where Aiden works out all the time. He says he looks great. That's from John in Roseville. Take it for what it's worth. I'm not that too terribly concerned, but anyway, I think things are trending in the right direction. So there's a story out today in the Livingston Post, livingstonpost.com. The headline was Dan Campbell at Howell Applebee's to film commercial. And there's a picture of the Applebee's with like 4 huge tents and all these trucks around it. And the story goes on to say, rumor has it that Dan Campbell, the Detroit Lions head coach, was in Howell on Wednesday to film a commercial for Applebee's. The Howell Applebee's, and it gives the address, was closed to customers for at least part of the day Wednesday, and the entry to the parking lot was strictly controlled. There were also lots of tents erected around the building. Campbell starred in a series of humorous ads for Applebee's, and then they link one of their favorites. So, was Dan Campbell recording more commercials at the Applebee's in Howell?
Interesting location, if that's the case.
Yep.
Perhaps I should contact my Howell source.
You got Howell source?
I got a source in Howell.
You got Peeps? Gators got Peeps in Howell. Yeah. I mean, the commercials were funny. The thing about those is that whenever you do a commercial, you leave yourself open to maybe you should be shooting less commercials and working more on your game.
Right.
Happened with Kerry Carpenter and what was it? They did a commercial for Savvy Sliders.
Yes.
I mean, completely ridiculous because they have free time. But as I like to say,
no,
we want our athletes to get a good night's sleep, have nothing but a healthy breakfast, work out, sleep some more, watch film, work out again, and go to bed all day, every day.
That's right.
Those are the guys I feel the best about. No, so Dan Campbell might be a new Applebee's commercial coming out with Dan Campbell. And if so, people in Howell, if you've been to the Applebee's in Howell, you can see if it looks at all like your Applebee's, although I've come to discover, Gator, that many of the Applebee's look very similar.
Do they?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes,
I didn't realize that was possible.
Yes, they do. 248-539-9797. Speaking of food, you found a story of a man that was passed out and got a DUI in the most obvious place that a person could pass out and get a DUI.
I'm surprised we don't see these stories like every week. And I would imagine that law enforcement probably has their laundry list of places they can go if they really want to just sit there and bust people for DUI.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, but when somebody falls asleep in a line at the drive-thru, maybe it's a little more obvious. But yeah, somebody fell asleep in a drive-thru at a Taco Bell. I forget what state it was in, but somebody fell asleep in a line at Taco Bell. Cops come out, find out the guy's drunk. It's a DUI arrest. And I'm thinking, Taco Bell's pretty obvious, because they had the late night window. At least they used to, in most places, they used to have the late night window. Not all of them do now. But there are other places that I think here in Metro Detroit that would fit that bill.
Coney's?
100%. Right? But usually that's not a drive-through situation, which is fine. But that's just to play. Like if you wanted to see, all right, is anybody, where are you going to see perhaps drunk and disorderly? Would it be a Coney late night? And unfortunately, we've seen some horrible instances of violence with that. But it feels like there are certain restaurants that are fantastic in their own right with the food, but tend to lend themselves to a different kind of element once you get past 2:00 in the morning.
Well, when somebody hears that somebody fell asleep in the drive-thru at Taco Bell and you find out they had a DUI, everybody has the same response. You don't say. So that Coney's. Basically any late night restaurant, any burrito joint that's open past midnight.
I used to work, my first job was at a place called the Village Place in the Mean Streets, West Bloomfield. And the Village Place was great. It was one of these, not quite, it was kind of an elevated diner, I guess. It was a sit-down restaurant, family place. It did great business on Sundays for brunch and breakfast. It was huge. And I got hired in there as a dishwasher, and for the first 3 weeks I worked there, I worked the overnight shift. It was a 24-hour place. And I remember the first night that I'm there, and it's getting close to midnight. One of the guys in the back who's working with me is like, "You ready for tonight?" I'm like, "What do you mean?" He goes, "It's going to be a zoo out there." I'm like, "What are you talking about?" He goes, "Yeah, the bar crowd comes in. They start filtering around 1:30, and it goes to 3:30.
How old were you?
I was 16 or 17. Yeah, 17. And I said, "Okay." And he goes, "I'm just telling you, it's going to be a show. Wait to see when you see this." And
did you have any idea what you were getting into?
I had no idea because at this point in my life, I'm not going to the bar. I don't know what it's like. Why would they go? Oh, I got it. They're at the bar. They get liquored up. They want to eat after the bar because I had no knowledge of any of this.
Yeah.
I was naive. I was young. And then you start to see it, and it's just gets louder after 2:00 in the morning. Even though I'm working in the back there.
So did you have to go out and clear the tables too, or did somebody bust the stuff?
I would have to help occasionally with that.
So you'd get out to the front.
Yes, but what I was asked to do on a couple of occasions was the manager at one point would come back to the area where we're washing dishes and say, "I need you guys to come help me clean the lot." I'm like, "What does that mean?" He's like, "You and you, let's go." Grab me and this other dishwasher that was there. The other dishwasher had been there for a while, and he got all excited about this. Well, what does this mean?
Yeah.
It means there's going to be a confrontation outside with some drunks to ensure that they leave. And I did not like that at all. I'm like,
you weren't ready
I was
to go
young.
out.
I'm like, what am I getting myself into here?
You weren't ready to go all Tarnasky.
No, I was not ready to go all Tarnasky. The other guy I was working with was, but perhaps shouldn't have been because I believe he had a record of some kind.
He was all too excited to go all Tarnasky.
Nothing ever happened on the several occasions that we were asked to go out and clean sweep the parking lot. There were words exchanged, but eventually those that needed to leave left without any further incident. But yeah, I got it. That would be a place that's open 24 hours. I'm guessing that's a place that police
So your
are
boss asked young 16-year-old Scott Anderson to potentially get into a fight.
17-year-old, yes.
17-year-old Scott Anderson.
Yeah.
It sort of happened to me once. It had nothing to do with drunks or Taco Bells or White Castles at 2 a.m. or anything like that. I was interning at a news station, and I was in the sports department. And there were, I think, 3 people in the sports department. I was out with one of the sports guys in a news car, and somebody was tailgating the news car.
Mm.
And this guy was a bit of a hothead, and he brake checked them. Mm. And, so he taps on the brakes, they slam on their brakes, and then we keep going, and then he starts following us. And I'm an intern.
Mm.
And this guy's like, "You ready to go?" And I'm like,
"Go where?"
And so I'm thinking, I'm trying to get a job here. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, okay.
Sure.
So at the time, I'm like 18, 19 years old. And he pulls the car over into a parking lot and gets out, and I get out, and they keep driving. I'm like, thank God. And this guy was on TV. He was ready to. And I'm thinking, what are we doing? We're in a news car. They're going to know who you are. This is not going to go well. But
was it Depker?
It wasn't Depker, no. Depker was much more level-headed. and better than me. Demko would have said, I got this. I don't need your help.
Yeah, just stay inside, precious. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
The other thing the guy said, the manager said to me one time, and I thought, really? He said, hey, I need you to take the garbage out. And, okay, no problem. And he goes, grab the bat. I'm like, what? Just grab the bat. And I'm like, what are you talking about? This is after I had to sweep the lot, right?
Yeah.
And it was not for that. It was for, you might have to battle some raccoons.
Oh, really?
So bring a bat?
Okay, somebody just sent us a picture. I might have to take a look here of somebody else in uniform that they claim this person was at the Howell Applebee's. So Dan Campbell might not be the only person in the Applebee's commercials this year. I'm gonna see if I can check the veracity of this and get back, and we'll let you know. Also coming up, another edition of Who's on Top at 12:35 on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, a lot of feedback coming in here to the Carson Anderson inbox. Thank you to everybody. Regarding the person that passed out and got a DUI at a Taco Bell drive-thru, John in Lake Orion says, cops staked out the banquet center where our 25th high school reunion was. 14 people got DUIs that night. Jordan, at work about 7-8 years ago at the Taco Bell in Garden City, I got stuck behind a drunk guy who fell asleep at the intercom. Longest fast food trip ever. White Castle late night drive-through would be a good place to find drunk drivers.
I would think White Castle's another one, yeah.
Hey guys, I'm a retired police officer. It's very common for drunks to fall asleep in line at the drive-thru at McDonald's, Taco Bell, and White Castle during late night hours. Also, drunks fell asleep at traffic signals all the time waiting for the red light to change. Okay, so we talked about the story in Livingston County newspaper that implied that was questioning whether or not Dan Campbell it was a picture of an Applebee's that was it was close to the public. There were tents everywhere and trucks everywhere, and the speculation was Dan Campbell was shooting a new Applebee's commercial at the Applebee's in Howell. A listener by the name who has says he's from Howell, named Rich Dees, just sent us a picture. It says CJ Stroud was also there yesterday filming. Story is true, and there's a picture of an individual that looks like CJ Stroud standing in a parking lot. And I looked in the background, you could see a Bob Evans. Well, in the map, so I immediately went, all right, well, let me go look at the map of Howell. And indeed, right across the street from the Applebee's is a Bob Evans. So I do think that this picture is probably real. Either that or we're just being recklessly trolled and totally spreading rumors. But you said you had Howell peeps.
I do. I reached out.
Has Howell peeps.
I reached out and I said that rumor has it Lions coach Dan Campbell may have been filming a commercial at the Applebee's in Howell. Can you confirm? Reply. Confirmed. He was at the local coffee shop this morning, Black Iron Roasters. Everyone was talking about it, and a few players with him. I believe it was yesterday.
Okay. And feedback's coming in on this as well. I drove by that Applebee's about an hour ago, and I was wondering why there were so many tents up. It looked like it was closed. I took my mom to that Applebee's a couple of months ago for her birthday. LOL. It's from Chad in a truck. Next one. He is at the Applebee's. I have a friend that is an extra in the commercial. They're shooting today and tomorrow. So there you go. Expect another round of assistant floor manager Dan Campbell.
Sure.
So there you go. Gator, you ready for another edition of Who's on Top?
Yeah, sure. Right. Sure. Why not? Here we go.
It's been a while since we've done one of these. What it is, Kang, do we have the elements? I just realized you're in a different studio. Oh, we do. All right, good.
Well, look at that.
Yeah. No, I just realized we might be
right. Well, we're
hanging Kang out to dry because everything's changed here today. We've renovations. All right, so today's topic is, and I think we're going to get all 10 for the first time. I think we're going to do it. Top 10 countries with the best food. Best food. Top 10 countries with the best food. So this isn't necessarily a list of ethnic food, although it kind of is, but top 10 countries with the best food. Gator, because there are, I really have high hopes for this list getting completed on the show. I'll give you one guess.
One guess.
Yep.
Italian. Italy, sorry.
I was about to say the country of Italian.
The country of Italian.
Ranking coming in at number 1 is Italy. Well done, Gator.
Italy.
So we have 9 left in this top 10. Help Gator round out the entire top 10.
We got this, people. I mean, come on.
I would think that this is going to be, now, obviously you're going to try and get number 2, whoever you are out there, but get the highest one remaining. I think this is the best chance we've ever had of finishing a list. So here we go. 248-539-9797. What do you think is on the list of the top 10 countries with the best food? I do want to explain. I think Gator would have got 3 if I gave him 3 guesses, but we want to leave as many out there for the people to come through. But Gator, I know you're a big fan of food. Italian food is not your personal favorite?
It's up there.
Okay.
Do love it. I try not to eat as much pasta these days.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
I do love me some Italian food.
Do you have a go-to order?
Let's just assume I'm not talking pizza.
Yep.
I love lasagna. I love trying lasagna. Ravioli. I love ravioli. I love it all. There isn't anything. Honestly, there's not a there's very little on an Italian menu that I'm going to say, ooh, I don't think so.
Yeah.
It's also great.
And it seems like all Italian places have great bread.
Yeah, typically.
All right, here we go. Who's on top? Top 10 countries with the best food. Gator got number 1. Italy. What else do you think belongs in the top 10? Let's get to the people. Mark and Monroe, you're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Mark.
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're good.
I think the country of France.
France, Gator, do you think France made the top 10?
Yep.
Mark, France checks in at number 3 on the list. Number 3 on the list. Whenever I think of France, all I think of is croissants.
I'm sorry, you think of what?
Croissant.
Thank you.
Yeah. Am I missing what else? What else do they have? Pastries.
Baguettes.
Yeah.
Pastries. Pâté du foie gras. Escargot. Chocolate mousse.
Who's on top? Top 10 countries with the best food. We got number 1 and number 3. Number 1 was Italy. Number 3 was France. Let's go to Mark in Pontiac. You're next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Mark.
Hey, how you doing?
We're great.
My guess is Japan. They take a lot of time and effort in their cuisine, so I would say Japan.
Gator, do you think Japan made the top 10?
Yes.
Japan checks in at number 4 on the list. 248-539-9797. Number 2 and number 5 through 10 still out there. What do you think deserves to be on the list of top 10 countries ranked by food? We go to Ryan. You're next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Ryan.
Hello, guys.
Hey.
Great show as always.
Thank you.
I got to go with Mexico.
Gator, do you think Mexico made the top 10?
C.
Yeah, number 2 on the list. Mexico checks in.
Thanks,
Well
guys.
done. 5 through 10 still out there. 248-539-9797. And we got about 4 minutes to get it done.
Come on
Can the
now.
people finish the list? We go to James. You're next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, James.
How you doing, guys?
We're good.
I'm thinking Belgium.
Belgium. Do you think Belgian food made the list?
I'm going to say no. All deference to the Cadre Cafe, I'm going to say no.
Belgium did not make the top 10.
Oh.
I'm checking to see if it made the top 20. It did. It checked in at 19.
Wow.
But, yeah. Yep, still got a bunch out there, people. 248-539-9797. Here's what's been said. Italy is number 1. Gator got that. Ryan got Mexico at 2. France was mentioned at 3. Japan at 4. 5 through 10 still out there.
Got them in order, man. This is crazy.
We got Janet next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Janet.
Hi, how's it going?
All right,
Great.
Janet.
I would say Greece.
Greece. Do you think Greek food made the top 10?
I'm going to say yes. Is it just outside the top 10?
It's just outside the top 10, Janet. It checks in at number 13.
Oh.
248-539-9797. Jalen is next on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Jalen.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
We're good.
I'm gonna go with Turkey.
Turkey. Do you think Turkish food made the top 10?
For sure.
I do not, but I think people that get their hair transplanted love it.
Oh, for sure.
It did not make the top 10. It's at number 18.
18?
Yeah, 248-539-9797. Wow. We're working our way through this. These are countries ranked by their food. Top 10 countries with the best food. We got the first 4 real quick.
Come on, people.
I know we can do this, but what's been said already, just so people know, Italy, Mexico, France, and Japan out of the top 4. And then I think we're getting a lot of repeat answers. But
Greece, Belgium, and Turkey not in the top 10.
Nope. 248-539-9797. We go to, who do we got next? Gary, you're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Gary.
Hey, how you doing, fellas?
We're good.
Good. I'm going with Polish food.
Polish food. Do you think Polish food made the top 10?
Oh, pierogies and whatnot. Yes.
Polish food did not make the top 10.
What?
Polish food didn't make the top 20.
Didn't make the top 20?
No.
What are they, nuts? Who are these people?
248-539-9797. We go to Jerry next on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Jerry.
Hey, guys, how you doing? Hey, how about the USA?
Come on, it's there.
You think the United
Yeah.
States made the top
You
10?
can get anything you want in the United States. I mean, the United States, technically, USA should be number 1 because you can get everything here.
Right.
United States checks in at number 7 on the list of the rankings of countries based on food. We go to Hannah. You're next on 97 to Ticket. What's up, Hannah?
Hi, guys. How are you?
Good.
What about Middle Eastern food?
Well, it's not a country I know of. What country would you go with for Middle Eastern food?
Lebanese. Like
Lebanon?
shawarma. Lebanon, yes.
Do you think Lebanese food made the top 10, Gator?
It's really, I do love Middle Eastern food, but I'm going to say no.
Checks in at 17 outside the top 10. 248-539-9797. Tommy in Ann Arbor, you're next. What's up, Tommy?
Hey, guys, got to go with the good Chinese food. Let's go
Chinese
China.
food. Do you think Chinese food made it?
I think China's on the list.
China's number 5. 6 through 10 is still available.
Come on, people.
248-539-9797. Ron in Nevada is next on 97 to Ticket. Hi, Ron.
Hey, Ron?
Ron, are you there? Ron?
Yeah.
Yep,
All right,
go
what do you
ahead.
got, Ron? All right, bye, Ron.
Yep, we go to Mitch, who's next on 97 to Ticket. Hi, Mitch.
Just got back from London, England, and I'll say England.
Do you think English food made the top 10?
Little bangers and mash? Sure.
Correct.
It came in at number 11,
Oh!
just outside the top 10.
Come on.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Tony, who's next on 97 to Ticket. Hi, Tony.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
I wanted to put Jamaican food, jerk chicken.
Jamaican food. Do you think Jamaican food made the top 10?
I think Jamaica's going to be outside the top 10, but it is good.
It did not make the top 10. It did not make the top 20, unfortunately, and it is good. We go to John, who's next. Hi, John.
Oh, hey, how's it going?
Good, John.
I'm looking for, how about Thailand?
Thailand. Do you think Thai food made it, Gator?
Yes, I do.
Thai food checks in at number 8 on the list.
We're so close.
We are very close. We've got, what do we got left? 9, 10, and 6, I believe is it. 248-539-9797. Let's go to John next on 97 to Ticket. Hi, John.
Hi, how you doing?
What's up?
I think the answer we're going to get is South Korea.
South Korean food, Gator. Do you think it made the top 10?
I'm going to say no.
It did not, and we are not going to round out this top 10.
Oh, come on.
We'll take 2 more. Two more. Matt, you're next. Hi, Matt.
Love the show, guys.
Thank you.
How about Peru?
Peru.
No.
It did not make the top 10.
Come on.
Bryce, you're next. Hi, Bryce.
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I'm
Sure.
going to go with Spain.
Spain. Do you think Spain made it?
I don't think it did, but I've heard great things about the top. You know what? Because the tapas and paella, I'm going to say Spain's on there. Yes.
Number 9 on
Yeah!
the list.
Here we go.
Kevin in Detroit. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, how about some good German food?
Yes.
Germany.
Come on, Germany.
Kevin, that is number 10.
Yes. Let's go. One more. Come on. We got this. We got this. Come on, people. One more. Oh, no.
There's one left.
Oh. Can we get one more?
Everybody's saying the same thing over and over and over, and I don't think we can get one more. Here it all comes down to we got
Come
one
on.
more.
Let's.
It all comes
You know
down-
what? Come on, Eileen.
It all comes down to Eileen. Eileen, it's all.
Okay,
It's all up to
I'm going with Indian food.
Yes!
India.
Come on.
Gator.
LFG. Let's go. It's on my list. Is it there? Is it there in 6? Yes.
It is.
Yes.
It is. We did it. Eileen, you're a hero.
Yeah.
Hey, good to hear.
Well done,
Come
Eileen.
on. Eileen to Lou. Come on. Yes.
And for the first time in Carson Anderson history, we have completed a top 10. Only 4 minutes late for break. What?
No.
97 won the ticket.
Hey, folks, great news. In addition to knocking off the who's on top, with it being hot outside, if you've got any issues with your air conditioning, you can fix those issues real easy. If it's struggling or simply not working at all, call my great friends over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Now, they've been keeping homes in Southeast Michigan cool and comfortable for over 20 years. So whether you need a quick repair, a seasonal tune-up, or a brand new system, their expert team is fast, friendly, and local. You don't want to wait for a meltdown. Call them today. Call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, or you can visit them at birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts. Yes.
Thanks to Eileen. History has been made on Carson Anderson.
The first time we'll ever have Dexy's Midnight Runners.
So the top 10 was top 10 countries with the best food.
Oh,
according to top10s.com. And they
where were you on July 10th, 2025?
For the first time. I thought we had a chance. We got cold there for a while.
Yeah, there were some wild ones out there.
Somebody said South Korea. South Korea had checked in at number 12.
Korean food's great.
Yep. England, Mitch got England at was 11. Janice got Greece at 13. Vietnam was 14. Canada was 15. Switzerland 16. Lebanon, Hannah said that was at 17. Jack, I think, said Turkey at 18. James said Belgium at 19. And 20 was Morocco. But here's your top 10. Top 10 and number 10, Kevin got Germany. Oh. At number 9, Bryce got Spain. At number 8, John got Thailand. At number 7, Jerry got the United States. At number 6, which was the last one out there, Eileen got Indian food.
Come on.
India. At number 5, Tommy got China. At number 4, Mark got Japan. At number 3, another Mark got France. At number 2, Ryan got Mexico. And Gator's lone guess was Italy. Number 1, there it is, the first ever completed Who's on Top in Carson Anderson history. One small step for man, Scott. One small step for man.
One giant leap for the Carson Anderson Show.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Jacob and Howell, who's next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jacob.
Hey, Doug. I'm thanks for taking my call. Sure. I am in the Buffalo Wild Wings parking lot, which is next to the Applebee's one in Howell. And so I can basically see the whole lot. I haven't seen any athletes or anything like that, but there's trucks all over. There's trailers where people are they're clearly filming something.
Yep.
Obviously, I would assume a commercial, and I have seen a few Lions hats and stuff like that too. And yeah, there's cops, there's tents, there's trailers. That it's clearly shut down for something going on. I also saw a Brinks truck, which was kind of weird for a restaurant, but
wonder if it's a prop for something.
Wonder if Aiden Hutchinson is there. They're just backing it up.
I hope, yeah. but
is Tarek Skubal there? Wait, is Tarek Skubal there?
Oh my God!
Are you breaking news? Jacob and Howell says that Tarek Skubal is. No, he's not.
But it's cool because not a lot. Howell's pretty quiet. Not a lot goes on in Howell necessarily, like something like that, like a national Applebee's commercial. So if that was the case, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, nice little downtown in Howell.
Yeah, look, this is it's funny. I was just at Cleary University's baseball field, which is pretty close to that Applebee's in a game, but then at Howell High School for another game. So we got to Howell a few times this year, but the Applebee's, for people just joining us, shut down in Howell, and the belief is, and people are basically saying that, yeah, there have been Dan Campbell sightings, the new commercial being recorded for Applebee's. Dan Campbell, and somebody sent a picture, it looked like C.J. Stroud in it as well, and we were able to confirm. In the background of that picture, there was a Bob Evans, and across the street from the Applebee's in Howell is indeed a Bob Evans. So.
I think it's down the street from Cheap Sounds Guitars.
Of course, you would know that.
Guitar shop.
Yep. We got texts too, guys, that say Ashton Genty's allegedly in the commercials as well.
Really?
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Do you think this is the biggest thing that's ever happened in Howell, Michigan?
Well,
let's say for good news, for great stories, yes.
Great, cool story for Howell.
Good news.
Yeah.
Bravo.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which has been taking steps in the right direction for a long time.
There you go. All right, feedback coming in regarding the Tigers. Joe at work says, I love how every Tiger loss for the rest of July is going to lead to 12 hours of trade talk the next day on these airwaves.
Well, it will for 3 weeks until the trade deadline's done. Yes.
Oh, he said for the rest of July, right? So, yeah, I mean, you lose a game, who do we need?
Well, when they win the games, people are still doing it.
This is true. Trade deadline talk. I mean, you know how much more fun it is to be buyers and sellers? And we've done the sellers show for a decade. We did it recently as 2024. Veerling and Carpenter are trade assets if they get a third baseman. McKinstry will be a right fielder and or a DH. Biggest need, in my opinion, though, is a lefty in the pen. That's from Mike in Clarkston. Mason Miller, unbelievable talent that you can have for a couple of years. It's a no-brainer to go get him. Give up Briseño, Young, and Melton. So isn't he a little bit young? I mean, what you just offered is a lot, actually.
For who?
For Mason Miller.
That's a lot to offer.
That is a ton to offer, but he's pretty young, if I recall correctly. And I don't know that he's 26. My guess is the Athletics would want to keep him, but you just put together one heck of a trade offer. I mean, that's a steep price. And you can probably get close to that kind of arm for less than that.
Well, and just see what his contract situation. He's not a free agent until 2030. So he's arbitration eligible after the season, but I mean, that's not a player that a team like Oakland's going to. The Athletics are going to give up.
Merely the Athletics. Just the Athletics. Doug in Rochester says at 26, Parker Meadows is what he is. 249 in 6 minor league seasons, 200 this year. He might be, but what he is a very good defensive center fielder. What he is a base stealing threat, and what he was last year was good at the plate.
300 when he came back up.
When he came back and like an 817, 847, I can't remember what I said, but his 8-something OPS.
Yeah, well over 800.
He was hitting for extra base power. He was getting on base. And, that might be the blip. But I think it's worth using these 3 weeks to see if he can regain some of that form.
But he is accurate. He was not one of these guys that just rose to the minor league ranks because he could hit. That wasn't it. It's been a struggle at times to see him hit consistently. But what he did for the Tigers last year in that second half of the season really showed you there is potential there. He's got it's a 6'5" frame. There's a lot to he's only 25. You could add more muscle to it and become more of a power stroke if necessary, or he's got a quick bat anyway. If he starts finding, the holes in the outfield again, like he did last year, then, potential is through the roof. But if he's going to strike out at this ridiculous rate of near 30%, then okay, fair enough. But let's give it some time.
Okay, off the field, we saw a complaint about the Tigers. It's an off the field thing. And it's like, this is no big deal, okay? This is not, we're not going to make a federal case out of it, but we are going to respond. And we will get to that today at 102 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, just a little programming note. As we've mentioned a couple times here today, there's some renovations going on, and because of said renovations, something we had planned for 102, this off-the-field complaint about the Tigers, we're going to have to push back. It's no huge deal, okay? It was just we're going to have a little fun with something, but at the end of the day, we hope to get it done before 2 o'clock, but we're having some technical difficulties with the renovation, so this might get pushed back till tomorrow. We shall see. Gator, I don't know if you saw the ticket prices are skyrocketing for 2 basketball games. Okay? 2 basketball games. One is being played tonight. The other, I think, is coming up in a couple of weeks. One has been so popular that it has been moved to a larger venue.
Well, if you're talking tonight, I'm guessing it's a Summer League NBA game.
That is correct. That's one of them. What do you think the huge draw, secondary market tickets skyrocketing would be for a Summer League game?
Well, people they're going to want to see the number 1 overall pick, Cooper Flagg.
And who do you think he's playing against?
I don't know who was the number 2 overall pick.
It is not a pick from this draft.
Okay. Want to see Ron Holland and the Pistons?
No. He's the son of an NBA superstar. That's right. Tonight's game at the Thomas and Mack Center in Las Vegas. Secondary market tickets through the roof for Bronny James and his Lakers Summer League team against Cooper Flagg and his Mavericks Summer League team.
Interesting.
Yep.
I would be curious about that as well, just to see, okay, year 2 for Bronny. Is he really being counted on to be a player in the league, or is this, is he just someone's going to end up going roster to roster, 10-day contract? I don't know what kind of player he is, because we really didn't get to see him play much in college.
Yeah.
In the 10 games that he played at, was it USC? And didn't see a whole lot of Bronny James last year in the NBA. He did have one really good game, if I recall.
Mm-hmm.
But, Cooper Flagg's number 1 draft pick, and everybody wanted Cooper Flagg badly. So I could see the madness for Cooper Flagg.
Any guess what the other ticket is for?
Did you say basketball?
Yep. It is a basketball game.
So
I don't know the date. Ken, do you know the date? It's a couple weeks, right, on this other one?
Yeah, I think it might be like August 1st or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's in a few weeks.
All right.
So it's got to be something with Caitlin Clark.
So the other ticket is Caitlin Clark and her Indiana Fever team are traveling to Dallas to take on Paige Beckers and her Dallas Wings team. And I guess that game has generated so much interest, they're moving it to American Airlines Arena where the Dallas Mavericks play.
Okay.
So there's a few things about this, because as Detroit fans, we in the next few years will have access to all of this. And what I mean by that is we can buy a ticket to go see Cooper Flagg. Perhaps we can buy a ticket to go see Bronny James. I don't know where he's going to be.
Or if we'll care.
Yep. We can buy a ticket to go see Caitlin Clark when the Detroit Shock get here in a couple of years.
Or whatever. Have they said the Shock? Or?
No, they haven't. I don't know why I said that. But the Detroit WNBA team. Or they can buy a ticket to go see Paige Beckers and her Dallas Wings team. Now, she didn't generate at the collegiate level the buzz that Caitlin Clark did, says a guy who didn't follow it real closely. I would imagine that. I don't think she did. I think Caitlin Clark was sort of this phenom. But Paige Beckers she got hurt, which kind of truncated and maybe put a damper on the excitement surrounding her. But she was a superstar at Connecticut. So I don't know, man. Which one of these games would you rather see? Would you rather see the WNBA game in a sold-out American Airlines Arena, or would you rather see a Summer League game in a sold-out Thomas and Mack Center?
Cooper Flagg.
You know what's funny is my curiosity about the WNBA, honestly, that they I don't know if they've actually sold out American Airlines Arena yet. I'd be really intrigued to see that, because it's new and it's different. We're going to see plenty of Cooper Flagg, obviously. I have zero interest in seeing Bronny James.
I have a little of interest in seeing Bronny James because again, we didn't see much of him in his career to this point. And now that he's healthy and playing all the time, is he going to look like he's got potential or not? But Cooper Flagg, I have a lot of interest in. The WNBA, I just don't. I don't begrudge people that do. I wish the league nothing but success. I know there's definitely a market for it. It'd be nice if the women in the league would stop shooting each other in the foot and preventing them from working with the positive publicity.
Yeah, we're outsiders on this one, but I'm amazed that it feels like people in the league are physically attacking Caitlin Clark.
Well, there's that, and then there's the other comments that were made last week from the one player talking about her teammate that was talking about the expansion and who wants to play in Detroit or in Cleveland was the the point that she was making, and then she had to go back on and say, "Oh, that's not what I meant." It's exactly what she meant, and even when she went back on it, it's like, yeah, that's what you meant, and whatever. But you shouldn't have said
Sophie
it.
Cunningham.
Thank you, Sophie Cunningham. She shouldn't have said it, and because again, it's about expansion of your league.
Yep.
This is going to make your league, literally making your league grow. You don't want to poo-poo the expansion part of it. Would it be great if you're in South Beach? Sure, awesome, whatever. But the people that run the league,
don't start to undermine new markets before, because guess what's good for you? That all markets are successful.
Exactly. So they should just need to be more on the same page, the entire league, in order if they want their salaries to grow and all that, revenues have to grow. And how do you do that? You promote it. Don't deny it.
All right, so Kang, which would you rather go see, the Summer League game or the Paige Beckers versus Caitlin Clark game?
So it's funny because my first thought right away was Cooper Flagg, Bronny James. But then I thought, it's Summer League. Obviously it doesn't mean anything. They're just it's open run. I think you get like 18 fouls a player or whatever. But Caitlin Clark is such a phenomenon. She is the Steph Curry of their league. She is the draw. And that game actually means something. It's it means something in the win-loss column. So, and they're moving it to American Airlines Arena. I think I've ended up changing my mind, and I would rather go see Caitlin Clark because she is such a phenomenon. And I don't know if because if this was regular season, Cooper Flagg, Bronny probably wouldn't even be playing in regular season. What am I talking about? Right. But if that game actually meant something, I'd rather see that game. But since it doesn't mean anything, I'd rather see Caitlin Clark in this situation.
I think and that's actually a real game, because here's what happens to me every year during Summer League. Every year during Summer League, we're in the middle of the summer, and for the last decade, we've had a baseball team that has faded. We'll talk about the trade deadline. The games don't feel like must-watch, but we watch them. But if there's a Summer League game on, I get all hyped up to go watch a Summer League game, and then I'm almost always disappointed, and I'm bored. And I try to I get fired up every year.
Is it the 10 fouls per person?
It's
that doesn't help.
It doesn't help, but I learned a bit of a lesson when Henry Ellenson put up like 28 with 12 boards for the Pistons Summer League team, and I got on the air and made some really dumb proclamations about what he was going to turn into, what the potential he had, and blah, 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 blah.
But you know what? I am interested in Ron Holland.
I am interested too. I am as well.
And Bobby Klintman and Chaz Lanier. I do want to see those guys play. And if they play well, they're not likely to play much more than a game or two, because that's just how Summer League kind of works. But I have interest in that.
I am intrigued, but I have to remind myself every year that I thought Stanley Johnson and Henry Ellenson were going to be stars because of Summer League performance, and it just is. It out of all, there's a lot of misleading preseason stuff. I think I've fallen hook, line, and sinker for Summer League worse than NFL preseason, than spring training preseason, than the sounds off his bat.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So I'm with you, King. I think I'd rather go see the Caitlin Clark, Paige Beckers out of curiosity of what that might be like and what we might have brewing here. You never know. If they could be something good here, it's just something else that people will enjoy. And hopefully we get some sort of star power that draws people out the way this game is drawing people out. 248-539-9797. Gator's got a gaming question we'll get to. Kang, did we sort out the technical difficulties? Are we
We're good to go.
All right, good. We'll get to this. It's a very minor thing, and it's not even really a thing. It's one person complained about something at Comerica Park, and we're like, okay, we'll play along, and we'll get to that today at 1:16 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Michigan Auto Law. Auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize but focus on many different areas of the law, and because of that, Michigan Auto Law has had the largest auto accident settlement and the largest truck accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. On top of that, they have what they call white glove service. Many people call Michigan Auto Law because they can't get a call back from their current law firm. Proactive communication is super important to them. Michigan Auto Law returns all phone calls within 24 hours. You will get a call back from them. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Gator, we haven't talked much about it, but thoughts on Zach McKinstry when it was all said and done making the All-Star game. This is truly one of the most unbelievable rises to some sort of acknowledgement, recognition, some sort of stardom. I don't know if he's going to settle in and be a star. He's 30 years old. But, man, is this guy. This is a great story.
Well, it is a great story, and it's not like he doesn't belong. I mean, he gets, when you get in at this point in the All-Star game, when you're added to the roster, you are absolutely deserving to be there. You can make a case that some people that get voted in as the starters, that they don't. It's just a popularity contest. And then you start to fill in the rest of the roster, and the manager of the All-Star team is going to put a lot of his guys in there because it's what he can do. And then you've got to fill out the rest of the roster with players from every team or whatever. You have to have that, go with the representation or whatever. But when you get in this late because there's an injury to somebody, and now you can, now we're getting legit guys who deserve it. And not that the other guys aren't legit. A lot of them are. But Zach McKinstry hitting 286 with an 826 OPS with a WAR of 2.7 for a guy who plays everywhere in the field. It's hard to evaluate what his WAR really should be because you're comparing. You can't just say where he is among third basemen or where he is among outfielders or where he is among second base or short. He plays everywhere.
Right.
And he's hit everywhere in the lineup as well. And, he's got 8 triples on this season. He's got 29 extra base hits on the year. He's done a fantastic job. He's, stolen 13 bases as well. He just does everything well. He's totally deserving of being there, and congratulations to him. I think it's awesome.
It is really neat. And, it's literally an out of nowhere story. And because it's an out of nowhere story, there's ride this as long as it lasts. If it lasts this entire season and Zach McKinstry contributes to a team that does damage in the postseason, it's awesome. He has got to be one of the most pinching myself of this real life guys out there.
He's got 280 at bats this year, right? So these are the numbers he's put up, which are great numbers. But he's got 1,100 other at bats in his major league career that are not impressive at all.
Yep.
What he did at the AAA level in limited time in 100 and something games was actually quite good. And that's probably an indicator that maybe put him on the radar for someone like Scott Harris to, hey, let's take more of a look, although he was with the Cubs in 2022, and obviously Harris is familiar with that organization. But when they brought him here, I don't think the expectation was high at all. This is, okay, can this be a jack-of-all-trades kind of guy? Can this be the new version of Donnie Kelly, baby? But what he's turned into this year is a guy whose OPS is like 200 points better than what it was a year ago. That's out of I mean, I don't want to say out of nowhere, but kind of out of nowhere, at least with the track record in his major league level. So it's fantastic to see. He gets rewarded for it, and deservedly so. And I'm kind of with you, like, ride the wave, because I don't know how long this is going to last. But at this point, it's a full half season of baseball. It's 85 games.
It's lasted a lot longer than anybody could have expected.
Longer than a Chris Shelton experience, or a Brennan Bosch experience.
The other thing that this might be part of is he had like 1,000 MLB at bats, right?
Like 1,100, yeah.
Yeah, and like Torque, I think, had 1,200 before this year, and Torque's having his best season. There might be something to that some guys need to be here for a while and get that chance. And many aren't afforded that opportunity, but he provided enough to teams in terms of value in other ways to get more and more at bats. And maybe this is it's a slow rise, but he got his 1,000 at bats in, and he might be one of those guys. This is the high end of what it could be, that the light has gone on, and we're going to get a few good years of Zach McKinstry.
This is what you don't normally see, though. When you see a guy
I feel like that sounds disrespectful, does it? Is it just realistic?
It's unintentional, right?
Yeah. Tons of respect for this guy sticking with it and turning himself into what he's turned himself into.
We've seen guys before in town. We know that Detroit loves the role players, right?
Yep.
Hey, if you do your job, you do it well, and maybe it's just one little aspect of it. Mm-hmm. We latch on to it. We love you. We root for you. Don Kelly is always the example of that. He wasn't a great player, but he hustled every time he was out there, and occasionally make an amazing play or have a great at bat, and here we go. Awesome. But when that player gets an opportunity to play every day, no matter what the sport is, when you go from role player to something else, to everyday player, it typically doesn't really translate. But with what Zach McKinstry has done, he's gone from being role player to this year being role model, meaning that you're going to point to Zach McKinstry and say, this is the type of player we want from all of you guys out there. Always thinking about where you have to be. Always learning that, about your craft. Knowing the little things like, hey, if I'm going to field this ball, I'm going to throw to third base, not going to think about throwing it home. Hey, if there's a hard hit ball that I just hit it out of the box and it looks like it's a slow dribbler out to center field, I'm going to try to take second base, get that extra base. All those little things. I'm going to watch this pitcher because next time I get on base, I'm taking off and I'm stealing second base and I'm not looking back.
Okay, so look, this is not a huge deal. I hope I didn't oversell it, but somebody on Twitter complained about something, and we're like, okay, we're going to play along. There's a follow on Twitter at Miggy's Bat. He's a Tiger guy, and he tweeted out a couple days ago, I need Trey Sweeney to play well and remain on this Tigers roster for the simple fact that his walk-up song slaps. Now, I think his walk-up song, I think it's an Alan Jackson song, a country artist. I think. Don't sue me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's a country song. Somebody responded that follows him named Trent. You're insane. I love the Tigers, but my least favorite part of going to games is all the guys with country walk-up songs. Makes me want to rip my ears out.
Oh, boy.
Now, musical taste, there's no right or wrong. You like what you like, and there's nothing wrong with it. Feel comfortable in what you like. Embrace what you like, right?
Sure.
So we're just like, all right, if we're going to have country walk-up songs, what would your country walk-up song be? Now, let me give everybody our resumes when it comes to country music. I am a fan. I'm a fan of almost every type of music. But in the summer in particular, country music becomes my thing in the summer. In the mornings, I'm all Alexander Zonchek smooth jazz. On the weekends, I will crank it up loud with old school rap. All right. So I have different moods, different times. When I'm skiing, it's mostly I'll get like alternative stuff with a little bit of edge. That's good for shredding. Like that's where I'll go when I'm skiing. So I listen to different music at different times, right?
Sure.
So I have, and some people are going to hate the song that I pick, but if I had to pick a country song, the country song I would pick is the following country song. And the problem with it, I probably wouldn't start at the very beginning. Probably start it when it really pops, but Ken, go ahead. This would be my country walk-up song. Have you ever heard this song?
I mean, not that I know of, not at this point, unless I heard it in the bathroom here at the station.
Kang, did you hear it before today?
No, I have not.
Okay. So this is Florida-Georgia Line, and the song is Confession. And this song always gets me pumped up. Now, it starts a little slow, as you can hear, but it picks up. And this is the part where I'd start. I'd probably start right after this line. Right there. That's where I'd start. Okay, that would be my walk-up music.
All right.
But the more fun part of this is you and Kang, who aren't huge country fans. Kang, you're a little bit, maybe?
I've opened up a lot more in the recent years, for sure.
Okay.
But, I mean, not since, this is, very recent. Last 5-6 years, maybe.
Okay. So your song, mine would be Florida Georgia Line Confession. Kang, go ahead and play what your country walk-up song would be.
Let me say something first before I play it.
All right.
I don't listen to a ton of country. We just spoke of this. So nothing really stood out to me, okay? So I thought if I had to pick a song, what would stand out to me? When I was a kid, my parents really enjoyed strong 80s love ballads, Gator. That's right.
There we go.
So they didn't listen to country either, but there was a country song I remember vividly to this day that they would play on a record, if not cassette, and it was this.
Yeah.
I think I'd be walking up.
I got it. Okay.
Yeah.
I'd be walking up to Randy Travis.
Yeah.
That's right, 80s icon in the country music industry.
Little Randy Travis would be it, huh?
I think this is a love song, right? This is
is this I'm Gonna Love You Forever?
Yeah.
Yes.
Amen. Forever and ever, amen. Yeah.
Can I get an amen?
I'm gonna love.
Hysterical. All right. So Gator has almost no country roots. The closest you would come that I'm aware of is Whiskey Myers' Stone. And you only like that song because they used it in the TV show Yellowstone. Am I correct?
Well, here's the thing that, like, with me, I country is not my thing at all, right? I can respect a lot of things. Like with country music, guitar players in country music are phenomenally talented.
Yep.
You go back to Roy Clark was one of the most amazing guitar players ever, but nobody really knows who Roy Clark is unless you're a country fan. He was unbelievable. But I did not like country growing up. I liked rock bands that sounded a little country, like southern rock stuff like Skynyrd and 38 Special. I like.
But we're not letting you get away with
and
that.
Molly Hatchet. No.
For the purposes of this.
Right, for this. And I was torn between two. One was like 80s country, which was actually more pop than it was country.
So is all of it now,
Yeah.
by the way.
Yeah,
let's call it what it is.
Yeah.
But,
Somebody just described on Twitch Florida Georgia Line as man bun country.
But you hit it on the head, right? I'm watching Yellowstone, and it's not the song. The song Stone is amazing, and I love it.
It's a really good song.
But for me, it was the first song that Whiskey Myers was playing on that episode of Yellowstone when they went into the bar.
Okay.
It was a more hard rock, and when I first heard this, when they walk into the bar and this song is playing, I was like, ooh, well, what's that?
So is this your choice?
This is his choice. I got to say, Doug, I'm not surprised Gator picked this song.
Does it sound like a Gator song?
Yes. It doesn't even sound country to me.
All right, well.
Here we go.
Let's hear it. Yeah, it doesn't sound country.
Well, I mean, it's Whiskey Myers.
It is Whiskey
if
Myers.
You consider Whiskey Myers country.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah. So I went
Of
with...
course Gator went with this.
Hold on. Could you tell the people about Gator's first choice?
This is the
Oh,
first
this is it?
We had to.
We can't let it get to the chorus.
No, we edited it.
Did you edit?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to hear beeps.
Just one.
Well, now I'm excited for the chorus. Because I like the Whiskey Myers song Stone. I do not like any of the rest of Whiskey Myers.
No.
Well, this isn't terrible.
No, it's a hard driving rock song. So when this one came up, I was like, oh, I like this band. Yeah.
Where's the
coming up here in a second.
Okay. Are we sure we edited it, Kang? Okay.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the song is Frogman by Whiskey Myers.
Okay, so let's do this.
And then the end of the episode, that's where they play Stone.
If they made you choose a country song for your walk-up music, what would you choose? Non-country fans only. Non-country fans only. 248-539-9797. What would you choose if you had to have country music as a walk-up song? Thank you to at Miggy's Bat and Trent for the topic. 248-539-9797. 97.1 The Ticket.
Come on.
We found it funny just seeing somebody on social media complaining about all the country songs used by Tigers. And so we have two non-country fans in Gator and Kang, and they chose their country songs. I am more of a country fan, and I went with one that probably is going to get me just ripped by the country crowd. But whatever, I really like the song Confession by Florida Georgia Line, 248-539-9797. That was Gators from Whiskey Myers. And Kang, you had I'm Gonna Love You Forever. Who's the artist? I'm sorry.
Randy Travis.
Randy Travis.
Come on, man. Don't put some respect on his name.
Yeah, I should. I'm not an old school country guy at all.
It's not that old school.
Isn't it?
I mean, it's like from the late 80s, early 90s. I mean, well, when I think old school country, I'm thinking Hank Williams, Conway Twitty, Merle Haggard.
That's older school. So we said non-country fans only. If you had to choose a country song, what would you choose? Chris is on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Chris.
Hi, how are you?
What's up?
You know, I always thought if I ever got you guys on the phone, I'd never say, hi, how are you guys doing? Because everybody says it, and you're always doing good. And I went and I did it.
It's okay.
Sorry, how about this? I'll tell you what, Chris. I'm okay.
He's just okay.
I'm glad to hear that. The song I would pick, and we call this the family theme song, it's called I'm a Happy Boy by the Beet Farmers.
I'm a Happy Boy by the Beet Farmers?
Yep, it's infectious. You'll make it your family song too.
Okay, well, that's a strong statement given our commitment to a family song. We have no family song. But yes, I will seek out the Beet Farmers. I'm a Happy Boy. Caleb is next. Hi, Caleb.
Hello, gentlemen. To start, have you guys ever seen the MLB video where the Arizona Diamondbacks unknowingly switched Kelly Johnson's walk-up song to It's Raining Men?
No.
Okay, so check that out because it's hilarious. And the reason I bring that up is because that's the only way country would ever be my walk-up song is if someone did it without me knowing.
Yeah.
I despise country. The only person that's allowed to listen to it around me is my wife. However, if I had to pick one, I do like beer, so I'd go with Beer Never Broke My Heart by Luke Combs.
Okay, there you go. Well done, Caleb. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Brett is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Brett.
Hey, fellas. So I am definitely not a country fan, mainly because of what you said before, with most of it being pop country now.
Yep.
If I'm going to listen to country, I need super twangy country, old country. So I'm going Garth Brooks Rodeo.
Okay.
I love that song.
There you go. 248-539-9797. There is a real battle between old school country people and new school country people. Pop country or...
Oh, it's a whole thing. I mean, look, our brother station, WYCD, and it was all brought up because and it was young country.
Yep.
The whole new genre.
We go to Jack next. Hi, Jack. Jack, go ahead. You.
Come on, Jack. Make the turn.
All right. We'll go to Joe next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Joe.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey.
We got brought to you courtesy of the Red, White, and Blue by Toby Keith. God rest his soul. Play that song.
There you go. That's another one, a good one. So it's funny. The dude brought up Arizona Diamondbacks. When we were at a Diamondbacks game, there was definitely a lot of Diamondbacks that chose country. And it was the first time I heard Cody Jenks, who has a song called Loud and Heavy. I actually think you might like Loud and Heavy, but somebody's walk-up music was Loud and Heavy, and I'm like, ooh, I kind of like this song.
You got a song called Loud and Heavy. You better deliver.
Well, the thing is, I got on my phone because I knew the guy was coming up again, and I Shazammed it so I could figure out what it was. Shazammed it. Now on my playlist. Feedback to the Carson Anderson inbox.
Isn't it amazing what phones can do now? Like questions that were asked like 30 years ago. Yeah. Hey, what the hell's that song? And then you got to rack your brain to think of it. There's no internet to go to. Now it's, hey, what the hell's this song? This is cool. Shazam.
Yep. Just am I going to get enough bars in before the song that they know what song it is?
It's 10 cc's. I'm not in love. Who knew?
Like Doug says, my music style is also eclectic. My country walk-up song would be Hey Driver by Zach Bryan. Mine would be All My Exes Live in Texas by George Strait. As I'm listening to that song by Randy Travis, I'm Gonna Love You Forever, all I could picture was a baseball player walking up to home plate just dancing with their bat as if it's their significant other. LOL. That's from Chad in a Truck. Here's a good one. Jason Aldean, When the Lights Come On. Very good song. I can't stand country, but when I was at boot camp, they played Proud to Be American. That would be my song. That's from Marlon. Champion by Carrie Underwood. Blurred lines out of what genre that is, but sure. Save a Horse, Ride a Cowboy. That's from Alan Dearborn. I would love to have Mud Digger by Lenny Cooper. I hate country music, but I heard this song and it's great. That's from Ryan. Evan here, pop country is hated on, but it sounds the best. Chris Stapleton, All Day. So
Chris Stapleton's great.
There you go.
I should have said Chris Stapleton. That would have gone over well, right?
You could have. You could have.
That's all right. Whiskey Myers works.
Yeah, Whiskey Myers. All right, so anyway, thank you, everybody, for participating in what would your country walk-up song be.
What would your smooth jazz walk-up be? You imagine that? Just a whole night's worth of
Kenny G.
Yeah.
Yep.
Walk-up music.
So my son's high school, they all had walk-up songs. And one day, I think I told you this, it was parents choose their kids' walk-up song.
Yes. Yeah. You
And
did tell me this.
the best selection would by far, I told this story on the air, but the best selection by far was one family chose the commercial from The Simpsons, Canyon Arrow, as their son's walk-up song. And my respect,
Canyon Arrow.
my respect went through the roof for them.
My niece's boyfriend played baseball in college, and I went to like his last game, and they had walk-up music. They were playing at Jimmy John's Field.
Yep.
And he walked up to the song Godzilla by Blue Oyster Cult.
Yeah.
I had the biggest smile on my face. I'm like, wait, who? What? Huh? Couldn't wait to talk to me after the game. Where did this come about? Godzilla? It's like, yeah, my dad likes him. Like, you're awesome.
Well, anybody that's ever in charge of walk-up songs for a high school baseball team when your kid plays, you'll discover what I discovered this year is I don't know any of these songs,
No?
but I got to know a lot of them. Gator, good news. At long last, according to Barstool Sports, a third National Treasure movie is reportedly in the works at Disney.
Oh.
How do you feel about that?
I enjoyed the first two National Treasure movies. They are ridiculous. I mean, you really suspend belief, but it's Hollywood. That's what you do. Nicolas Cage, a little nutty.
Yeah.
But
a little?
A lot. But I like these movies. I like both of the movies when they came out. It's been a while since the second one came out.
Isn't one of them they're chasing after the actual
Declaration of Independence?
Yeah. Are they going to steal the big, beautiful bill this time?
Before it goes into effect, hopefully. I'm curious what they're going to do here. It's a lot of Freemason stuff.
Yeah.
With that whole society, which is really intriguing. But yeah, the two movies they've made have been wildly entertaining. I found them to be wildly entertaining. Yeah, not great, but entertaining. Like it's a roller coaster and you're along for the ride. It's fun.
Okay. Something ESPN does every NFL offseason.
Are you going to see it?
No. Something ESPN does I am going to see a movie that was recommended to me when I am on vacation.
But it's got Doug from The Hangover. He's in it. He's his buddy.
In the new...
Well,
you don't know
the first two movies, the Nicolas Cage movies.
Oh, was he in them?
Yeah, he was in it.
I actually
Riley was his character.
I think I saw one of them and found it so forgettable that I don't remember anything about it.
What a horrible thing to say. I remember it vaguely. It was so forgettable.
Yeah.
Your performance was so forgettable that
and Doug wasn't forgettable. I found the movie forgettable.
I stopped watching movies for 5 years.
ESPN does this every NFL offseason. They have executives, coaches, and scouts rank players by position. So they will go through and they will rank the best players at each position. Gator, today is safeties. Do you think any Lions made the top 10?
Yes, I think probably 2 did.
All right. I want you to think about where they ranked those 2. Well, and we will get to that coming up at 146. What is the respect for the Lions safety position around the league? That again at 146. Hey, it's Doug Karsh for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights, and they're coming in hot with summer savings. Right now, lease a new 2026 model year Equinox LT for just $349 a month for 36 months with zero money down. $349. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. All right, so ESPN does this little exercise every offseason. They roll out position a day. The way this works is they survey league executives, coaches, and scouts to help us rank the top 10 players at 11 different positions, from quarterback to cornerback, and all positions in between. This is the 6th edition of these rankings. As usual, several players move up or fell off the list. They start with safeties. Kang, I want to bring you in on this as well. Do you think the Lions were represented at the safety position?
Absolutely.
Yep.
I agree with Gator 2 times.
Okay. The 2 players I am assuming being Brian Branch and Kirby Joseph. If you had to guess, and you're both right, they both made the top 10, where do you think they rank?
I would say, well, both in the top 10.
Yep.
I'm going to guess somewhere around like 5 and 8.
Okay, who's at 5?
Joseph.
Joseph
because
at 5?
he had that season. I mean, he was just picked everything off.
Okay. And Kang, what about you?
I will go with 6 and 7. Joseph ahead.
Joseph at 6 and Branch at 7. Okay. Here are your safety rankings. At number 1 in the NFL, Kyle Hamilton. Remember Kyle Hamilton's 40 time? How slow he's going to be too slow. He ranks number 1 according to coaches, execs, and scouts.
All right, Hamilton.
Number 2, Brian Branch.
Number 2?
Yep.
Wow.
Branch entered the elite in 2024 with 4 interceptions and 16 pass deflections. The latter ranking the top amongst safeties. His 21.1% ball hawking rate is second best amongst safeties with 50 or more targets. I love Branch due to his instincts and versatility, an AFC executive said. He's been asked to do a lot in 2 years in Detroit, and he's handled it all. Multiple scouts say he's elite in pass concept recognition, which allows him to be around the ball despite lack of top-end speed. Quote, the knock on him coming out of Alabama was coverage, but he proved all of that wrong. He's been excellent, very instinctive. He was good at nickel, but has more range than that. Branch number 2. Xavier McKinney of the Packers is 3. Jesse Bates of the Falcons is 4. And Gator was spot on with Kirby Joseph. He comes in at number 5. Last summer, the top 10 received a call from someone close to Joseph inquiring about why he did not receive a single vote in the 2024 safety pool. Okay, let me get this. I'm reading this as we go. I didn't know this. So last year, this list came out. Mm-hmm. Joseph didn't get a vote. Someone close to Joseph called up and asked why.
Now, this is voted by the players?
Voted by executives, coaches, scouts. I don't think it's players. I think it's just people that run the league, but let me double check. I read it earlier, but now I forgot.
Because I could see why players aren't the biggest fan of Kirby Joseph.
Why not?
Teammates are. Well, because he could be construed as a dirty player.
Okay.
They don't like some of the hits.
ESPN surveyed league executive coaches and scouts. So anyway, somebody close to Kirby wondered why he didn't get a single vote. 12 months later, he's a top 5 safety and the highest paid player in his position after signing a 4-year, $86 million contract extension in April. His ball production is what sets him apart. Opposing quarterbacks had a 29.2 passer rating when targeting Joseph, who led the NFL this past season with 9 interceptions. His 36.4% ball hawking rate led all safeties who were targeted more than 30 times. Here's the quote from an NFC scout. He has the stuff you can't teach as far as the chance taking that helps create turnovers, but he doesn't hurt the framework of the defense. He's good at taking calculated risks. You've got to give him credit. He's worked hard for his opportunity. The scout noted that Joseph also played wide receiver in high school, which adds to his instinctual play. So there you go. 2 Lions in the top 10. Rounding out the top 10 safeties, Derwin James, Antoine Winfield, Budda Baker, Minka Fitzpatrick, and Julian Love. Honorable mentions, former Lion C.J. Gardner-Johnson got honorable mentions. Others receiving votes. I don't know if there's anything here worth bringing up.
Well, I do find it interesting. Budda Baker there, that high. Wasn't he is he still available as a free agent? He was available. I mean, for the longest time as a free agent.
It says here he's with the Cardinals, but don't know. So the other rankings for other positions come out. It says running backs will be Monday, defensive tackles Tuesday, edge rushers Wednesday. Be interesting to see where Hutch ranks in the edge rushers. Trending towards being one of the top 3 or 4 with the injury last year. How much will that hurt him?
I think he'll probably still be in the top 5.
Yep.
But yeah.
My apologies. It came out yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Wednesday was yesterday.
Oh, so I can guess.
Yeah. Okay. You say top 5?
Yeah.
Kang, you think Hutch is still top 5?
Ooh. Wow. I think he's right there. I'm gonna say yes. I'm gonna say he's number 5.
He's number 7.
Oh.
Ahead of him, Trey Hendrickson.
Oh.
Lions should trade for him.
Wow.
Nick Bosa, Max Crosby. I can't believe the Lions didn't trade for him. Micah Parsons at 3. TJ Watt. Lions should trade for him at 2. And Myles Garrett. Can't believe Lions didn't trade for him at 1. God, that's amazing. We really talked about targeting all these guys. What do you think Goff? They haven't come out with I know they haven't come out with the quarterbacks yet. What do you think Goff is going to rank? Think Goff is going to get top 5 love?
No, but I think he'll get top 10 love.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see where he is going to end up on that list.
Does this come from people in the game?
Yeah, and the opinion. I'm curious again. That's why I'm curious because what do scouts think of him? You know, I mean, because if fans are the fans that haven't fully bought into Jared Goff think it's just because the offensive line is so elite, because the players around him are great. I'm hoping the quarterback might change some of that opinion of people when you see how much work is put in.
The TV show?
The TV show, when people get to see the behind-the-scenes stuff of all these guys, of how much work goes into being a quarterback, let alone being a really good quarterback. And the 3 that are showcased in this show, I don't think any of the 3 are elite. Mm-hmm. Joe Burrow is the closest to being, but you can still be very, very good. And I think that's what Jared Goff is.
I think that the thing about Goff, in the eyes of fans, probably what hurts the most is he doesn't run. And I think that's I think it's an overvalued thing amongst fans.
So, yeah, he's not terribly fleet of foot. But then if you watched episode 2, when he hurts his ankle, and then he's showing it where he twisted his ankle, rolled his ankle, and he's got the picture of it on the phone where the ankle's going one way and the foot's the other way. Maybe you understand a little bit better why he isn't scampering as much and how much pain goes into playing and how he had to go through a part of the season with that bad ankle that nobody really talked about.
Right. Kang, do you think he gets top 5 love?
No way. They just don't. He doesn't get the respect he deserves. And I hate playing that card because we use it a lot in Detroit, but I really don't think Jared Goff gets the respect he deserves. So I don't think he'd be top 5.
So last year he finished 2nd in the NFL in passing yards. Where did he rank in QB rating? He finished 4th in QB rating. The ESPN QBR, he finished 6th. Touchdown passes, he finished 4th. But these are just stats. Stats don't tell all the story, but it'll be interesting. That comes out in a while. All right, so Rico Beard has joined us in studio. Yeah, there's some changes in here. You're gonna get used to them.
It's all right.
Yeah,
it's okay.
Is your mic on? There you go.
There we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
How are you?
Hi.
Yeah, you'll get used to some of the technical issues with the studio reno going on right now.
All right. Well, just so you know, today is once again one of those days I really envy you two.
Why is that?
It's gorgeous outside, and you get to go and enjoy the day.
I'm looking forward to it.
Soak it all in.
Well, I look forward to your show as well. What do people have planned?
Your son's a Milwaukee Brewer, I found out.
He is not a Milwaukee Brewer, but that is why I'm wearing this. It's a baseball team logo, and that's why I'm wearing this shirt.
Like Brewers? No. Well, we're going to start off. Because today is the first day of Saratoga.
So is Mike? Is it full on? You're getting 100% of authentic Valenti, aren't you?
Oh well, and you'll know when the big races are. Because if you hear more of me and less of him, he's watching the monitors. But no, just kind of what is the sports thing that's your thing, like that opening day, whether it's opening day in baseball, opening the tournament, the NCAA tournament, that opening Thursday, like what's that opening weekend day? What event is your thing that you got to do every year? Or if you don't make the trip, you're watching it.
Can I say the first full Saturday of college football?
Yeah, you can.
And that first weekend
is that week 0?
No.
Okay.
No. Although week 0, I watch everything. But the first Thursday has a lot more games than usual. You got the Michigan State game on Friday. Michigan with a noon kick that they accidentally scheduled at 7:30 for some damn reason this year. But the noon Michigan kick.
7:30 a.m.?
I wish. Then sitting back
Big Ten Saturday night.
Home at like 5 and just watching everything all night long. And then you always have a Sunday game, a couple Sunday games. And then you got the Monday game. And that first weekend, I mean,
that's pretty
talk
great.
About that would be.
It's hard. That's hard to be. I would say probably for me, it's the first day of the NFL draft.
Oh, okay,
All
yeah,
right.
yeah. I mean, we all have our different things.
I love that Mike says Saratoga.
Are you kidding? They've already won 2 races.
I know. I've heard about it. He's out there yelling and running around.
So does your wife have to do a wellness check on you?
Yes. On those first.
Babe, it's Sunday.
Yep.
Shower's right there.
Just turn on the hose. I'll get to it.
I'm useless. Have a great show.
All right.
Stay safe, everybody, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Bang! Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. The Tigers have the day off. They'll be back at it tomorrow against the Mariners. Just started a 3-game series at Comerica Park. I'm already getting slander for not having some stories in my updates here today. Jeff Passan listed the top trade deadline moves for all contenders. He identifies their top weaknesses as a swing and miss reliever, and their best match being David Bednar of the Pirates. Quote, Kate Smith, Cleveland Guardians, and Griffin Jax, Minnesota Twins are the right answers, but the likelihood of Detroit pulling off an in-division deal to get a swing and miss reliever is minimal, which leaves Bednar, who has rebounded from an atrocious 2024 to recapture his form of 21-23 when he was among the 5 best relievers in baseball, end quote. Ace slugger Brent Rooker has been named a home run derby participant. He has 19 bombs this year. Amazon Prime has announced their NBA announcers, which includes Ian Eagle and Kevin Harlan on play-by-play, along with former Pistons coach Stan Van Gundy as one of the analysts.
Very fast.
Defensive tackle Lamar Brown, America's top 2026 commit, has signed with LSU. And did you know it's the opening day of Saratoga at the Corwell Health Sports Desk? I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
Those people? I'm just glad Jeremy Otto's focused. I think that's the headline today.
Why is that?
Because he had the biggest story in sports in his update.
Oh, yeah, you made him add it. Yes.
I didn't make him do nothing.
Okay.
I made him nervous.
Okay.
I said, Jeremy, you got the latest and greatest. Here's what you're talking about. You got the biggest story in sports?
Yeah, he's like, Tigers.
Hey, I got this Brent Rooker note. I go, you're missing it.
Zach McKinstry making the All-Star team.
Yeah, the pity prize. Others leave, so we'll let you in. I'm just glad that happened, so I don't have to hear it. Good.
So
good. Hope all you boners go out and buy a jersey. I don't care. Won't even watch the game. It means nothing. But God bless. Hopefully none of you ruptured a testicle when you heard the news.
I'm with you. I know that's not where we're going. No, I'm with you. When I think All-Star game, I think the best of the best. That's just not him.
No
slander to him.
Hey, listen, good for him and his family. Happy for him. So now I want to move on.
Okay.
We have a number of things to get to, including you're going to be the bearer of some really bad news later, man. And then the worst part, I'm going over the top.
Oh.
Because I got something, and it's all from the world of college sports. We'll get to it.
Because you were like, don't click that link. Treat it like it's a virus.
Because I want your honest response. What I wanted to start with is no, we're not doing an opening day special at Saratoga, but I think there is a tie-in here. And the first thing I thought about today was a caller we had yesterday. Guy was on his way down to Comerica.
Oh yeah,
and he's going to go to over 100 Tiger games this summer. He picked a hell of a summer to do that. But it's the idea of your sports pilgrimage. Like, it's no secret. Every summer, the only year of my life I didn't go, and it was because the track was closed to fans, was 2020. Saratoga is a non-negotiable. It is it is what I do every summer. It's the most special place in the world to me. But everyone's got, or if you're lucky in life, everyone's got one of those places. And I don't know what that is. For some, it'll be their family's cottage. For others, it'll be a specific golf course. Look, a lot of people, they go to Cooperstown every summer.
Yeah.
Baseball Hall of Fame. It's a thing. I wanted to see.
Or to Canton for the NFL Hall of Fame game.
Yes. But what is your version of Saratoga? Like, what is your summer pilgrimage? The place you have to go to. Yes, I would like to keep it sports themed. And no, I'm not asking anyone to go. Although if you did go, you'd love it. I just want to throw that out there. But
I'm right here.
No. I will tell you, David is dressed for the paddock bar today. David is in full. Like the only thing he's missing is like a little
one of my hats,
one of your fancy vacation hats. David's got like this wild Hawaiian shirt on today, shorts. He's ready to go. Did you see he dropped a button before broadcast?
Whoa!
So I got 2 of them buttoned up.
Uh-oh.
He's in a radio studio. Where the hell are you going?
Okay, Danny Terrio.
Right, exactly.
2 of them buttoned up. It's open all the way now.
That's right. Hell, David's going to pretend he's Italian. He's going to have the Kuningil around his neck. It'll be very exciting for him.
Okay, grits for everybody.
Listen, he had a double portion last night. The point I make is this. I would like to know from the people, what is your Saratoga? What is that summer pilgrimage you make? Now, look, you're all over the place. You have varied interests in the world of sports. You are a traveler. I don't know what I don't feel like you do the same thing every summer. You're more of like a Golden Corral planner.
Jeez, way to set the bar low.
Okay, time out. Let me revise that for a minute. What about Ponderosa in its heyday?
Ponderosa,
Listen,
yes.
Shrimp Night was a real event.
Oh, bro, just
Late
the
80s.
wings. Just the wings. Oh, my goodness, yeah.
Okay, Ponderosa in its prime is Rico's summer. You're all over the place.
Right.
What would your because any chance I get to be in Saratoga, I'm there. Right. I'll be there several weekends this summer. I go for my summer trip. But, like, what is your version of that?
Because when I first thought this, I was like, oh, the thing that I watch. But the thing that I actually go to, Mike, and it's funny because I had Tuesday off. I made a trip to Lansing, and I was trying to justify, could I kill 4 hours in Lansing to stick around for Moneyball? Because it was later that evening, but I had nothing to do. So I'll probably make a trip back up to Lansing just to watch a Moneyball game.
So for it's like basically Summer League college edition.
It's like the NBA Summer League, except for it's college where you get some MSU guys, some Oakland guys, maybe even a couple Michigan guys, and they,
it's
incoming
open run.
freshmen. Yeah, they have teams, but yeah, it's nobody's ever fouled out of a game. It's just kind of up and down the court. Let's have fun.
Now, here, I don't want to limit it to sports, I guess, because the state of Michigan has so many pilgrimage spots.
Yeah.
For some people, it's Mackinac. Other people, it's Harbor Springs.
Higgins
it's Leelanau. It's Walloon. It's Torch. There's all kinds. I leave it to you guys. But the summer is, look, I don't ask anyone to have to love it.
But I do feel like we need to shake hands, and we became best friends because while I was gone, you have the same opinion on camping outside.
I don't understand.
It's practice being homeless.
Yes, I don't get it. Yeah, we're in full agreement.
Yes.
But yeah, and ultimately, the pilgrimage thing, listen, I don't know what the qualifier would be. I can only tell you what draws me to going back. I mean, look, I consider Detroit home. This is where I've lived since I was 17. But there's always a piece of me. Home is upstate New York. That is home. That is where I grew up. Saratoga is special the same way sporting venues or cottages or lakes or whatever are special. Some of the best moments of my life have been at that place.
Oh, brother.
It is deeply meaningful. And I just, there's a feeling you get when you go there.
No.
Hey, for some people, maybe it's the big house. Maybe it is Spartan Stadium for some people.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No. Like for me, growing up, probably until I got into my mid-20s, but I had to make a trip to Cedar Point.
I thought you were going to say Omar's. Okay.
No, I had to make a trip to Cedar Point. It was like, you had to pick a day, and you just drove down to Sandusky,
Is that
Ohio.
still a pilgrimage spot?
Not for me because I've gotten older.
For people, though.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
Still,
Cedar Point, because they always constantly are upgrading rides. And, it got to the point where we learned how to work the system, and you go on a Sunday. Like, the best time to go is this Sunday after a holiday because there's nobody in the park.
Now, do they... Forgive my naivete. I don't like amusement parks. Not big on things that make you throw up. Mm-hmm. But do they operate like Disney, where like you got to buy a fast pass, and then they've got like all these different things you can skip the line?
Yeah, and they have that now. Back when I did it, it was no such thing. You just had to wait in line. It had a spot saying the most depressing thing in the world, from this spot, it's an hour and a half wait. And now you have to make the choice. From this spot, it's a half hour wait.
No. What is your version of Saratoga? The place every summer you go, non-negotiable. And yeah, ideally sports would be the centerpiece of this, but I don't want to limit it to that because summer is kind of that break. Right? Like, look, next week, the only day of the year with no sports. The Tigers are a zillion games up in the division. Summer is about escaping. Now, yeah, mine happens to be sports, but it's also like, you know what's funny? I was talking to my dad 4th of July, and we were watching the races. And I said to him, I go, like, what the hell would I be into if I didn't grow up around this? You ever think about that? Like, where you grow up really shapes who you are. And, like, the reason I don't have a tie to up north, I didn't grow up here. But, like, Saratoga is so ingrained in where I grew up and what it is and how important it is. But I said to him, I go, like, what the hell would we be bass fishing right now? Like, what the hell would we be doing if we didn't grow up near this? One of them, look, Sports Illustrated named it one of the 10 best sporting venues in America. Right. That's not a me thing.
No, you probably would be camping or hunting. You'd be on the John Jansen plan where you're hunting or fishing or you're doing something like
denying reality.
If you lived here, if you grew up here, trust me, even though, because it was, I had friends of mine who would throw up on the rides, they still went.
No, if I grew up here, I know what it is. Oh my God, I'd be a dream cruiser. Oh no.
No.
Whoa,
No.
David, find the little guy from the movie.
I grew up here. I grew up here. I'm not a dream cruiser.
Okay.
So
just making sure.
You know what? The first time you see it, it's like, oh. But when you see people already on Woodward now.
Yes. Well, by the way, your favorite thing is back.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Yeah, that was like my realization is like, what the hell would I be into if I didn't grow up around this place? 248-539-9797. It could be, look, I'd like to center it on sports stuff, but I'm fine if it's not. But that summer pilgrimage place, the non-negotiable. You know what mine is, and it's opening day up there. Plus, I already had Kenny hit the early double. He's cash and rolling. Now, I'm not responsible. Whether it's you, David, Kenny's mother, I am not responsible. Whatever money he's losing will be the track's money the rest of the day. I got him started with 2 winners. Leave me alone.
You're good.
Okay.
The pressure was on.
Because all day you treat me like I'm a character from New Jack City, like I got him addicted to drugs.
You did.
No, I didn't.
You are Nino Brown. Because right now, at 2:14, Kenny is up. At 5:14,
Kenny will not be up.
Kenny's stealing turkeys.
Hold on. Listen, if he hits the cash and roll double.
If he loses, he's chasing. And the next thing you know,
he's not chasing. He will be dealing from a position of strength.
Next thing you know, he's wearing a wire for the cops.
Kenny right now is Michigan's defensive line room. You're dealing from a position of strength.
Okay.
Every loss is a kid leaving for the portal. You can lose a few transfers. He's okay.
Okay.
Hit him, and we'll get to it. Your summer pilgrimage, it is opening day at Saratoga. No, we're not going to get too far off the beaten path.
Let's break it down. Race 5. Race 5?
I'm happy to.
Okay.
No, my time will come. But listen, do I already have Saratoga-itis? Like, am I ready to? Yeah. Oh, God, yeah.
Yeah, I was like, this is a business decision right now. Like, do we put the race on?
Yes, you do.
Okay.
Look how pretty it is. Go ahead, tell the people about it. Tell the people about it.
All right, look, I've been interested in finishing my basement. Finally,
I'm going to make an assumption here, but are you African American?
I am. And you know what? We like finishing basements as well. So I called my guy and I met up with Matrix Basement, had a free consultation. And you know what? They work with all people. They came back to me with some awesome ideas. I loved what my basement was going to look like and how fast they would turn it around. So when you're ready to get your basement and turn this into something that's perfect for you, give Matrix Basement the shot. Why? Because they know what they're doing. It's going to be timely. You're going to get that free consultation. And I promise you, whether it's a man cave, a new basement with a bathroom and a bedroom, bar, whatever, workout room, Matrix can make this, your dream, become reality. Check out matrixbasement.com for tons of ideas. And it's great before and after pics because you can check it out because I'm going to be one of those people. Matrixbasement.com. Check them out today. Let Matrix Basement make your dreams turn into reality.
All right, let's get to it. David said we are. What?
No, just whenever you play that,
Yeah. We're gonna see if I can get Kenny a cash and roll double here.
Okay.
Rico, just root for the two this race, will you please?
Okay. All right, drive by Kenny. He'll go from drive by Kenny to Pookie real quick.
No, to cash window Kenny.
Okay, let's hope he becomes cash money Kenny.
Okay. Yes.
A lot of nicknames, maybe too many nicknames.
Possibly the best.
Kenny, you just don't want to be Pookie. I know you've never seen New Jack City.
Well, he doesn't watch those types of movies.
Come on. No.
You know what? Yes, Pookie was not in Remember the Titans.
Okay. David, we're being inundated with ticket text. What do you got?
Ticket text here says, it's making the trip to Citizens Bank Park for the Phillies for me. That is the Holy Land. I go there every year, being in Farmington.
Yeah, I think a lot of people will have those baseball pilgrimages. That makes sense. A lot of people try to do all the ballparks, different things like that. Yeah.
My Saratoga is the Indy 500. Very historic venue.
Yeah.
A lot of amazing traditions and a lot less than that I have to deal with NASCAR.
I wish I had a better understanding of it. That's my thing. Like, you don't realize how big Indianapolis Motor Speedway is, how many people it holds, and it's supposed to be this Kentucky Derby type event. I don't have I don't have any connection to it. That's my
because
problem.
here's the thing. In order to do that, Mike, you have to have a favorite driver. And that's
Bobby Rahal.
That's your guy, and you're ready to fight somebody for that. You're naming your
Pablo
child
Montoya.
You're naming your child or pet after the driver. So yeah, you got the number tattooed somewhere on your body.
AJ Hoyt? I mean, like when I was a kid, I watched the Indy 500.
No, I'm just saying it's like one of those things where it's like NASCAR. You got a guy, and that's who you're rooting for.
Gotcha.
It's like entire season in one event. So imagine if there was one big race, you would be pro Team Yankee for that entire day.
Gotcha.
That's that type of a
David.
Yeah, I'm about to ruin its name, but it came across in the text, so I'm going to try it. Kitschy Kippy in the UP. Freshwater spring, that is like a small lake of glass. You can see the 40 feet bottom. It's 6 inches away. Beautiful place. Wow.
Dude, there's a lot of those in this state, and it's just not something. Look, I don't have the connection to it like so many here, but I understand it. It's just not. Also, here's the other thing. A lot of people, when they drive up to the UP, Rico, I can drive home faster than I can get to the UP.
Yeah.
That's a commitment.
It is, but it's why you're you go up there for a weekend or for an entire week. You spend a lot of time up there.
You better if you're going to make that time commitment, and there ain't no airplane.
You know what? Actually, you can. You can fly to Traverse City.
What, Pellston? Is that what it is?
Bro, you talking about it wrong.
Oh, my bad. I forgot. You don't go north of Flint.
But I don't go north of. I haven't been north of Mount Pleasant. So there you go.
It is very far. I've been 3 hours away near Bay City, and you're still nowhere close to the UP. Nowhere close.
So,
it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I know.
It's ridiculous.
I know you can fly to Traverse City. Now I didn't know. Now, so it's not just one place because I've been trying to hit every different Big Ten venue to go see a game there.
Get up the rail for Kenny.
And we've lost.
I'm kidding. Listen, not every bet can be a winning bet, okay?
Okay.
Get up the rail for Kenny.
He's turning into Pookie.
Get up the rail for Kenny.
Don't
get beat at the wire for Kenny. Cash and roll. Cash and roll.
Let's go.
Let's go, Kenny.
Let's go.
Now I'm really off the hook, huh?
Okay.
Come on.
Okay.
Give me another one. Let's go.
Stop. Kenny.
Cash and roll. Cash and roll, Kenny. Damn it.
If Kenny was at the track, he'd already be several beers deep. Here's what he'd sound like.
Come see that black.
All right.
You know what? How about this, Kenny? You come sit here. I'll sit in there with David.
Listen.
We're going back to the '60s today.
Listen. Whoa. Wait a minute.
No.
Look at my African American over here.
Different side of the building.
They all look the
different
same.
room.
Right.
No, wait a minute. No, you do. We are not mixing that.
What an idea. A great idea.
He's African American.
Maybe the best idea.
I'm going to let you guys sit here, and then David and I will just sit in the back.
Listen.
Let's go back to the 60s.
First of all, I'm excited I could help Kenny. I walked in the door today. He goes, give me some picks. I'm like, all right, take it easy.
And that wasn't your first hint?
I just said
It's not like he's very crackish.
But I gave him the first 3 winners of the day. We beat 2 favorites. What do you want from me? Okay. The kid's up. Hold on.
And do you
It's
think
not
Kenny,
a problem if we're winning. That's
do you think Kenny's gonna quit?
No.
248-5.
No.
Right.
But now, hold on. But wait, there's more. Cash and roll, Kenny. We got 2 ways out next race.
Let's go.
Hey, David. David, you notice only Kenny's getting the advice?
You are the black angel of death. You are not allowed to play.
Do you really want the advice? Because very soon he won't be able to pay his bills and he'll be saying this.
Oh, yeah. My life sucks.
but whatever you touch turns to absolute bollocks.
Right. Okay.
No.
Okay.
Now, if you're with me at the track, I'll help you.
No, I'll be sitting with Big G. Is what'll end up happening.
Oh, the loser's chair?
Why don't you and my dad go and bond and talk about things and stuff?
You can both sit in folding chairs with all the losing tickets underneath you, sure. 248-539-9797. We go to Tyler, 97.1. Ty, what's going on, buddy?
What's going on, Mike? Good to hear from you guys.
How are you, bud?
Good, good. Hey, so football has always been my number one, but soccer is actually my number 2. And the summer thing that I geek out about is the World Cup. And the anticipation is especially high with it only being every 4 years. And then obviously next summer with it coming to the United States is just crazy for me. It combines all the best players in the entire world in one tournament, which you don't see ever. You just got crazy fans from every corner of the globe flooding into one place, all the different cultures and everything. And so I watch every minute of every game that I can. I even record the ones that I can't see.
The problem with the event is it's not every summer. But yes, when it's around, I'm with you. Like, you don't have to be soccer guy. Like the huge soccer dorks who are all defensive about their sport. Like, you can just enjoy it for what it is. The whole globe is watching. It is the most important thing in every country not named the United States. I do get it, Ty. The problem is you got to wait for it.
I know. The wait is a true bummer, but I actually got a good buddy of mine who lives in Kansas City, which is one of the host cities. I believe it'll be at Arrowhead Stadium, so the plan is to get out there and catch a couple games, which could end up being like a once-in-a-lifetime experience, so I'm pretty pumped.
Yeah, and look, the 94 World Cup, you guys had it at the Silver Dome. I think Switzerland was here. Giant Stadium had one. Like, that was a really big deal. When I was a kid, it was a massive deal.
You know what the funny thing about that game was?
Roberto Baggio blowing it for Italy by skying a ball over the net?
The new indoor grass that it debuted in that World Cup. So where you can move it in and out. Yeah.
On the tray.
Yes.
That's right. We are the horticulture specialists in this state.
It was hexagons, but yes.
Who did that? Was that MSU?
It was MSU.
Moo you. All right. 248-539-9797. I'm going to go check on Kenny. I want to make sure he's not like logging out of the sports book and he's over in a casino now.
He's calling, I need some champagne here.
It's relax. He hit 2.
I want some of that champagne.
He hit 2 doubles. Take it easy. I'm just trying to buy the guy a couple of pizzas. All right, Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville, Michigan's Trex Superstore. They have it all. And the most important part is everything's in stock all the time. So you're not going to go to their brand new showroom, see something and go, Eureka, I found it. And then they're going to tell you it's 12 weeks out. It's just not going to happen. Call Northville Lumber, Michigan's Trex Superstore, or you can go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. You hate to see it. All right. I wanted to bring this up just to show you kind of the insanity of, look, middle of summer and trade season. Did you see the ESPN piece here? And I want to make sure I talk about the writer, David Schoenfeld. Did you see this piece? They did 3 huge names in baseball and proposals for Byron Buxton, Ronald Acuna, and Paul Skeens.
I was about to say Skeens.
Now, we have stayed away from this because I don't even know where the Skeens thing comes from. He is not – I don't even think he's arbitration eligible till 2027, which means the Pirates have him through, 2028, okay? But there are 3 teams listed here. I just want to see if I can gauge your interest. Do I believe any of this is real? No, I do not. But I thought the offer was so ridiculous. I mean, completely and utterly ridiculous that I would say no to this without hesitation. So the Tigers would offer, and they are listed as the one who could get it done. So I'll read you.
For Skeens.
Yes. Okay. They would offer Max Clark, Kevin McGonigal.
Hit his first home run is Double-A.
Congrats. We're finally playing against people who've hit puberty. Congrats. Max Clark, number 8 overall. These are the ESPN rankings. Do what you want with them. Kevin McGonigal, number 11 overall. Jackson Jobe, who's hurt, but was the number 1 pitching prospect in baseball. Colt Keith off your existing roster. And then the law firm of Sawyer Gibson Long.
So you're going to jumpstart the Pirates.
Yes, because they have positional needs. They don't need more pitching. Now, here's what it says. And this line is compelling. I'd still say no. But I want your thoughts on it. A playoff rotation of Skeens and Skubal. Thank you very much. Reminder, the Tigers haven't won the World Series since '84. That's David Schoenfeld. He said, while it will take one of the best farm systems in the sport to acquire him, the Tigers are well positioned to make this kind of deal with the depth at both levels of baseball, not to mention a payroll with only one expensive long-term commitment, Javi Baez. And basically it just says the deal wouldn't decimate their farm system. They'd still have Bryce Renier. They'd still have Josu Bruseno. They'd still have a slew of solid pitching prospects. Rico, I read that and I went, what? Did this guy get drunk before writing this article? Colt Keith's a part of this team.
It is.
The top 2 prospects in my system, plus, Rico, I think there's a chance. Clark, I said to you yesterday, McGonigal could be the best hitting prospect in baseball by opening day next year. Max Clark's going to be an overall big-time prospect. I'm saying no to that. Am I crazy?
You're not crazy. I would probably say yes.
You would go for it.
I would go for it, and I would go for it short-term and long-term. Short-term meaning, going into the playoffs with the 1-2 punch for the next 2 years of Skubal and Skeens. Man, you're going to win a lot of 7-game series. Now,
a lot of games.
The long-term, I lose Skubal, and I know Skeens probably still has to hit that Tommy John where he's going to be gone, but I have Skubal insurance. I now don't have to sit there and overpay Skubal. I got Skeens. He can become the new ace of this staff, and we can keep this thing going. So, yes, anytime you're going to make a big-time deal like that, it's going to hurt. It's going to sting. You're going to lose players that you're going to probably follow and hope to God you don't regret it. I would do it.
You would do it.
I would do it.
David, Kenny, I mean, look, I've stayed away from all this stuff, but it was right at the top of ESPN, and I said, well, let me throw a little chum in the water here. I'm not doing it. You know my opinion on pitching prospects, and essentially Skeens is a graduated prospect who is maybe Justin Verlander. You know, this dominant arm. I can't give all of those players for a guy that, to me, the way he pitches, he's going to blow out.
But see, here's the thing. The money that I was going to try to pay Skubal, I can go and use and get other position players to restock and redo things.
And you would,
but I still have Skeens under contract.
You'd have him for 3-4 years.
Yeah.
David, go ahead. Yes or no on this? Yay or nay?
I'll take this one first. No. I'm with you on the pitching arms. With arms will blow out. Tommy John is an inevitability. With most pitchers nowadays, it seems like it's crazy to me that kids in high school are getting this operation done. That's absolutely bananas to me, but that's too much of the fabric of your team you're trading away. I'm out on this.
I'm out. It's too much.
Yep.
Too much of too much. But the line in the article makes you think. It does. Could you imagine a 1-2 in a 7-game set of Scooble Skeens? Forget about a 3-game set. You may as well not even play the thing.
Correct.
5 games.
And you are correct. Skeens has not had Tommy John surgery. And Kenny, it's why a lot of pitchers are doing it in high school to almost get it over with now, so you'll be better prepared for the pros. So it is a ticking time bomb. But man, it's the fact that he's under contract to 2030, and let's just say the money that you were willing to pay, take that $40 million or $50 million you're willing to pay Scooble a year, and you could go out and get some position play.
Yeah, it's fun to think about, but
I would do it.
I don't think it's real, and B, I wouldn't, but that's the beauty of it. Difference of opinion. Their needs are much cheaper than that. I think a couple good relievers. I still would love to see a right-handed bat. I know that's going to be an argument up until the deadline.
But here's the thing, though. And I know this is fantasy world, folks.
Yes.
But with Skeens, you don't need the relievers.
You stop that right now.
You got 2 games in the book.
Yes, you need the relief. Rico,
you got
Beard,
vets, right? We're good.
You're being irresponsible.
We're good.
This isn't 1995. These guys aren't going 8 innings.
Well, yeah, it's just, they
No.
go 8 innings, and then you just bring in Wetland. Close it out.
You're selling lies now. No.
Little John Rocker.
No.
That was amazing, Rico, and it makes me want to change my position, but I'll keep it. I'm still on your side. I would make the trade.
Really?
Yes. I understand what Federer has done for this program, and that I'm not worried about finding another pitcher. I think they can find something else. But the idea of having Skeens and Scooble, at least for the next year together.
2 years. It's 2 playoff runs.
I'm in.
Now,
Yes.
you have to be comfortable with the fact that if he blows out, you lose this trade.
Correct. You're right. I'm all for that.
Because here's the one thing. Before people start calling up and getting all angry at Rico, let me step in front of him like a Marvel hero. When you traded Andrew Miller and Cameron Maybin for Miguel Cabrera, you traded 2 of the best prospects in baseball. Did either guy work out? No. If you say Andrew Miller, you're only getting credit if you waited 10 years for him to become an elite relief pitcher. He was a starter. There's no guarantee Clark and McGonigal are that sweet. Mm-hmm. So I understand the theory of it. The part of the deal I don't love is the Colt Keith thing. I don't love the idea of having to go above Clark and McGonigal.
But see, the fact that, Skeens will be on that pitch count that you have Scooble on. So it's going to lessen the chance of him blowing out his arm. He's not going out there. They will keep him probably under 80, 85 pitches a game.
Then why the hell would I trade for him? I mean, I'm going to treat Paul Skeens like my 5th starter? No. That's what I hate what baseball's become. If I'm trading for a guy, I need you to be able to take the ball in a playoff game for 110 pitches.
You know what? At this point is when I just become old guy, because, yes, I sit there and I remember, guys who are going in there throwing 9 innings and they're throwing 100 and some pitches a game. And
well, you graduated with Walter Johnson. I understand why you have the opinion.
WJ, man.
Yeah.
Dub J is what we call it.
David, give me a few ticket texts, please.
Ticket Tech says, I would make that trade. I don't know what these prospects are going to be. Now, if we had Wyatt Langford, oh my.
No, we're not doing
We wouldn't be making this trade. That is from Tom.
Listen, the Langford thing is fun. Relax, okay? It's not like he's got a 900 OPS. We have fun with it because he's here. We have fun with it because he's been productive for really a bad Rangers offense. Inexplicable how that offense doesn't score. But no, come on. We can't play this out. Well, if we had him, we'd do this. Stop. If you had him, you wouldn't have the pieces necessary to trade to go get, I can't even say it with a straight face, to go get the guy ESPN's talking about. I'm not even going to say it. No, I'm not saying it. It's ridiculous. Go ahead, David.
I wouldn't do that trade. Would counter without Colt